Part 4. The Tower. Chapter 47. The Brian-Boru moved ponderously between the banks of the Savannah River, pulled by steam-driven tugboats. When at last it reached the Atlantic, its deep whistle saluted the departing tugs, and its great sails were loosed. The passengers cheered as the ship's prow dipped into the gray-green waves at the river's mouth, and the tremendous paddle wheels began to churn. Scarlett and Kathleen stood side by side, watching the flat shoreline recede quickly into a soft blur of green, then disappear. "What have I done?" Scarlett thought, as she grabbed the deck rail in momentary panic. Then she looked ahead at the limitless expanse of sun-flecked ocean, and her heart beat faster with a thrill of adventure. "Oh!" Kathleen cried out. Then, "Ooh!" she moaned. "What's wrong, Kathleen?" "Oh, I'd forgot the seasickness," the girl gasped. Scarlett held back her laughter. She put her arm around Kathleen's waist and led her to their cabin. That evening, Kathleen's chair at the captain's table was empty. Scarlett and Colum did full justice to the gargantuan meal that was served. Afterwards, Scarlett took a bowl of broth to her unfortunate cousin and spoon-fed her. "I'll be all right in a day or two," Kathleen promised in a weak voice. "You won't need to be tending me forever." "Hush up and take another sip," said Scarlett. "Thank heavens I haven't got a puny stomach," she thought. "Even the food poisoning from St. Patrick's Day is over now, or I couldn't have enjoyed my dinner so much." She woke abruptly when the first red streaks of dawn were on the horizon and ran with frantic clumsiness into the small convenience room that adjoined the cabin. There she fell to her knees and vomited into the flower-decorated china receptacle of the mahogany chaise Puivy. She couldn't be seasick, not her. Not when she loved sailing so much. Why, in Charleston, when the tiny sailboat was climbing the waves in the storm, she hadn't even felt queasy. Nor when it slid down into the trough of the wave. The Brian-Boru was steady as a rock compared to that. She couldn't imagine what was wrong with her. Slowly, Scarlett's bent head rose from its drooping weakness. Her mouth and eyes opened wide with discovery. Excitement raced through her, hot and strengthening, and she laughed deep in her throat. I'm pregnant! I remember. This is how it feels." Scarlett leaned back against the wall and threw her arms wide in a luxurious stretch. "Oh, I feel wonderful. I don't care how awful my stomach feels. I feel wonderful. I've got Rhett now. He's mine. I can't wait to tell him." Sudden tears of happiness poured down her cheeks, and her hands flew down to cover her middle in a protective cradling of the new life growing within. Oh, how she wanted this baby. Rhett's baby. Their baby. It would be strong, she knew it. She could feel its tiny strength already. A bold, fearless little thing, like Bonnie. Scarlett's mind flooded with memories. Bonnie's little head had fit into her palm, hardly bigger than a kitten's. She'd fit into Rhett's big hands like a doll. How he had loved her. His wide back bent over the cradle, his deep voice making silly baby talk sounds. Never in all the world was there a man so besotted with a baby. He was going to be so happy when she told him. She could see his dark eyes flashing with the joy of it, his white smile gleaming in his pirate's face. Scarlett smiled too, thinking of it. I'm happy too, she thought. This is the way it's supposed to be when you have a baby. Melly always said so. Oh my God, she whispered aloud. Melly died trying to have one. And my insides are all messed up, Dr. Meade said, after I had the miscarriage. That's why I didn't know I was pregnant. I didn't even notice I missed my time of month, because it's been so undependable for so long. Suppose having this baby kills me. Oh, God, Please, please, God, don't let me die just when I finally get what I need to be happy. She crossed herself again and again in confused entreaty, propitiation, superstition. Then she shook her head angrily. What was she doing? Just being silly. She was strong and healthy, not like Melly at all. Why, Mammy always said it was downright shameful the way she dropped a baby with hardly more fuss than an alley cat. She was going to do just fine, and her baby would be fine too, and her life would be fine with Rhett loving her, loving their baby. They'd be the happiest, lovingest family in the whole world. Gracious! She hadn't even thought of Miss Eleanor. Talk about baby loving. Miss Eleanor was going to pop her buttons with pride. I can see her now at the market telling everybody, even the bent-up old man who sweeps out the trash. This baby's going to be the talk of Charleston before it even draws its first breath. Charleston. That's where I should be going, not to Ireland. I want to see Rhett, to tell him. Maybe the Brie and Baru could put in there. The captain's a friend of Colum's. Colum could persuade him to do it. Scarlett's eyes sparkled. She got to her feet and washed her face, then rinsed the sour taste out of her mouth. It was too early to talk to Colum, so she went back to bed and sat up against the pillows making plans. When Kathleen got up, Scarlett was sleeping, a contented smile on her lips. There was no need to hurry, she had decided. No need to talk to the captain. She could meet her grandmother and her Irish kin. She could have her adventure of crossing the ocean. Rhett had kept her waiting for him in Savannah. Well, he could wait a while to learn about the baby. There were months and months to go before it was born. She was entitled to have some fun before she went back to Charleston. Sure as fate, she wouldn't be allowed to do so much as stick her nose out of the front door. Ladies in a delicate condition weren't supposed to stir a stump. No, she'd have Ireland first. She'd never have another chance. She enjoyed the Brie and Baru, too. Her morning sickness had never lasted much more than a week with the other babies. It must be almost over now. Like Kathleen, in a day or two, she'd be just fine. Crossing the Atlantic on the Brie and Baru was like a continuous Saturday night at the O'Haras in Savannah, only more so. At first, Scarlett loved it. The ship soon had a full complement of passengers who boarded at Boston and New York, but they didn't seem like Yankees at all, Scarlett thought. They were Irish and proud of it. They had the vitality that was so appealing in the O'Haras, and they took advantage of everything the ship had to offer. All day there was something to do. Checkers tournaments, heated competitions at quoits on deck, excited participation in games of chance, such as wagering on the number of miles the ship would cover the following day. In the evening they sang along with the professional musicians and danced energetically to all the Irish reels and Viennese waltzes. Even when the dancing was done, the amusement continued. There was always a game of whist in the ladies' card saloon, and Scarlett was always in demand as a partner. Except for Charleston's rationed coffee, the stakes were higher than any she'd known, and every turn of a card was exciting. So were her winnings. The Brie and Baru's passengers were living proof that America was the land of opportunity, and they didn't mind spending their lately gained wealth. Colum, too, benefited from their opened pockets. While the women played cards, the men generally retired to the ship's bar for whiskey and cigars. There, Colum brought tears of pity and pride to eyes that were normally shrewd and dry. He talked about Ireland's oppression under English rule, called the roll of martyrs to the cause of Irish freedom, and accepted lavish donations for the Fenian Brotherhood. A crossing on the Brie and Baru was always a profitable enterprise, and Colum made the trip at least twice a year, even though the excessive luxury of the staterooms and the gargantuan meals secretly sickened him when he thought of the poverty and need of the Irish in Ireland. By the end of the first week, Scarlett, too, was looking at their fellow passengers with a disapproving eye. Both men and women changed clothes 4 times a day, the better to show off the extent of their costly wardrobes. Scarlett had never seen so many jewels in her life. She told herself she was glad that she'd left hers in the vault of the Savannah Bank. They'd pale next to the array in the dining saloon every night. But in truth, she wasn't glad at all. She had grown accustomed to having more of everything than anyone she knew. A bigger house, more servants, more luxury, more things, more money. It put her nose decidedly out of joint to see display more conspicuous than hers had ever been. In Savannah, Kathleen, Mary-Kate, and Helen had been ingenuously blatant in their envy, and all the O'Haras had fed her need for admiration. These people on the ship didn't envy her, or even admire her all that much. Scarlett wasn't at all pleased with them. She couldn't bear a whole country full of Irish if this was what they were like. If she heard Wearin of the Green one more time, she'd scream. "You're just not taken with the American you rich, Scarlett darlin'," Colum soothed. "You're a grand lady, that's why." It was exactly the right thing for him to say. A grand lady was what she had to be after this vacation was over. She'd have this final fling of freedom, and then she'd go to Charleston, put on her drab clothes and company manners, and be a lady for the rest of her life. At least now, when Miss Eleanor and everybody else in Charleston talked about their trips to Europe before the war, she'd not feel so left out. She wouldn't say she disliked it either. Ladies didn't say things like that. Unconsciously, Scarlett sighed. "Ah, Scarlett, darling, it can't be as bad as all that," Colum said. "Look at the bright side. You're cleaning out their deep pockets at the card table." She laughed. It was true. She was winning a fortune. Some evenings as much as $30. Wait till she told Rhett. How he'd laugh. He'd been a gambler on Mississippi riverboats for a while, after all. Come to think of it, it was a good thing, really, that they were still a week at sea. She wouldn't have to touch a penny of Rhett's money. Scarlett's attitude toward money was a complex mixture of miserliness and generosity. It had been her measure of safety for so many years that she guarded every penny of her hard-earned fortune with angry suspicion of anyone who made any real or imagined demands for $1 of it. And yet she accepted the responsibility to support her aunts and Melanie's family without question. She had taken care of them even when she didn't know where she'd find the means to take care of herself. If some unforeseen calamity befell, she would continue to take care of them, even if it meant that she had to go hungry. She didn't think about it. It was simply the way things were. Her feelings about Rhett's money were equally inconsistent. As his wife, she spent profligately on the Peachtree Street house, with its prodigious expenses, and on her wardrobe and luxuries. But the $500,000 he had given her was different, inviolable. She intended to give it back to him intact when they were once again truly man and wife. He had offered it as payment for separation, and she could not accept it because she would not accept separation. It bothered her that she'd had to take some of it out of the bank vaults to bring on the trip. Everything had happened so fast, there'd been no time to get any of her own money from Atlanta. But she put an IOU in the box with the remaining gold in Savannah, and she was determined to spend as little as possible of the gold coins that were now keeping her back straight and her waist small, filling the channels in her corset where steel strips had once been. It was much better to win at whist and have her own money to spend. Why, in another week, with any luck, she'd add at least another $150 to her purse. But still, she'd be glad when the voyage was over. Even with all the sails bellied taut with wind, the Brian Boru was too big for her to feel the thrill she remembered from racing ahead of the storm in Charleston Harbor. And she hadn't seen even one dolphin, despite Colum's poetic promises. "There they are, Scarlett, darlin'. Colum's usually calm, melodious voice rose in excitement. He took Scarlett's arm and drew her to the ship's rail. "Our escorts are here. We'll be seeing land soon." Overhead, the first gulls circled the Brian Boru. Scarlett hugged Colum impulsively. Then, again, when he pointed to the sleek, silvery forms on the nearby sea, there were dolphins after all. Much later, she stood between Colum and Kathleen, trying to hold her hat on her head against the attack of the strong wind. They were entering harbor under steam. Scarlett stared in astonishment at the island of rock to starboard. It seemed impossible that anything, even the towering wall of craggy stone, could withstand the crashing waves that beat against it and threw white foam high against its face. She was accustomed to the low rolling hills of Clayton County. This soaring, stark cliff was the most exotic sight she'd ever seen. "Nobody tries to live there, do they?" she asked Colum. "No bit of earth is wasted in Ireland," he replied, "but it takes a hardy breed to call Inishmore home." Inishmore. Scarlett repeated the beautiful, strange name. It sounded like music, and like no name she'd ever heard before. Then she was silent. So were Colum and Kathleen. Each of them looked at the broad, blue, sparkling waters of Galway Bay with private thoughts. Colum saw Ireland ahead, and his heart swelled with love for her and pain for her sufferings. As he did many times every day, he renewed his vow to destroy the oppressors of his country and to restore her to her own people. He felt no anxiety about the weapons concealed in Scarlett's trunks. Customs officials in Galway concentrated mainly on ships' cargoes, making sure that duty owed to the British government was paid. They'd look at the Brian Boru with sneers. They always did. Successful Irish Americans gratified their sense of superiority over both the Irish and the Americans. Even so, it was very good fortune, Colum thought, that he'd managed to convince Scarlett to come. Her petticoats were much better for hiding guns than the dozens of American boots and calicos he'd bought. And she might even loosen her purse strings a bit when she saw the poverty of her own people. He didn't have high hopes. Colum was a realist, and he'd gotten Scarlett's measure from the first. He did not like her less because she was so unthinkingly self-centered. He was a priest, and human frailty was forgivable, so long as the humans were not English. In fact, even when he was manipulating Scarlett, he was fond of her, just as he was fond of all the O'Hara children. Kathleen held tight to the ship's rail. "I'd jump over and swim did I not anchor myself," she thought. "I'm that happy to be nearing Ireland. I know I'd be faster than the ship. Home, home, home." Scarlett drew in her breath with a tiny squeaking noise. There was a castle on that little low island. A castle! It couldn't be anything else. It had tooth-like things on top. What matter that it was half fallen down? It was really, truly a castle, just like pictures in a child's book. She could hardly wait to discover what this Ireland was like. When Colum escorted her down the gangplank, she realized that she had entered a completely different world. The docks were busy, like the docks in Savannah, noisy, crowded, perilous with hurrying wagons and laden men loading or unloading barrels and crates and bales. But the men were all white, and they shouted to one another in a tongue that had no meaning for her. "It's the Gaelic, the old Irish language," Colum explained. "But you needn't fret, Scarlett, darling. The Gaelic's hardly known any place in Ireland, any more save here in the West. Everyone speaks English. You'll have no trouble." As if to prove him wrong, a man spoke to him with an accent so pronounced that Scarlett didn't realize at first that he was speaking English. Colum laughed when she told him. "It's a queer sound, and that's the truth of it," he agreed. "But it's English for sure. English the way the English speak it. all up in their noses like they're strangling from it. That was a sergeant of Her Majesty's army. Scarlett giggled. I thought he was a button salesman. The sergeant's elaborately decorated short, tight uniform jacket was fronted with more than a dozen bars of thick gold braid between pairs of brightly polished brass buttons. It looked like fancy dress to her. She tucked her hand in Colum's elbow. I'm awfully glad I came, she said. And she was. Everything was so different, so new. No wonder people like to travel so much. Our baggages will be brought to the hotel, Colum said when he returned to the bench where he'd left Scarlett and Kathleen. It's all arranged. Then tomorrow we'll be on our way to Mullingar and home. I wish we could go right now, Scarlett said hopefully. It's early yet, barely noon. But the train left at 8, Scarlett darlin'. The hotel's a fine one with a good kitchen, too. I remember, Kathleen said. This time I'll do all those fancy sweets justice. She was radiant with happiness, hardly recognizable as the girl Scarlett had known in Savannah. Coming the other way, I was too sorrowful to put food in my mouth. Oh, Scarlett, you can't know what it is to me to have the Irish ground under my feet. I feel like getting on my knees to kiss it. Come along, the two of you, Colum said. We'll have competition getting a hackney, today being Saturday and market day. Market day? Scarlett echoed. Kathleen clapped her hands. Market day in a big city like Galway. Oh, Colum, it should be something grand. It was beyond imagination, grand and exciting and foreign to Scarlett. The entire grass-covered square in front of the railway hotel was teeming with life, alive with color. When the hackney set them down on the hotel steps, she begged Colum to join in at once. Never mind seeing their rooms or eating dinner. Kathleen echoed her. There's food aplenty at the stalls, Colum, and I want to take some stockings home to gift the girls. There's none like them in America, or I would have them bought already. Bridget's fair pining away for want of some, I know it. Colum grinned. And Kathleen O'Hara's pining a bit herself, I wouldn't be amazed. All right, then, I'll see to the rooms. You see to Cousin Scarlett so she doesn't get lost. Have you any money? A fistful, Colum. Jamie gave it to me. That's American money, Kathleen. You can't spend it here. Scarlett grabbed Colum's arm in panic. What did he mean? Wasn't her money any good over here? It's not the same kind is all, Scarlett, darling. You'll find English money much more diverting. I'll do the exchanging for all of us. What would you like? I have all my winnings from whist in greenbacks. She said the word with contempt and anger. Everybody knew that greenbacks weren't worth the numbers written on them. She should have made the losers pay her in silver or gold. She opened her purse and took out the folded wad of $5 and $10 and $1 bills. Change these if you can, she said, handing the money to Colum. His eyebrows rose. So much? I'm glad you never asked me to play cards with you, Scarlett, darling. You must have almost $200 here. $247. Look at this, Kathleen Mavourneen. You'll never see such a fortune in one place again. Would you like to hold it? Oh, no, I wouldn't dare. She backed away, her hands behind her back, her wide eyes fixed on Scarlett. You'd think I was green instead of the money, Scarlett thought uncomfortably. 200 wasn't all that much. She'd paid practically that for her furs. Surely Jamie must clear at least 200 a month in the store. There was no need for Kathleen to carry on so. Here. Colum was holding out his hand. Here's a few shillings for each of you. You can shop a bit while I do the banking. Then meet me at that pie stall for a bite. He pointed toward a fluttering yellow flag in the center of the busy square. Scarlett's eyes followed the direction of his finger, and her heart sank. The street between the hotel steps and the square was filling with slowly moving cattle. She couldn't get across it. "I'll manage for the both of us," Kathleen said. "Here's my dollars column. Come on, Scarlett. Take my hand." The shy girl Scarlett had known in Savannah was gone. Kathleen was home. Her cheeks were glowing, and her eyes, and her smile was as bright as the sun overhead. Scarlett tried to make an excuse to protest, but Kathleen was having none of it. She pushed through the herd of cows pulling Scarlett behind her. In seconds they were on the grass of the square. Scarlett had no time to scream with fear in the midst of the cows or to scream out her anger at Kathleen. And once in the square, she was too fascinated to remember either fear or anger. She'd loved the markets in Charleston and Savannah for their busyness and color and array of produce, but they were nothing in comparison with Market Day in Galway. There was something going on everywhere she looked. Men and women were bargaining, buying, selling, arguing, laughing, praising, criticizing, conferring over sheep, chickens, roosters, eggs, cows, pigs, butter, cream, goats, donkeys. "How darling," Scarlett said when she saw the baskets of squealing pink piglets, the tiny furry donkeys with their long pink-lined ears, and over again, the colorful clothes worn by the dozens of young women and girls. When she saw the first one, she thought the girl must be in costume. Then she saw another, and another, and yet another, until she realized they were almost all dressed the same. No wonder Kathleen had been talking about stockings. Everywhere Scarlett looked, she saw ankles and legs in bright stripes of blue and yellow, red and white, yellow and red, white and blue. The Galway girls wore low-cut, low-heeled black leather shoes, not boots, and their skirts were 4 to 6 inches above their ankles. What skirts, too! Full, swinging, bright as the stockings in solid reds or blues or greens or yellows. Their shirt-waists were darker shades, but still colorful, with long buttoned sleeves and crisp white linen fish shoes folded and pinned over the front. "I want some stockings too, Kathleen, and one of the skirts, and a shirt-waist, and kerchief. I've got to have them. They're lovely." Kathleen smiled with pleasure. "You like Irish clothes, then, Scarlett? I'm so glad. Your things are so elegant, I thought you'd laugh at ours." "I wish I could dress like that every day. Is that what you wear when you're home? You lucky girl, no wonder you wanted to come back." "These are best dressing for Market Day and to catch the eyes of the lads. I'll show you everyday things, too. Come." Kathleen caught Scarlett by the wrist again and led her through the masses of people just as she'd led her through the cows. Near the square's center there were tables, boards across trestles, piled with finery for women. Scarlett goggled. She wanted to buy everything she saw. Look at all the stockings, and wonderful shawls, so soft to the touch. Goodness gracious, what lace! Why, my dressmaker in Atlanta would practically sell her soul to get her hands on rich, heavy lace like that. There they were, the skirts. Oh, the darlings! How wonderful she'd look in that shade of red. And the blue, too. But wait, there was another blue on the next table, a darker one. Which was best? Oh, and lighter reds over there. She felt giddy from the lavishness of choice. She had to touch them all. The wool was so soft, thick, alive with warmth and color under her gloved hand. Quickly, carelessly, she stripped off a glove so she could feel the woven wools. It was like no fabric she'd ever touched. "I've been waiting by the pies with water filling my mouth from hunger," said Colum. He put his hand on her arm. "Don't fret now. You can come back, Scarlett, darling." He lifted his hat and nodded to the black-clad woman behind the tables. "May the sun shine forever on your fine work," he said. "I ask your pardon for my American cousin here. She lost her tongue in admiration. I'm going to feed her now, and please, St. Bridget, she'll be able to talk to you when she returns." The woman grinned at Colum, stole another sideways glance at Scarlett, said, "Thank you, father," as Colum hauled her away. "Kathleen told me you'd gone completely daft," he said with a chuckle. "She plucked at your sleeve a dozen times, poor girl, but devil a look you'd give her." "I forgot all about her," Scarlett admitted. "I've never seen so many wonderful things all at once. I figured I'd buy a costume for a party, but I don't know if I can wait to wear it. Tell me the truth, Colum. Do you think it would be all right if I dress like the Irish girls while I'm here?" "I don't believe you should do other, Scarlett, darling." "What fun! What a lovely vacation, Colum. I'm so glad I came." "So are we all, Cousin Scarlett." She didn't understand the English money at all. The pound was paper and weighed less than an ounce. The penny was huge, big as a silver dollar. And the thing called a tuppence, which meant 2 pennies, was smaller than the 1 penny. Then there were coins called halfpennies and others called shillings. It was all too confusing. Besides, it didn't really matter. It was all free from whist winnings. The only thing that counted was the skirts cost 2 of the shilling things. The shoes were 1. The stockings were only pennies. Scarlett gave the drawstring bag of coins to Kathleen. "Make me stop before I run out," she said, and she began to shop. All 3 of them were loaded down when they went to the hotel. Scarlett had bought skirts in every color and every weight. The thinner ones were also worn for petticoats, Kathleen told her, and dozens of stockings, for herself, for Kathleen, for Bridget, for all the other cousins she was going to meet. She had shirts, too, and yards of lace, wide and narrow and made into collars, and fichus and cunning little caps. There was a long blue cape with a hood, plus a red one because she couldn't make up her mind, plus a black one because Kathleen said most people wore black for every day, and a black skirt for the same reason, which could have colored petticoats underneath. Linen fichus and linen shirtwaists and linen petticoats, all like no linen she'd ever seen, and 6 dozen linen handkerchiefs, stacks of shawls. She'd lost count. "I'm worn out," Scarlett groaned happily when she dropped down onto the plush settee in the living room of their suite. Kathleen dropped the money bag into her lap. It was still more than half full. "My grief," said Scarlett. "I'm really going to love Ireland." Chapter 48. Scarlett was entranced with her bright costumes. She tried to wheedle Kathleen into dressing up with her and returning to the square, but the girl was politely adamant in her refusal. "We'll be eating dinner late, Scarlett, according to the English custom of the hotel, and we've an early start to make tomorrow. There are lots of market days. We have one every week in the town near our village. But not like Galway's, judging from what you said," Scarlett noted suspiciously. Kathleen admitted that the town of Trim was much, much smaller. Nonetheless, she didn't want to go back to the square. Scarlett grudgingly stopped nagging. The dining room of the railway hotel was known for its fine food and service. 2 liveried waiters seated Kathleen and Scarlett at a large table beside a tall, much-curtained window, then stood behind their chairs to serve them. Colum had to make do with a tail-coated waiter in charge of the table. The O'Haras ordered a dinner of 6 courses, and Scarlett was thoroughly enjoying a delicately sauced cutlet of Galway's famous salmon when she heard music from the square. She pulled back the heavily fringed draperies, the silk curtain beneath them, and the thick lace panel beneath that. "I knew it," she announced. "I knew we should have gone back. They're dancing in the square. Let's go right this minute." "Scarlett, darling, we've only begun to have dinner," Colum argued. Fiddle-dee-dee. We all ate ourselves practically sick on the ship. The last thing we need is another endless dinner. I want to put on my costume and dance." Nothing would dissuade her. "I'm not understanding you at all, Colum," Kathleen said. The two of them were on one of the square's benches near the dancing, in case Scarlett got into any trouble. Wearing a blue skirt over red and yellow petticoats, she was dancing the reel as if she'd been born to it. "What is it you don't understand, then?" "Why are we staying at this fine English hotel like kings and queens at all? And if we're doing it, why could we not eat our fancy dinner? It's the last we'll have, I know that. Couldn't you say to Scarlett, 'No, we'll not go,' as I did?" Colum took her hand in his. "The way of it is this, my little sister. Scarlett is not yet ready for the truth of Ireland, or the O'Haras in it. I hope to make it easier for her. Better she should see wearing Irish garb as a merry adventure than weeping when she learns that her fancy silk trains will get covered with muck. She's meeting Irish people out there in the reel and finding them pleasing for all their rough garments and dirty hands. It's a grand event, though I'd rather be sleeping." "But we go home tomorrow, do we not?" Kathleen's longing throbbed in the question. Colum squeezed her hand. "We go home tomorrow, that I promise you. We'll be in a first-class carriage on the train, though, and you mustn't remark it. Also, I'm putting Scarlett to stay with Molly and Robert, and you're not to say a word." Kathleen spit on the ground. "That for Molly and her Robert. But so long as it's Scarlett with them and not me, I'm willing to keep my tongue." Colum frowned, but not at his sister. Scarlett's current dancing partner was trying to embrace her. Colum had no way of knowing that Scarlett had been an expert since she was 15 at inciting men's attentions and escaping them. He stood up quickly and moved toward the dancing. Before he got there, Scarlett had slipped away from her admirer. She ran to Colum. "Have you come to dance with me at last?" He took her outstretched hands. "I've come to take you away. It's past time to be sleeping." Scarlett sighed. Her flushed face looked bright red under the pink paper lantern hanging over her head. Throughout the square, brightly colored lights swung from all the branches of tall, wide-crowned trees. With the fiddles playing and the thick crowd laughing and calling as they danced, she hadn't heard exactly what Colum said, but his meaning was clear. She knew he was right, too, but she hated to stop dancing. She had never known such intoxicating freedom before, not even on St. Patrick's Day. Her Irish costume was not made to wear with stays, and Kathleen had laced her only enough to keep her corset from falling down to her knees. She could dance forever and never get short of breath. It felt like she wasn't held in at all, not in any way. Colum looked tired, in spite of the pink glow of the lamp. Scarlett smiled and nodded. There would be plenty more dancing. She'd be in Ireland for 2 weeks, until after her grandmother celebrated her 100th birthday, the original Katie Scarlett. I wouldn't miss that party for all the world. This makes much more sense than our trains at home, Scarlett thought, when she saw all the open doors to the individual compartments. How nice to have your own little room instead of sitting in a car with a bunch of strangers. No walking forever in the aisle, either, getting on and off, or people half falling in your lap when they walked past your seat. She smiled happily at Colum and Kathleen. I love your Irish trains. I love everything about Ireland. She settled comfortably in the deep seat, eager to pull out of the station so she could look at the countryside. It was bound to be different from America. Ireland didn't disappoint her. My stars, Colum, she said after they'd been traveling for an hour. This country's positively peppered with castles. There's one on practically every hill, and more in the flat country, too. Why are they all falling down? Why don't people live in them? They're very old for the most part, Scarlett darlin'. 400 years or more. People found more comfortable ways to live. She nodded. That made sense. There must have been a lot of running up and down stairs in the towers. Still, they were awfully romantic. She pressed her nose to the window again. "Oh," she said, "what a shame. My castle watching's over. It's starting to rain." "It will stop," Colum promised. As it did, before they reached the next station. Ballinasloe. Scarlett read the name aloud. "What beautiful names your towns have. What's the name of the place the O'Haras live?" "Adamstown," Colum replied. He laughed at the expression on Scarlett's face. "No, it's not very Irish. I'd change it for you if I could. I'd change it for all of us if I could. But the owner's English, and he'd not like it." "Somebody owns the whole town?" "It's not a town. That's just the English bragging. It's hardly even a village. It was named for the son of the Englishman who first built it. A small gift for Adam, the estate was. It's been inherited since then by his son and grandson and so on. The one that has it now never sees it. He lives mostly in London. It's his agent who manages things." There was a bite of bitterness in Colum's words. Scarlett decided she'd better not ask questions. She contented herself with looking for castles. Just as the train began to slow for the next station, she saw an enormous one that hadn't crumbled at all. Surely somebody lived there. A knight? A prince? "Far from it," said Colum. "It was a military barracks for a regiment of the British Army." "Oh, I've put my foot in it this time for sure," thought Scarlett. Kathleen's cheeks were flaming. "I'll get us some tea," Colum said, when the train stopped. He pulled the window down from the top and leaned out. Kathleen stared at the floor. Scarlett stood next to Colum. It felt good to straighten her knees. "Sit down, Scarlett," he said firmly. She sat. But she could still see the groups of smartly uniformed men on the platform and the shake of Colum's head when he was asked if any seats were vacant in the compartment. What a cool customer he was. No one could see past him because his shoulders filled the window, and there were 3 large empty seats going begging. She'd have to remember that next time she rode an Irish train, just in case Colum wasn't with her. He handed in mugs of tea and a lumpy folded cloth just as the train began to move. "Try an Irish specialty," he said, smiling now. "It's called barmbrack." The rough linen cloth held great slabs of delicious fruit-filled light bread. Scarlett ate Kathleen's, too, and asked Colum if he could get some more for her when they stopped at the next station. "Can you stay hungry another half-hour or so? We'll be getting off the train then, and we can have a proper meal." Scarlett was delighted to agree. The novelty of the train and the castle-peppered views had begun to wear off. She was ready to get wherever it was they were going. But the station sign said Mullingar, not Adamstown. "Poor lamb," Colum said. Hadn't he told her? They could only go part way on the train. After they ate their dinner, they'd make the rest of the journey by road. It was only 20 miles or so. They'd be home before dark. 20 miles? Why, that was as far from Atlanta to Jonesboro. It would take ages, and they'd already been on the train for practically 6 hours. It took all her will to smile pleasantly when Colum introduced his friend Jim Daly. Daly wasn't even good-looking. His wagon was, however. It had tall wheels painted bright red and glossy blue sides with J. Daly on them in bold gilt. "Whatever business he's in," thought Scarlett, "he's doing well at it." Jim Daly's business was a bar and a brewery. Even though she was landlord to a saloon, Scarlett had never been in it. It made her feel pleasantly wicked to be entering the malty-smelling large room. She looked curiously at the long, polished oak bar, but she had no time to take in the details before Daly opened another door and ushered her through it into a hallway. The O'Haras were having dinner with him and his family in their private quarters above the public house. It was a good dinner, but she might just as well have been in Savannah. There was nothing strange or foreign about leg of lamb with mint sauce and mashed potatoes, and all the talk was about the Savannah O'Haras, their health and their doings. Jim Daly's mother, it turned out, was another O'Hara cousin. Scarlett couldn't tell that she was in Ireland at all, much less right upstairs over a saloon. No one of the Dalys seemed very interested in her opinion about anything either. They were all too busy talking among themselves. Things improved after dinner. Jim Daly insisted on taking her on his arm for a walk to see the sights of Mullingar. Colum and Kathleen followed them. Not that there's all that much to see, Scarlett thought. It's a poky little town, just one street and 5 times as many bars as shops, but it does feel good to stretch my legs. The town square wasn't half the size of Galway's, and nothing was happening in it at all. A young woman with a black shawl over her head and breast came up to them with one cupped hand held forward. "God bless you, sir and lady," she whined. Jim dropped a few coins into her hand, and she repeated the blessing while she curtsied. Scarlett was appalled. Why, that girl was begging, bold as brass. She certainly wouldn't have given her anything. There wasn't any reason the girl couldn't go out and work for a living. She looked healthy enough. There was an outburst of laughter, and Scarlett turned to see what caused it. A group of soldiers had entered the square from a side street. One of them was teasing the begging woman by holding a coin out to her, higher than she could reach. Brute! But what can she expect if she's going to make a spectacle of herself, begging on a public street? And from soldiers, too. Anybody would know that they'd be coarse and rude. Although she had to admit, you could hardly credit that bunch as soldiers. They looked more like big toys for a little boy in those silly fancy uniforms. Obviously, they did no more soldiering than marching in parades on holidays. Thank heavens there weren't any real soldiers in Ireland, like the Yankees. No snakes, and no Yankees. The soldier threw the coin into a filthy, scum-coated puddle and laughed again with his friends. Scarlett saw Kathleen's 2 hands grab Colum's arm. He pulled away and walked over to the soldiers and the beggar. Oh, Lord, what if he started lecturing them about being good Christians? Colum pushed up his sleeve, and she caught her breath. He looks so much like Pa. Is he going to wade in fighting? Colum knelt on the cobbled square and fished the coin out of the noisome puddle. Scarlett let her breath out in a slow, relieved hiss. She wouldn't for a minute worry about Colum holding his own against one of those sissy breeches soldiers, but 5 might just be too much even for an O'Hara. What did he have to make such a fuss over a beggar woman's problems for anyhow? Colum stood, his back turned to the soldiers. They were visibly uncomfortable at the turn their joke had taken. When Colum took the woman's arm and led her away, they turned in the opposite direction and walked quickly to the next corner. Well, that's that, and no harm done, thought Scarlett, except to the knees of Colum's breeches. I suppose they get plenty of wear and tear anyhow, him being a priest and all. Funny, I forget that most of the time. If Kathleen hadn't dragged me out of bed at dawn, I wouldn't have remembered we had to go to Mass before we took the train. The balance of the town tour was very brief. There were no boats to be seen on the Royal Canal, and Scarlett wasn't interested in the slightest by Jim Daly's enthusiasm for traveling to Dublin that way instead of by train. Why should she care about getting to Dublin? She wanted to be on the way to Adamstown. Before long, she got her wish. There was a small, shabby carriage outside Jim Daly's bar when they got back. An aproned man in shirt sleeves was loading their trunks on the top of it. The valises were already strapped on the back. If Scarlett's trunk weighed much less now than it had at the depot when Jim Daly and Colum put it in Daly's wagon, no one mentioned it. When the trunks were secure, the shirt-sleeved man disappeared into the bar. He returned wearing a coachman's caped coat and top hat. "Name's Jim, too," he said briefly. "Let's be going." Scarlett stepped up and took a seat on the far side. Kathleen sat beside her, Colum opposite. "May God travel your road with you," called the Dalys. Scarlett and Kathleen waved their handkerchiefs out the window. Colum unbuttoned his coat and took off his hat. "I cannot speak for anyone else here, but I'm going to try to sleep a bit," he said. "I hope you ladies will excuse my feet." He removed his boots and stretched out, his stocking feet on the seat between Scarlett and Kathleen. They looked at each other, then bent to unlace their boots. Within minutes, they too were settled with their hatless heads resting against the corners of the carriage and their feet flanking Colum. "Oh, if only I had on my Galway costume, I'd be as snug as a bug," Scarlett thought. One gold-filled corset stay was stabbing her in the ribs, no matter how she arranged herself. Nevertheless, she drifted quickly and easily into sleep. She woke once when rain began to spatter on the window, but soon the soft sound of it lulled her back to sleep. The next time she woke, the sun was shining. "Are we there?" she asked sleepily. "No, we've a way to go yet," Colum replied. Scarlett looked out and clapped her hands at what she saw. "Oh, look at all the flowers. I could reach out and pick one. Colum, open the window, do. I'll get a bouquet." "We'll open it when we stop. The wheels stir up too much dust." "But I want some of those flowers." "'Tis only a hedgerow, Scarlett, darling. You'll have the same all the way home." "This side, too, you see?" Kathleen said. It was true, Scarlett saw. The unknown vine and its bright pink flowers were barely an arm's length away from Kathleen, too. What a wonderful way to travel with walls of flowers on both sides of you. When Colum's eyes closed, she slowly let the window down. Chapter 49. "We'll be reaching Ratharney soon," Colum said. "Then a few more miles and we're in County Meath." Kathleen sighed happily. Scarlett's eyes sparkled. County Meath. Pa talked like it was paradise, and I guess I can see why. She sniffed the sweet afternoon through the open window, a blend of faint perfume from the pink flowers, a rich country smell of sun-warmed grass from the invisible fields beyond the thick hedgerows, and a pungent herbal tang from within the hedgerows themselves. If only he could be here with me, it would be perfect. I'll just have to enjoy it twice as much for him as well as me. She inhaled deeply and caught a hint of the freshness of water in the air. "I think it's going to rain again," she said. "It won't last," Colum promised, "and everything will smell the sweeter when it's past." Ratharney came and went so quickly that Scarlett hardly saw anything. 1 minute there was the hedgerow, then it was gone, and solid wall was in its place, and she was looking through the carriage window and another open window the same size, with a face in it looking out at her. She was still trying to get over the shock of the stranger's eyes appearing from nowhere when the carriage rattled past the last of the row of buildings, and the hedgerow was back again. They had not even slowed their pace. It slowed very soon. The road had begun to wind in sharp, short bends. Scarlett had her head halfway through the window, trying to look at the road ahead. "Are we in County Meath yet, Colum?" "Very soon." They passed a tiny cottage, moving at hardly more than a walk, so Scarlett had a good look. She smiled and waved at the red-haired little girl who was standing inside the door. The child smiled in return. Her front milk teeth were gone, and the gap gave her smile a special charm. Everything about the cottage charmed Scarlett. It was made of stone, and the walls were bright white with small square windows, their frames painted red. The door was red also, and divided in half, with the top half open into the house. The child's head reached barely above the half door. Beyond it, Scarlett could see a brightly burning fire in a shadowy room. Best of all, the cottage was topped by a straw roof, and the roof made scallops where it met the house. It was like a picture from a fairy tale. She turned to smile at Colum. If that little girl had blonde hair, I'd expect to see the 3 bears any minute. She could tell from Colum's expression that he didn't know what she was talking about. Goldilocks, silly. He shook his head. My grief, Colum, it's a fairy tale. Don't you have fairy tales in Ireland? Kathleen began to laugh. Colum grinned. Scarlett, darling, he said, I don't know about your fairy tales or your bears, but if it's fairies you're wanting, sure you've come to the right place. Ireland is teeming with fairies. Colum, be serious. But I am serious. And you'll have to learn about the fairies, or you might get in fearful trouble. Most of them, mind you, are no more than a small nuisance. And there are those, like the shoemaker leprechaun, that every man would like to have a meeting with. The carriage had stopped suddenly. Colum put his head out the window. When he was back inside, he was no longer smiling. He reached across Scarlett and seized the leather strap that moved the window. With a rapid pull, he raised the glass. Sit very still, and don't speak to anyone. He said in a harsh undertone, Keep her still, Kathleen. He thrust his feet into his boots, and his fingers were quick with the lacing. What is it? Scarlett asked. Hush, said Kathleen. Colum opened the door, grabbed his hat, stepped down into the road and closed the door. His face was like gray stone as he walked away. Kathleen? Hush! It's important, Scarlett. Be quiet. There was a dull, reverberating thudding sound, and the leather walls of the carriage vibrated. Even through the closed windows, Scarlett and Kathleen could hear the loud, clipped words shouted by a man somewhere in front of them. You, driver, move along. This is no entertainment for you to gawp at. And you, priest, get back in your box and out of here. Kathleen's hand closed around Scarlett's. The carriage rocked on its springs and moved slowly toward the right side of the narrow road. The stiff branches and thorns of the hedgerow tore at the thick leather. Kathleen moved away from the rasp on the window and closer to Scarlett. There was another thud, and both of them jerked. Scarlett's hand tightened on Kathleen's. What was going on? As the carriage edged along, they came upon another cottage, identical to the one Scarlett had thought idyllic for Goldilocks. Standing in the fully opened door was a black-uniformed, gold-braid-trimmed soldier who was placing 2 small 3-legged stools atop a table outside the door. To the left of the door there was a uniformed officer on a skittish bay horse, and to the right of it was Colum. He was talking quietly to a small weeping woman. Her black shawl had slipped from her head, and her red hair was straggling over her shoulders and cheeks. She held a baby in her arms. Scarlett could see its blue eyes and the russet down on its round head. A little girl who might have been the twin of the smiling child at the half-door was sobbing into the mother's apron. Both mother and child were barefooted. A straggle of soldiers stood in the center of the road near a huge tripod of tree trunks. A 4th trunk hung, swaying, from ropes attached to the tripod's apex. "Move on, Paddy," an officer shouted. The carriage creaked and tore along the hedgerow. Scarlett could feel Kathleen trembling. Something terrible was happening here. That poor woman. She looks like she's about to faint, or go stark crazy. I hope Colum can help her. The woman dropped to her knees. My lord, she's fainting. She'll drop the baby. Scarlett reached for the door latch, and Kathleen grabbed her arm. Kathleen, let me... Quiet, for the love of God, quiet. The desperate urgency in Kathleen's whisper made Scarlett stop. What on earth? Scarlett watched, disbelieving her own eyes. The weeping mother was clutching Colum's hand, kissing it. Above her head he made the sign of the cross. Then he raised her to her feet. He touched the head of the baby and of the little girl, and with his 2 hands on her shoulders, he turned the mother to face away from her cottage. The carriage moved on slowly, and the dull, heavy thudding began again behind them. They began to move away from the hedgerow, into the road, then into the center of it. "Driver, stop!" Scarlett shouted before Kathleen could stop her. They were leaving Colum behind, and she couldn't allow that to happen. "Don't, Scarlett, don't," Kathleen begged. But Scarlett had the door open even before the carriage ceased moving. She scrambled down to the road and back toward the noise, oblivious of her fashionable trailing skirts dragging through the thin mud. The sight and sound that met her eyes and ears halted her, and she cried out in shocked protest. The swinging tree trunk battered the cottage walls again, and its front collapsed inward, shattering windows, showering bright bits of clean polished glass. Red window frames fell into the dust raised by the tumbling white stones, and the 2-part red door folded upon itself. The noise was horrendous, grinding, crashing, shrieking like a live thing. For a moment, then, silence followed, and then another sound, a crackling that became a roar, and the thick, smothering smell of smoke. Scarlett saw the torches in the hands of 3 soldiers, the flames that were eating hungrily into the straw thatch of the roof. She thought of Sherman's army, of the scorched walls and chimneys of 12 Oaks, of Dunmore Landing, and she moaned with grief and with terror. Where was Colum? Oh, dear heaven, what happened to him? His dark-suited form stepped hurriedly from the dark smoke that was billowing across the road. "Move on," he shouted to Scarlett, "back to the carriage." Before she could break the trance of horror that held her fixed in place, Colum was beside her, his hand clasping her arm. "Come along, Scarlett, darling, don't tarry," he said with controlled urgency. "We must be going home now." The carriage lurched off with all the speed the horses could manage on the winding road. Scarlett was tossed from side to side between the closed window and Kathleen, but she barely noticed. She was still shaking from the strange and terrible experience. It was only when the carriage slowed to a quietly creaking movement that her heart stopped pounding and she could catch her breath. "What was going on back there?" she asked. Her voice sounded odd to her. "The poor woman was being evicted," said Kathleen sharply, "and Colum was comforting her. You shouldn't have interfered like that, Scarlett. You might have caused trouble for us all." "Softly now, Kathleen. You mustn't be scolding so," Colum said. "There was no way for Scarlett to know, being from America." Scarlett wanted to protest that she knew worse, much worse, but she stopped herself. She wanted more urgently to understand. Why was she being evicted? She asked instead. "They didn't have the rent money," Colum explained. "And the worst of it is, her husband tried to stop the process when the militia came the first time. He hit a soldier, and they took him off to jail, leaving her with the little ones and afraid for him besides." "That's sad. She looks so pitiful. What will she do, Colum?" "She's a sister in a cottage along the road not too far. I sent her there." Scarlett relaxed somewhat. It was pitiful. The poor woman was so distraught. Still, she'd be all right. Her sister must be in the Goldilocks cottage, and that wasn't far. And after all, people really did have an obligation to pay their rent. She'd find a new saloon keeper and nothing flat if her tenant tried to hold out on her. As for the husband hitting the soldier, that was just unforgivable. He must have known he'd go to jail for it. He should have given some mind to his wife before he did such a stupid thing. But why did they destroy the house? To keep the tenants from going back to live in it. Scarlett said the first thing that came into her head, how silly! The owner could have rented it to somebody else. Colum looked tired. He doesn't want to rent it at all. There's a little piece of land goes with it, and he's doing the thing they call organizing his property. He'll put it all in grazing and send the fattened cattle to market. That's why he raised all the rents past paying. He's no longer interested in farming the land. The husband knew it was coming. They all know once it starts. They've got months of waiting before they've got nothing left to sell to raise the rent money. It's those months that build up the anger in a man and make him try to win with his fists. For the women, it's despair that tears at them, seeing their man's defeat. That poor creature with her babe on her breast was trying to put her little body and bones between the ram and her man's cottage. It was all he had to make him feel like a man. Scarlett couldn't think of anything to say. She'd had no idea things like that could happen. It was so mean. The Yankees were worse, but that had been war, not destruction so that a bunch of cows could have more grass. The poor woman, why, that could have been Maureen holding Jackie when he was a baby. Are you sure she'll go to her sister's? She agreed to it, and she's not the kind to lie to a priest. She'll be all right then, won't she? Colum smiled. Don't worry, Scarlett darling. She'll be all right. Until the sister's farm is organized. Kathleen's voice was hoarse. Rain spattered, then poured down the windows. Water sheeted the inside of the carriage near Kathleen's head, gushing through a rip torn by the hedgerow. Will you give me your big handkerchief then, Colum, to stuff this peephole with? Kathleen said with a laugh. And will you say a priestly prayer for the sun to return? How could she be so cheerful after all that, and with that huge leak on top of everything else? And for goodness sake, Colum was actually laughing with her. The carriage was going faster, much faster. The driver must be crazy. Nobody could possibly see through a downpour like this, and the road was so narrow, too, and full of curves. They'd tear 10,000 leaks open. Do you not feel the eagerness coming over Jim Daly's grand horses, Scarlett darling? They think they're on a race course. But I know a racing stretch like this could only be found in County Meath. We're nearing home for sure. I'd better tell you about the little people before you meet a leprechaun and don't know who you're talking to. Suddenly there was sunlight slanting low through the rain-wet windows, turning drops of water into shards of rainbow. There's something unnatural about rain 1 minute and sun the next, and then rain again, Scarlett thought. She looked away from the rainbows toward Colum. You saw the mockery of them in Savannah's parade, Colum began. And I tell you it's a good thing for all who saw it that there are no leprechauns in America, because their wrath would have been terrible, and would have called in all their fairy kinfolk for taking the revenge. In Ireland, however, where they're given proper respect, they bother no one if no one bothers them. They find a pleasant spot and settle themselves there to ply their trade of cobbler. Not as a group, mind you, for the leprechaun is a solitary, but one in one place, another in another, and so on until, if you listen to enough tales, you could come to count on finding one by every stream and stone in the country. You know he's there by the tap, tap, tap of his hammer, tacking on the sole and heel of the shoe. Then if you creep as quiet as a caterpillar, you may catch him unaware. Some say you must hold him in your grip by an arm or an ankle, but for the most part there's general agreement that fixing your gaze on him is sufficient for the capture. He'll beg you to let him go, but you must refuse. He'll promise you your heart's desire, but he's notorious for lying, and you must not believe him. He'll threaten some great woe, but he cannot harm you, so you disdain his blustering. And in the end he'll be forced to buy his freedom with the treasure he has concealed in a safe hidden spot nearby. Such a treasure it is, too. A crock of gold, not looking like much, perhaps, to the uneducated eye, but the crock is made with great and deceptive leprechaun cunning, and there's no bottom to it. So you may take out and take alt gold to the end of your days, and there'll always be more. All this he'll give, just to be set free. He likes not company so much. Solitary is his nature at any cost. But fearful cunning is his nature, too, so much so that he outwits almost all who capture him by distracting the attention. And if your grip eases or your eye looks away, he's gone in an instant, and you're none the richer save for a story to tell of your adventure. It doesn't sound hard for me for a person to hold on or keep staring if it means getting the treasure, Scarlett said. That story doesn't make sense. Colum laughed. Practical and businesslike, Scarlett, darling. You're just the sort the little people delight in tricking. They can count on doing what they like because you'd never credit them as the cause. If you were strolling through a lane and heard a tapping, you'd never bother to stop and look. I would so, if I believed that kind of nonsense. There you are, then. You don't believe, and you wouldn't stop. Fiddle-dee, Colum, I see what you're doing. You're putting the fault on me for not catching something that's not there in the first place. She was beginning to get angry. Word games and mind games were too slippery, and they served no purpose. She didn't notice that Colum had turned her attention away from the eviction. Have you told Scarlett about Molly yet, Colum? Kathleen asked. She has a right to a warning, I would say. Scarlett forgot all about leprechauns. She understood gossip and relished it. Who's Molly? She's the first of the Adamstown O'Haras you'll meet, said Colum, and a sister to Kathleen and me. Half-sister, Kathleen corrected, and that's a half too much by my thinking. Tell, Scarlett encouraged. The telling took so long that the trip was almost over when it was done. But Scarlett wasn't conscious of the time or the miles going by. She was hearing about her own family. Colum and Kathleen were also half-brother and sister, she learned. Their father, Patrick, who was one of Gerald O'Hara's older brothers, had married 3 times. The children by his first wife included Jamie, who'd gone to Savannah, and Molly, who was, said Colum, a great beauty. When she was young, maybe, according to Kathleen. After his first wife died, Patrick married the second wife, Colum's mother. And after her death, he married Kathleen's mother, who was also the mother of Stephen. The silent one, Scarlett commented silently. There were 10 O'Hara cousins for her to meet in Adamstown, some with children and even grandchildren of their own. Patrick, God rest his soul, was dead these 15 years, come November 11th. In addition, there was her Uncle Daniel, who was still living, and his children and grandchildren. Of them, Matt and Gerald were in Savannah, but 6 had stayed in Ireland. I'll never get them all straight, Scarlett said with apprehension. She still got some of the O'Hara children in Savannah confused. Colum's starting you out easy, Kathleen said. Molly's house has no O'Haras in it at all, save her, and she'd just as soon deny her own name. Colum, with Kathleen's acid commentary, explained about Molly. She was married to a man named Robert Donahue, a warm man in material terms, with a prosperous big farm of 100 and some acres. He was what the Irish called a strong farmer. Molly had first worked in the Donahue kitchen as a cook. When Donahue's wife died, Molly became, after a suitable time of mourning, his second wife and stepmother to his 4 children. There were 5 children of this second marriage, the eldest of them very big and healthy for all that he was nearly 3 months early. But they were all grown now and gone to homes of their own. Molly was not devoted to her O'Hara kinfolk, Colum said neutrally, and Kathleen snorted, but that was perhaps because her husband was their landlord. Robert Donahue rented acreage in addition to his own farm. He sublet a smaller farm to the O'Haras. Colum began to enumerate and name Robert's children and grandchildren, but by this time Scarlett had already started dismissing the overwhelming onslaught of names and ages as the begats. She paid no attention until he spoke about her own grandmother. Old Katie Scarlett still lives in the cottage her husband built for her when they married in 1789. Nothing will persuade her to move. My father and Kathleen's married first in 1815 and took his bride to live in the crowded cottage. When the children started coming, he built nearby a grand big place with room to grow in and with a warm bed by the fire, especially for his mother in her old age. But the old one will have none of it. So Sean, he lives in the cottage with our grandmother and the girls, like Kathleen here. Do for them. When there's no escaping it, Kathleen added, grandmother needs no doing for, really, except to pass with a broom and the dust cloth. But Sean goes out of his way to find mud to track in on a clean floor, and the mending that man creates. He can go through a new shirt before the buttons are hardly sewed on. Sean's the brother to Molly and only a half to us. He's a poor model of a man, nearly as nothing as Timothy, though he's a full 20 years older and more. Scarlett's brain was reeling. She didn't dare ask who Timothy was, for fear of having another dozen names thrown at her. In any case, there wasn't time. Colum opened the window and shouted up to the driver, "Haul up, Jim, if you please, and I'll get out and join you on the box. We'll be turning into a lane just ahead. I'll need to show you the way." Kathleen caught his sleeve. "Oh, Colum, darling, say I can get down with you and make my own way home. I can't wait longer. Scarlett won't mind riding along to Molly's, will you, Scarlett?" She smiled at Scarlett with such shining hope that Scarlett would have agreed even if she hadn't wanted a few minutes by herself. She wasn't about to go to the house of the O'Hara family beauty, no matter how faded, without spitting on a handkerchief and wiping the dust off her face and her boots. Then some toilet water from the silver vial in her purse, and some powder, and maybe just a very, very small touch of rouge. Chapter 50. The lane to Molly's house ran through the center of a small apple orchard. Twilight tinted the airy blossoms mauve against the dark blue low sky. Streaked ribbon beds of primroses edged the angularity of the square house. Everything was very tidy, inside as well. The rigid horsehair suite of furniture in the parlor wore antimacassars. Each table was covered with a starched white lace-edged cloth. The coal fire was ashless in the brightly polished brass grate. Molly herself was impeccable in dress and in manner. Her burgundy gown was trimmed with dozens of silver buttons, all gleaming. Her dark hair was shining and neatly coiled beneath a delicate white cap of drawn work with lace lappets. She offered her right cheek and then her left for Colum's kiss and expressed 1,000 welcomes to another O'Hara when Scarlett was presented. And she didn't even know I was coming. Scarlett was favorably impressed, in spite of Molly's undeniable beauty. She had the most velvety, clear skin Scarlett had ever seen, and her bright blue eyes were free of shadows or pouches. Hardly any crow's feet either, and not a line worth mentioning except from her nose to her mouth, and even girls can have those. Scarlett summed up in her rapid appraisal. Colum must have been mistaken. Molly couldn't possibly be in her 50s. "I'm so happy to meet you, Molly, and just too grateful for words that you're going to put me up in your lovely house." Scarlett gushed. Not that the house was all that much. Clean as fresh paint, granted. But the parlor wasn't any bigger than the smallest bedroom in her Peachtree Street house. "My grief, Colum! How could you have gone off and left me there all by myself?" she complained the next day. "That awful Robert is the most boring man in the world, talking about his cows, for pity's sake, and how much milk every one of them gives. I felt like I was going to start mooing before we finished eating dinner, as they told me about 58 times, not supper. What on earth difference does it make? In Ireland, the English have dinner in the evening, the Irish have supper. But they're not English. They have aspirations. Robert had a glass of whiskey once in the big house with the Earl's agent when he was paying the rents." "Colum, you're joking." "I'm laughing, Scarlett, darling, but I'm not joking. Don't worry yourself about it. What matters is, was your bed comfortable?" "I suppose so. I could have slept on corn cobs, I was so tired. It feels good to be walking, I must say. That was a long ride yesterday. Is it far to grandmother's place?" "A quarter mile, no more, by this boreen." "Boreen. What pretty words you've got for things. We'd say track for a skinny little path like this. It wouldn't have these hedgerows either. I think I'll try the matera instead of some of the fences. How long does it take to get them this thick?" "It depends on what kind of planting you use for the foundation. What kind of shrubs grow in Clayton County? Or do you have a tree you can prune low?" Colum was surprisingly well informed about growing things, for a priest, Scarlett thought, as he explained and demonstrated the art of creating a hedgerow. But he had a lot to learn about measurements. The narrow, twisting path was much longer than a quarter mile. They emerged suddenly into a clearing. Ahead of them was a thatched cottage, its white walls and small blue-framed windows fresh and bright. A thick stream of smoke painted a pale line across the sunny blue sky from the low chimney in the roof, and a calico cat was sleeping on the blue sill of one of the open windows. "It's adorable, Colum. How do people keep their cottages so white? Is it all the rain?" It had showered 3 times during the night, Scarlett knew, and that was only in the hours before she went to sleep. The muddiness of the boreen made her think there might have been more. "The wet helps a bit," Colum said with a smile. He was pleased with her for not complaining about what the walk was doing to her hems and her boots. "But really, it's that you're visiting at a good time. We do our buildings twice a year without fail, for Christmas and for Easter, inside and out, whitewash and paint. Will we go see if grandmother's not dozing?" "I'm nervous," Scarlett confessed. She didn't say why. In fact, she was afraid of what a person looked like who was almost 100 years old. Suppose it turned her stomach to look at her own grandmother. What would she do? "We'll not stay long," said Colum, as if he read her mind. "Kathleen's expecting us for a cup of tea." Scarlett followed him around the cottage to the front. The top half of the blue door was open, but she couldn't see anything inside except shadows, and there was a strange smell, earthy and sort of sour. It made her nose wrinkle. Was that what very old age smelled like? "Are you sniffing the peat fire then, Scarlett, darling? You're smelling the true warm heart of Ireland. Molly's coal fire is naught but more Englishness. It's the turf burning that means home. Maureen told me she dreams of it some nights and wakes with a heart full of longing. I mean to take her a few bricks when we go back to Savannah." Scarlett inhaled curiously. It was a funny smell, like smoke, but not really. She followed Colum through the low doorway into the cottage, blinking to adjust her eyes to the dark interior. "And is that you at last, Colum O'Hara? Why, I want to know, have you brought Molly to see me when Bridie promised me the gift of my own Gerald's girl?" Her voice was thin and cantankerous. but not cracked or weak. Relief and a kind of wonder filled Scarlett's being. This was Pa's mother that he'd told about so many times. She pushed past Colum and went to kneel beside the old woman, who was sitting in a wooden armchair next to the chimney. "I'm Gerald's girl, Grandmother. He named me after you, Katie Scarlett." The original Katie Scarlett was small and brown, her skin darkened by nearly a century of open air and sun and rain. Her face was round like an apple, and withered like an apple kept too long. But the faded blue eyes were unclouded and penetrating. A thick wool shawl of bright blue lay across her shoulders, across her breast, the fringed ends in her lap. Her thin white hair was covered by a knitted red cap. "Let me look at you, girl," she said. Her leathery fingers lifted Scarlett's chin. "By all the saints, he told the truth. You've got eyes green as a cat's." She crossed herself rapidly. "Where did they come from, I'd like to know? I thought Gerald must be drink taken when he wrote me such a tale. Tell me, young Katie Scarlett, was your dear mother a witch?" Scarlett laughed. "She was more like a saint, Grandmother." "Is that so? And married to my Gerald? The wonder of it all. Or maybe it's that being married to him made a saint of her with all the tribulation of it. Tell me, did he stay quarrelsome to the end of his days, God rest his soul?" "I'm afraid so, Grandmother." The fingers pushed her away. "Afraid, is it? It's grateful I am. I prayed America wouldn't ruin him. Colum, you'll light a candle of thanksgiving for me in the church." "That I will." The old eyes scrutinized Scarlett again. "You meant no ill, Katie Scarlett. I'll forgive you." She smiled suddenly, eyes first. The small pursed lips spread into a smile of heart-breaking tenderness. There was not a tooth in the rose-petal pink gums. "I'll order another candle for the blessing granted me of seeing you with me own eyes before I go to my grave." Scarlett's eyes filled with tears. "Thank you, Grandmother." "Not at all, not at all," said old Katie Scarlett. "Take her away, Colum. I'm ready for my rest now." She closed her eyes, and her chin dropped onto her warm, shawled chest. Colum touched Scarlett's shoulder. "We'll go." Kathleen ran out through the open red door of the cottage nearby, sending the hens in the yard scattering and complaining. "Welcome to the house, Scarlett," she cried joyfully. "Tea's in the pot stewing, and there's a fresh loaf of barmbrack for your pleasure." Scarlett was amazed again at the change in Kathleen. She looked so happy and so strong. She was wearing what Scarlett still thought of as a costume, an ankle-high brown skirt over blue and yellow petticoats. Her skirt was pulled up on one side and tucked into the top of the homespun apron that was tied around her waist, showing the bright petticoats. Scarlett owned no gown as becoming. But why, she wondered, was Kathleen bare-legged and barefooted when striped stockings would have finished off the outfit? She had thought about asking Kathleen to come over to Molly's to stay. Even if Kathleen made no bones about her dislike for her half-sister, she should be able to put up with her for 10 days, and Scarlett really needed her. Molly had a parlor maid who acted as lady's maid as well, but the girl was hopeless at arranging hair. But this Kathleen, happy at home and sure of herself, was not someone who jumped to do her bidding, Scarlett could tell. There was no point in even hinting at the move. She'd just have to make do with the clumsy chignon or wear a snood. She swallowed a sigh and went into the house. It was so small. Bigger than Grandmother's cottage, but still too small for a family. Where did they all sleep? The outside door led directly to the kitchen, a room twice the size of the kitchen in the small cottage, but only half the size of Scarlett's bedroom in Atlanta. The most noticeable thing in the room was the big stone fireplace in the center of the right-hand wall. Perilously steep stairs rose up to an opening high in the wall to the left of the chimney. A door to its right led to another room. "Take a chair by the fire," Kathleen urged. There was a low turf fire directly on the stone floor inside the chimney. The same worked stone extended outward, flooring the kitchen. It gleamed pale from scrubbing, and the smell of soap mingled with the sharp aroma of the burning peat. "My soul," Scarlett thought, "my family's really very poor. Why on earth did Kathleen cry her eyes out to come back to this?" She forced a smile and sat down in the Windsor chair Kathleen had pushed forward to the hearth. In the hours that followed, Scarlett saw for herself why Kathleen had found the space and relative luxury of life in Savannah an inadequate replacement for life in the small whitewashed thatched cottage in County Meath. The O'Haras in Savannah had created a sort of island of happiness, populated by themselves, reproducing the life they'd known in Ireland. Here was the original. A steady succession of heads and voices appeared in the open top half of the door, calling out, "God bless all here," followed by the invitation to "come in and sit by the fire," and then by the entrance of the owners of the voices. Women, girls, children, boys, men, babies came and went in overlapping ones, twos, threes. The musical Irish voices greeted Scarlett and welcomed her, greeted Kathleen and welcomed her home again, all with a warmth so heartfelt that Scarlett could all but hold it in her hand. It was as different from the formal world of paying and receiving calls as day differs from night. People told her they were related, and how. Men and women told her stories about her father, reminiscences from older ones, events told them by their parents or grandparents, repeated by younger ones. She could see Gerald O'Hara's face in so many of the faces around the hearth, hear his voice in their voices. "It's like Pa was here himself," she thought. "I can see how he must have been when he was young, when he was here." There was the gossip of the village and town to catch Kathleen up on, told and retold as people came and went, so that before long Scarlett felt that she knew the blacksmith and the priest, and the man who kept the bar, and the woman whose hen was laying a double yolk egg almost every day. When Father Danaher's bald head appeared in the doorway, it seemed the most natural thing in the world. And when he came in, she looked automatically, with everyone else, as if his cassock had been mended, yet where the rough corner on the gate to the churchyard had torn it. "It's like the county used to be," she thought. "Everybody knows everybody, and knows everybody's business. But smaller, closer, more comfortable somehow." What she was hearing and sensing without recognizing it was that the tiny world she was seeing was kinder than any she had ever known. She knew only that she was enjoying being in it very much. "This is the best vacation a person could possibly have. I'll have so much to tell Rhett. Maybe we'll come back together sometime. He's always thought nothing of going off to Paris or London at the drop of a hat. Of course, we couldn't live like this. It's too peasant. But it's so quaint and charming and fun. Tomorrow I'm going to wear my Galway clothes when I come over to see everybody, and no corset at all. Shall I put on the yellow petticoat with the blue skirt, or would the red?" In the distance, a bell tolled, and the young girl in the red skirt, who was showing her baby's first teeth to Kathleen, jumped up from her seat on a low three-legged stool. "The Angelus! Who'd have believed I could let my Kevin come home and no dinner on the fire? Take some of the stew then, Mary Helen. We've got too much. Didn't Thomas greet me when I came home with 4 fat rabbits he'd snared?" In less than a minute, Mary Helen was on her way with her baby on her hip and the napkin-covered bowl in her arm. "You'll help me pull out the table column? The men will be coming to dinner. I don't know where Bridie's got to." One by one, close on the heels of the one before, the men of the cottage came in from their work in the fields. Scarlett met her father's brother Daniel, a tall, vigorous, spare, angular man of 80, and his sons. There were 4 of them, aged 20 to 44, plus, she remembered, Matt and Gerald in Savannah. The house must have been like this when Pa was young, him and his big brothers. Colum looked so astonishingly short, even seated at table, in the midst of the big O'Hara men. The missing Bridie ran through the door just as Kathleen was ladling stew into blue and white bowls. Bridie was wet. Her shirt clung to her arms, and her hair dripped down her back. Scarlett looked through the door, but the sun was shining. "Did you tumble into a well then, Bridie?" asked the youngest brother, the one named Timothy. He was glad to deflect attention away from himself. His brothers had been teasing him about his weakness for an unnamed girl they referred to only as Golden Hair. "I was washing myself in the river," Bridie said. Then she began to eat, ignoring the uproar caused by her statement. Even Colum, who rarely criticized, raised his voice and banged the table. "Look at me and not the rabbit, Bridget O'Hara. Do you not know the Boyne claims a life every mile of its length every year?" The Boyne. "Is that the same Boyne as the Battle of the Boyne, Colum?" Scarlett asked. The whole table fell silent. "Pa must have told me about that 100 times. He said the O'Haras lost all their lands because of it." Bowls and spoons resumed their clatter. "It is, and we did," Colum said. "But the river continued in its course. It marks the boundary of this land. I'll show it to you if you want to see, but not if you're thinking of using it like a washtub. Bridget, you've got better sense. What possessed you?" "Kathleen told me Cousin Scarlett was coming, and Eileen told me a lady's maid must be washed every day before she touches the lady's clothes or her hair, so I went to wash." She looked full at Scarlett for the first time. "It's my intention to please, so you'll take me back to America with you?" Her blue eyes were solemn, her soft, rounded chin thrust out with determination. Scarlett liked the look of her. There'd be no homesick tears from Bridie, she was sure. But she could only use her until the trip was over. No Southerner ever had a white maid. She looked for the right words to tell the girl. Colum did it for her. "It was already decided you'd go to Savannah with us, Bridie, so you could have avoided risking your life." "Hoorah!" Bridie shouted. Then she blushed crimson. "I'll not be so rowdy when I'm in service," she said earnestly to Scarlett. And to Colum, "I was only at the ford, Colum, where the water's barely to the knee. I'm not such a fool as all that." "We'll find out just what manner of fool you are, then," Colum said. He was smiling again. "Scarlett will have the task of telling you what a lady's needs might be, but you'll not be after her for schooling before it's the hour to depart. There's 2 weeks and a day you'll be sharing quarters on the ship. Time enough to learn all you're able to learn. Bide your time till then. With Kathleen in the house, you're better and your duty." Bridie sighed heavily. "It's a mountain of burden, being the youngest." Everyone hooted her loudly, except Daniel, who spoke not at all throughout the meal. When it was over, he pushed back his chair and stood. "The ditching's best done in this dry spell," he said. "Finish your meal and get back to your labours." He bowed ceremoniously to Scarlett. "Young Katie Scarlett O'Hara, you honour my house, and I bid you welcome. Your father was greatly loved, and his absence has been a stone in my breast for all these 50 years, and more." She was too surprised to say a word. By the time she thought of something, Daniel was out of sight behind the barn, on his way to his fields. Colum pushed back his chair, then moved it near the hearth. "There's no way for you to know it, Scarlett darlin', but you've made your mark on this house. That's the first time I've heard Daniel O'Hara use words on anything that hadn't to do with the farm. You'd better watch your step, or the widows and spinsters of the region will buy a spell to lay on you. Daniel's a widower, you know, and could use a new wife. Colum, he's an old man. And isn't his mother still thriving at 100? He's got plenty of good years left. You'd better remind him you've got a husband back home. Maybe I'll remind my husband that he's not the only man in the world. I'll tell him he's got a rival in Ireland. The thought made her smile, Rhett jealous of an Irish farmer. But why not, really? One of these days she might just mention it, not saying that it was her uncle or that he was old as the hills. Oh, she was going to have a fine time when she had Rhett where she wanted him. An unexpected pang of longing struck her like a physical pain. She wouldn't tease him about Daniel O'Hara or anything else. All she wanted was to be with him, to love him, to have this baby for them both to love. Colum's right about one thing, said Kathleen. Daniel's given you the blessing of the head of the house. When you can't bear another minute of Molly, you'll have a place here if you want it. Scarlett saw her chance. She'd been consumed with curiosity. Where do you put everybody? She asked bluntly. There's the loft, divided in two. The boys have their side, Bridie and me the other. And Uncle Daniel took the bed by the fire when Grandmother didn't want it. I'll show you. Kathleen pulled on the back edge of a wooden settle along the wall beyond the stairs, and it folded open and down to reveal a thick mattress covered by a woolen blanket. He said that's why he was taking it, to show her she'd missed a good thing, but I've always thought he felt too lonely above the room after Aunt Teresa died. Above the room? Through there. Kathleen gestured toward the door. We fitted it as a parlor, no sense wasting it. The bed's still there for you any time you've the mind. Scarlett couldn't imagine that she ever would. 7 people in one small house were at least 4 or 5 too many, in her opinion. Particularly such big people. No wonder Paul was called the runt of the litter, she thought, and no wonder he always carried on like he thought he was 10 feet tall. She and Colum visited her grandmother again before going back to Molly's, but old Katie Scarlett was asleep by the fire. Do you think she's all right? Scarlett whispered. Colum just nodded. He waited until they were outside before he spoke. I saw the stew pot on the table, and it was almost empty. She'll have fixed Sean's dinner and shared it since we were there. She always has a small nap after meals. The tall hedgerows that bordered the boreen were sweet with blossoms of hawthorn, and the singing of birds poured down from the branches at the top, 2 feet above Scarlett's head. It was wonderful to walk along, in spite of the wet ground. Is there a boreen to the Boyne column? You said you'd take me. And so I did. In the morning, if it please you. I promised Molly I'd have you home in good time today. She's having a tea party in your honor. A party? For her? What a good idea it was coming to meet her kinfolks before she settled in Charleston. Chapter 51. The food was good, but that's the only thing I can find to say, Scarlett thought. She smiled brilliantly and shook hands with each of Molly's departing guests. God's nightgown! What limp, droopy fingers these women have, and they all talk like they've got something stuck in their throat. I've never seen such a tacky bunch of people in all my born days. The competitive over-refinement of provincial would-be gentry was something Scarlett had never run into. There was an earthy forthrightness to Clayton County landowners and a true aristocracy that scorned pretension in Charleston and in the circle she'd thought of as Millie's friends in Atlanta. The elevated little finger of the hand lifting the teacup, and the dainty mouse-sized bites of scones and sandwiches that characterized Molly and her acquaintances seemed as ridiculous to her as in fact they were. She had eaten the excellent food with excellent appetite and ignored the hinted invitations to deplore the vulgarity of people who dirtied their hands with farm work. "What does Robert do, Molly? Wear kid gloves all the time?" she'd asked, delighted to see that lines did show up in Molly's perfect skin when she frowned. "I reckon she'll have a few words to say to Colum about bringing me here, but I don't care. It served her right for talking about me like I wasn't an O'Hara at all, or her either. And where did she come up with that idea that a plantation is the same thing as, what did she call it? An English manor. I might have to have a few words with Colum myself. Their faces were a treat, though, when I told them all our servants and field hands were always black. I don't think they've ever heard of dark skin, much less seen any. This is a strange place all around." "What a lovely party, Molly," said Scarlett. "I declare I ate till I could fairly pop. I think I might just take a little rest up in my room for a while." "You must naturally do whatever you like, Scarlett. I had the boy bring around the trap so we could have a drive, but if you'd prefer to sleep—" "Oh, no, I'd love to go out. Can we go to the river, do you think?" She'd planned to get away from Molly, but it was too good a chance to miss. The truth was, she'd rather ride to see the Boyne than walk there. She didn't trust Colum one bit when he said it wasn't far. Rightly so, as it turned out. Wearing yellow gloves to match the yellow spokes of the trap's tall wheels, Molly drove all the way back to the main road, then through the village. Scarlett looked at the row of dispirited-looking buildings with interest. The trap rolled through the biggest gates Scarlett had ever seen, tremendous creations of wrought iron topped with gold spear points, each side centered by a gold-surrounded, brightly colored plaque of intricate design. "The Earl's coat of arms," said Molly lovingly. "We'll drive to the big house and see the river from the garden. It's all right, he's not there, and Robert got permission from Mr. Alderson." "Who's that?" "The Earl's land agent. He manages the entire manor. Robert knows him." Scarlett tried to look impressed. Clearly she was supposed to be bowled over, though she couldn't think why. What could be so important about an overseer? They were only hired help. Her question was answered after a long drive on a perfectly straight, wide graveled road through spreading expanses of clipped lawn that reminded her for a moment of the great sweeping terraces of Dunmore Landing. The thought was pushed aside by her first sight of the big house. It was immense. Not one building, it seemed, but a cluster of crenellated roofs and towers and walls. It was more like a small city than like any house Scarlett had ever seen or even heard of. She understood why Molly was so respectful of the agent. Managing a place like this would take more people and more work than the biggest plantation that had ever been. She craned her neck to look up at the stone walls and marble-framed tracery windows. The mansion Rhett had built for her was the largest and, to Scarlett's mind, most impressive residence in Atlanta. Yet it could be put down in one corner of this place and hardly take up enough room to be noticed. "I'd love to see the inside." Molly was horrified that Scarlett would even ask. "We have permission to walk in the garden. I'll tie the pony to that hitching post, and we'll go through the gate there." She pointed to a steeply pointed arched entry. The iron gate was ajar. Scarlett jumped down from the trap. The archway led through to a gravelled terrace. It was the first time Scarlett had ever seen gravel raked into a pattern. She was almost timid about walking on it. Her footprints would ruin the perfection of the S-curves formed by the raking. She looked apprehensively at the garden beyond the terrace. Yes, the paths were gravel, and raked, Not in curves, thank heaven, but still there wasn't a footprint to be seen. I wonder how they do that. The man with the rake has to have feet. She took a deep breath and crunched boldly onto the terrace and across it to the marble steps into the garden. The sound of her boots on the gravel was as loud as gunfire to her ears. She was sorry she'd come. Where was Molly anyway? Scarlett turned around as quietly as she could. Molly was walking carefully, fitting her steps into the prints Scarlett had left. It made her feel much better that her cousin, for all her airs, was even more intimidated than she was. She looked up at the house, waiting for Molly to catch up. It seemed much more human from this side. There were French windows from the terrace to the rooms, closed and curtained, but not too big to walk in and out of. Not overwhelming, like the doors on the front of the house. It was possible to believe that people might live here, not giants. "Which way is the river?" Scarlett called to her cousin. She wasn't going to let an empty house make her whisper. But she didn't care to linger either. She refused Molly's suggestion that they walk through all the paths and all the gardens. "I just want to see the river. I'm bored sick of gardens. My husband makes too much fuss about them." She fended off Molly's transparent curiosity about her marriage while they followed the center path toward the trees that marked the end of the garden. And then suddenly it was there, through an artfully natural-looking gap between two clumps of trees, brown and gold, like no water Scarlett had ever seen. The sunlight lay on top of the river like molten gold, swirling in slow eddies of water as dark as brandy. "It's beautiful," she said aloud, her voice soft. She hadn't expected beauty. To hear Pa talk, it should be red from all the blood that was spilled, and rushing and wild. But it hardly looks like it's moving at all. So this is the Boyne. She'd heard about it all her life, and now she was close enough to reach down and touch it. Scarlett felt an emotion unknown to her, something she couldn't name. She searched for some definition, some understanding. It was important, if she could just find it. "That's the view," Molly said in her cramped, most refined diction. "All the best houses have a view from their gardens." Scarlett wanted to hit her. She'd never find it now, whatever she'd been looking for. She looked where Molly indicated and saw a tower on the other side of the river. It was like the one she'd seen from the train, made of stone and part crumbled away. Moss stained the base of it, and vines clung to its sides. It was much bigger than she'd thought they would be when she saw them at a distance. It looked like it might be as much as 30 feet across and twice that high. She had to agree with Molly that it was a romantic view. "Let's go," she said, after one more look at the river. All of a sudden, she felt very tired. "Cullum, I think I'm going to kill dear cousin Molly. If you could have heard that horrible Robert last night at dinner telling us how privileged we were to walk on the Earl's dumb garden paths. He must have said it about 700 times, and every single time Molly chirped away for 10 minutes about what a thrill it was. And then, this morning, she practically swooned when she saw me in these Galway clothes. No chirpy little lady voice then, let me tell you. She lectured me about ruining her position and being an embarrassment to Robert." "To Robert? He should be embarrassed every time he sees his dumb fat face in a looking-glass. How dare Molly lecture me about disgracing him?" Cullum patted Scarlett's hand. "She's not the best companion I'd wish for you, Scarlett, darling, but Molly has her virtues. She did lend us the trap for the day, and we'll have a grand outing with no thought of her to cloud it. Look at the blackthorn flowers in the hedges and the wild cherries blooming their hearts out in that farmyard. It's too fine a day to waste on rancour, and you look like a lovely Irish lass in your striped stockings and red petticoat." Scarlett stretched out her feet and laughed. Colum was right. Why should she let Molly ruin her day? They went to Trim, an ancient town with a rich history that Colum knew would interest Scarlett not at all. So he told her instead about market day every Saturday, just like Galway, only he had to acknowledge considerably smaller. But with a fortune-teller most Saturdays, something you seldom found in Galway, and a glorious fortune promised if you paid twopence, reasonable happiness for a penny, and tribulation foretold only if your pocket could produce merely a halfpenny. Scarlett laughed. Colum could always make her laugh, and touched the drawstring bag hanging between her breasts. It was hidden by her shirt and her Galway blue cloak. No one would ever know she was wearing $200 in gold instead of a corset. The freedom was almost indecent. She had not been out of the house without stays since she was 11 years old. He showed her Trim's famous castle, and Scarlett pretended interest in the ruins. Then he showed her the store where Jamie had worked from the time he was 16 until he went to Savannah at the age of 42. And Scarlett's interest was real. They talked with the shopkeeper, and of course nothing would do but to close the shop and accompany the owner upstairs to meet his wife, who would surely die from the sorrow of it if she couldn't hear the news from Savannah straight from Colum's own lips, and meet the visiting O'Hara, who was already the talk of the countryside for her beauty and her American charm. Then neighbors had to be told what a special day it was and who was there, and they hurried to the rooms above the shop until Scarlett was sure the walls must be bulging. Then the Mahonies will be wounded by this slight if we come to Trim without seeing them, Colum said when at last they left Jamie's former employer. Who? They're Maureen's family, to be sure, with the grandest bar in all Trim. And had Scarlett ever tried a bit of porter? The number of people was even larger this time, with more arriving every minute, and soon there were fiddlers and food. The hours sped by, and the long twilight was setting in when they started the short journey to Adamstown. The first shower of the day, a phenomenon to have so much sun, said Colum, intensified the scent of the blossoms in the hedgerows. Scarlett pulled up the hood of her cloak, and they sang all the way to the village. "I'll stop in here in the bar and learn if there's a letter for me," Colum said. He looped the pony's reins around the village pump. In an instant, heads thrust through the open half-doors of all the buildings. "Scarlett," cried Mary Helen, "the baby's got another tooth. Come have a cup of tea and admire it." "No, Mary Helen, you come along here with babe and tooth and husband and all," said Claire O'Gorman, née O'Hara. "Isn't she my own first cousin, and my Jim dying to meet her?" "And my cousin too, Claire," shouted Peggy Monaghan. "And me with a barmbrack on my hearth because I learned her partiality for it." Scarlett didn't know what to do. "Colum," she called. It was easy enough, he said. They'd just go to each house in turn, starting with the closest, gathering friends as they went. When the entire village was in one of the houses, that's where they'd stay for a while. Not too long, mind you, because you'll have to get into your finery for Molly's dinner table. She has her imperfections, as do we all, but you cannot thumb your nose at her under her own roof. She's tried too hard to shed those kinds of petticoats to be able to support seeing them in her dining room. Scarlett put her hand on Colum's arm. "Do you think I can stay at Daniel's?" she asked. "I truly hate being at Molly's." "What are you laughing about, Colum?" "I've been wondering how I could persuade Molly to let us have the trap one more day. Now I think she can be convinced to make it available for the rest of your visit. You take yourself in there to see a new tooth, and I'll go have a small talk with Molly. Don't take this wrong, Scarlett, darling, but she'll likely promise anything if I promise to take you elsewhere. She'll never live down what you said about Robert's elegant kid gloves for cow tending. It's the most cherished story in every kitchen from here to Mullingar." Scarlett was installed in the room above the kitchen by supper time. Uncle Daniel even smiled when Colum told the tale of Robert's gloves. This remarkable occurrence was added to the tale, making it an even better story for the next telling. Scarlett adjusted with astonishing ease to the simplicity of Daniel's 2-room cottage, with a room of her own, a comfortable bed, and Kathleen's tireless, unobtrusive cleaning and cooking. Scarlett had only to enjoy herself on her holiday. And she did, enormously. Chapter 52. During the following week, Scarlett was busier and, in some ways, happier than she had ever been. She felt stronger physically than she could remember ever feeling. Freed from the constriction of fashionable tight lacing and the metal cage of corset stays, she could move more quickly and breathe deeply for the first time in many years. In addition, she was one of those women whose vitality increased in pregnancy, as if in response to the needs of the life growing within her. She slept deeply and woke at cockcrow with a raging appetite for breakfast and for the day ahead, which always produced both the comfortable delight of familiar pleasures and the stimulation of new experience. Colum was eager to take her out adventuring, as he called it, in Molly's pony trap. But first he had to tear her away from her new friends. They poked their heads in at Daniel's door immediately after breakfast, for a visit, to invite her to visit them, with a story she might not have heard yet, or a letter from America that could use some explanation of the meaning of some words or phrases. She was the expert on America, and was begged to tell what it was like, over and over again. She was also Irish, though she'd suffered, poor dear, from the lack of knowing it, and there were dozens of things to tell her and teach her and show her. There was an artlessness about the Irish women that disarmed her. It was as if they were from another world, as foreign as the world they all believed in, where fairies of all kinds did magical and enchanting things. She laughed openly when Kathleen put a saucer of milk and a plate of crumbled bread on the doorstep every evening in case any little people passing by were hungry. And when both saucer and plate were empty and clean in the morning, Scarlett said sensibly that one of the barn cats must have been at them. Her skepticism bothered Kathleen not at all, and Kathleen's fairy supper became, for Scarlett, one of the most charming things about living with the O'Haras. Another was the time she spent with her grandmother. "She's tough as shoe leather," Scarlett thought with pride, and she fancied that her grandmother's blood in her veins was what had gotten her through the desperate times in her life. She ran over to the little cottage often, and if old Katie Scarlett was awake and willing to talk, she'd sit on a stool and ask for stories about her pa growing up. Eventually, she'd give in to Colum's urgings and climb up into the trap for the day's adventure, warm in her wool skirts, protected by cloak and hood. She learned within a few days to pay no attention to the gusting wind from the west, or the brief light rains that so often rode on it. Just such a rain was falling when Colum took her to the real Tara. Scarlett's cloak billowed around her when she reached the top of the uneven stone steps up the side of the low hill where Ireland's high kings had ruled and made music and loved and hated and feasted and battled and, in the end, been defeated. "There's not even a castle." Scarlett looked around her and saw nothing except a scattering of grazing sheep. Their fleece looked gray under the gray sky and the gray light. She shivered, surprising herself. "A goose walked over my grave." The childhood explanation flickered in her mind, making her smile. "It pleases you?" asked Colum. Yes, it's very pretty." "Don't lie, Scarlett, darling, and don't search for prettiness at Tara. Come with me. He held out his hand, and Scarlett put hers in it. Together they walked slowly across the rich grass to an uneven area of what looked to her like grassy lumps in the earth. Colum walked over some of them and stopped. St. Patrick himself stood where we are standing now. He was a man then, a simple missionary, no bigger likely than I am. Sainthood came later, and he grew in people's minds to a giant of a man, invincible, armed with God's holy word. It's better, I believe, to remember that he was a man first. He must have been frightened, alone in his sandals and frieze cloak, facing the power of the High King and his magicians. Patrick had only his faith and his mission of truth and the need to tell it. The wind must have been cold. His need must have been like a consuming flame. He had already broken the High King's law, lighting a great bonfire on a night when it was the law that all fire should be put out. He could have been killed for the trespass, he knew that. He had purposed the great risk to draw the eye of the king and prove to him the magnitude of the message he, Patrick, bore. He did not fear death. He feared only that he would fail God. That he did not do. King Lara, from his ancient jeweled throne, gave the bold missionary the right to preach without hindrance, and Ireland became Christian. There was, in Colum's quiet voice, something that compelled Scarlett to listen and to try to understand what he was saying, and something more besides. She'd never thought about saints as people, as able to be afraid. She'd never really thought about saints at all. They were just names of holy days. Now, looking at Colum's short, stocky figure and ordinary face and graying hair tousled by the wind, she could imagine the face and figure of another ordinary-looking man, in the same stance of readiness. He wasn't afraid to die. How could anyone not be afraid to die? What must it be like? She felt a human wrench of envy of St. Patrick, of all the saints even, somehow of Colum. I don't understand, and I never will, she thought. The realization came slowly, a heavy weight. She had learned a great and painful and stirring truth. There are things too deep, too complex, too conflicted for explanation or everyday understanding. Scarlett felt alone and exposed to the western wind. Colum walked on, leading her. It was only a few dozen paces to the place where he stopped. "There," he said, "that row of low mounds. Do you see it?" Scarlett nodded. "You should have music and a glass of whiskey to stave off the wind and open your eyes, but I have none to give you, so perhaps you should close them to see. That is all we have left of the banqueting hall of the 1,000 candles. The O'Haras were there, Scarlett, darling, and the Scarletts, and everyone you know, Monaghan, Mahoney, McMahon, O'Gorman, O'Brien, Donaher, Donahue, Carmody, others you've yet to meet as well. All the heroes were there. The food, it was grand and plentiful, and the drink, and music to lift the heart right out of your body. 1,000 guests it held, lit by the 1,000 candles. Can you see it, Scarlett? The flames glowing twice, thrice, 10 times over, reflected as they were in the gold bracelets on their arms, and in the gold cups that travelled to their mouths, and in the deep reds and greens and blues of the great gold-clasped jewels that held their carmine cloaks across their shoulders. What mighty appetites they had for the venison and boar and roast goose gleaming in its fat, for the mead and the poteen, for the music that brought their fists to pounding on the tables with gold plates, jouncing and rattling one upon the next. Can you see your pa? And Jamie? And that rascal young Brian with his side-looking gaze at the women? Ah, what revelry! Can you see it, Scarlett? She laughed with Colum. Yes, Pa would have been bellowing out, Peg in a low-backed car, and calling for his cup to be filled just one more time, because singing put such a terrible thirst on a man. How he would have loved it. There'd be horses, she said confidently. Pa always had to have a horse. Horses as strong and beautiful as great waves rushing up the shore, and somebody patient to put him to bed after. Colum laughed. He put his arms around her and hugged her, then let her go. I knew you'd feel the glorious fact of it, he said. There was pride in his words, pride in her. Scarlett smiled at him, her eyes like living emeralds. The wind blew her hood onto her shoulders, and warmth touched her bare head. The shower was past. She looked up at the clean-washed blue sky. Clouds, dazzling white, moved like dancers before the gusting winds. So close they seemed, so warm and sheltering the Irish sky. Then her gaze fell, and she saw Ireland before her, green upon green of fresh growth fields, and tender new leaves and hedgerows thick with life. She could see so far, to the mist-edged curve of the earth. Something ancient and pagan stirred deep within her, and the barely tamed wildness that was her hidden being surged hotly through her blood. This was what it was to be a king, this height above the world, this nearness to the sun and the sky. She threw her arms wide to embrace being alive on this hill, with the world at her feet. Tara, said Colum. I felt so strange, Colum. Not like me at all. Scarlett stepped on one of the wheel's yellow spokes, and then up onto the seat of the trap. It's the centuries, Scarlett, darling. All the life lived there, all the joy and all the sorrow, all the feasts and battles. They're in the air around and the land beneath you. It's time, years beyond our counting, weighing without weight on the earth. You cannot see it, or smell it, or hear it, or touch it, but you feel it brushing your skin and speaking without sound. Time and mystery. Scarlett pulled her cloak close around her in the warm sun. It was like at the river. It made me feel peculiar, too, somehow. I almost could put a word to it, but then I lost it. She told him about the Earl's garden and the river and the view of the tower. The best gardens have views, do they? Colum's voice was terrible with anger. Is that what Molly said? Scarlett drew her body deeper into the cloak. What had she said that was so wrong? She'd never seen Colum like this. He was a stranger, not Colum at all. He turned to her and smiled, and she saw that she'd been mistaken. How would you like to encourage me in my weakness, Scarlett, darling? They'll be introducing the horses to the race course in Trim today. I'd like to look them over and choose one to carry a small wager for me in Sunday's race. She'd like that very much. It was almost 10 miles to Trim. Not far, Scarlett thought. But the road twisted and turned and veered off from time to time in directions away from the one they wanted, only to twist and turn some more until finally they were going again where they wanted to go. Scarlett agreed enthusiastically when Colum suggested they stop in a village for a cup of tea and a bite. Back in the trap, they went a short way to a crossroads, then turned onto a wider, straighter road. He whipped up the pony to a smart pace. A few minutes later, he whipped it again harder, and they raced through a large village so quickly that the trap teetered on its high wheels. That place looked deserted, she said when they slowed again. Why is that, Colum? No one will live in Ballyhara. It has a bad history. What a waste. It looked right handsome. Have you ever been horse racing, Scarlett? Only once to a real one in Charleston, but at home we had pickup races all the time. Pa was the worst. He couldn't bear just to ride along and talk to the rider next to him. He made a race out of every mile of road. And why not? Scarlett laughed. Colum was so like Pa sometimes. They must have closed Trim down, Scarlett commented, when she saw the crowds at the racecourse. Everybody's here. She saw a lot of familiar faces. They've closed Adamstown, too, I reckon. The O'Hara boys waved and smiled. She didn't envy them if old Daniel happened to see them. The ditching wasn't done yet. The packed earth oval was 3 miles long. Workmen were just completing installation of the final jump. The race would be a steeplechase. Colum hitched the pony to a tree some distance from the track, and they worked their way into the crowd. Everyone was in high spirits, and everyone knew Colum. They all wanted to meet Scarlett. The little lady that inquired about Robert Donohue's habit of wearing gloves for farming? I feel like the belle of the ball, she whispered to Colum. And who better for the position? He led the way, with many stops, to the area where the horses were being led in circles by riders or trainers. But Colum, they're magnificent. What are horses like that doing in a poky little town's race? He explained that the race was neither little nor poky. It had a purse of 50 pounds for the winner, more than many a shop owner or farmer earned in a year. Also, the jumps were a real test. A winner at Trim could hold his own against the field in the more famous races at Punchestown or Galway or even Dublin. Or win by 10 lengths any race at all in America, he added with a grin. Irish horses are the best in the world. It's accepted knowledge everywhere. Just like Irish whiskey, I suppose, said Gerald O'Hara's daughter. She'd heard both claims all her life. The hurdles looked impossibly high to her. Maybe Colum was right. It should be an exciting race meet. And even before the races, there'd be Trim Market Day. Truly, no one could wish for a better vacation. A sort of undercurrent rumble ran through the talking, laughing, shouting crowd. Fight, fight! Colum climbed up on the rail to see. A big grin spread across his face, and his fisted right hand smacked into his cupped left palm. Will you be wanting to place a small wager then, Colum? Invited the man next to him on the rail. That I will. 5 shillings on the O'Haras. Scarlett nearly toppled Colum when she grabbed his ankle. What's happening? The crowd was flowing away from the oval toward the disturbance. Colum jumped down, took Scarlett by the wrist, and ran. 3 or 4 dozen men, young and old, were grunting and yelling in a melee of fists and boots and elbows. The crowd made a broad, uneven circle around them, shouting encouragement. 2 piles of coats to one side were testimony to the sudden eruption of the fight. Many of the coats had been stripped off so quickly that their sleeves were inside out. Within the ring, shirts were getting red with spilled blood from the shirt's owner or the man he was hitting. There was no pattern, no order. Each man hit whoever was closest to him, then looked around for his next target. Anyone knocked down was pulled up roughly by the person nearest him and shoved back into the fray. Scarlett had never seen men fighting with their fists. The sounds of blows landing and the spurting blood from mouths and noses horrified her. All 4 of Daniel's sons were there, and she begged Colum to make them stop. And lose my 5 shillings? Don't be daft, woman. You're awful, Colum O'Hara. Just awful. She repeated the words later, to Colum and to Daniel's sons, and to Michael and Joseph, 2 of Colum's brothers she hadn't met before. They were all in the kitchen at Daniel's house. Kathleen and Bridget were calmly washing the wounds, ignoring the yelps of pain and accusations of rough handling. Colum was passing around glasses of whiskey. I don't think it's funny at all, no matter what they claim, Scarlett said to herself. She couldn't believe that faction fights were part of the fun of fairs and public events for the O'Haras and their friends. Just high spirits, indeed, and the girls were worse, if anything. The way they were tormenting Timothy because he had nothing worse than a black eye. Chapter 53. The next day, Colum surprised her by showing up before breakfast, riding a horse and leading a second. "You said you'd liked to ride," he reminded her. "I borrowed us some mounts. But they're to go back by noon, Angelus, so grab us what's left of last night's bread and come along before the house fills with visitors." "There's no saddle, Colum." "Whist! Are you a rider or not? Get the bread, Scarlett, darling, and Bridie'll make a hand for you to step on." She hadn't ridden bareback and astride since she was a child. She'd forgotten the feeling of being one creature with a horse. It all came back, as if she'd never stopped riding this way, and soon she barely needed the reins at all. The pressure of her knees told the horse what they were going to do. "Where are we going?" They were in a boreen she'd never walked. "To the Boyne. I've something to show you." The river. Scarlett's pulse quickened. There was something there that drew her and repelled her at the same time. It began to rain, and she was glad Bridie had made her bring a shawl. She covered her head, then rode silently behind Colum, hearing the rain on the leaves of the hedge and the slow walking clopping of the horse's hooves. So peaceful. She felt no surprise when the rain stopped. Now the birds in the hedges could come out again. The boreen ended, and the river was there. The banks were so low that the water all but lapped over them. "This is the ford where Bridie does her washing," said Colum. "Would you fancy a bath?" Scarlett shivered dramatically. "I'm not that brave. The water must be freezing." "You'll find out, but only a bit of splashing. We're going across. Get your reins steady." His horse stepped cautiously into the water. Scarlett gathered up her skirts and tucked them under her thighs, then followed. On the opposite bank, Colum dismounted. "Come down and have breakfast," he said. "I'll tie the horses to a tree." Trees grew close to the river here. Colum's face was dappled by their shade. Scarlett slid to the ground and handed him her reins. She found a sunny patch to sit in. Her back sloped against a tree trunk. Small yellow flowers with heart-shaped leaves carpeted the bank. She closed her eyes and listened to the quiet voice of the river, the sibilant rustle of the leaves above her head, the songs of birds. Colum sat beside her, and she opened her eyes slowly. He broke the half-loaf of soda bread in 2 pieces, gave her the larger. "I've a story to tell you while we eat," he said. "This land we're on is called Ballyhera. 200 years ago, less a few, it was home to your people, our people. This is O'Hara land." Scarlett sat up, suddenly wide awake. This was O'Hara land? And Ballyhera, wasn't that the name of the deserted village they had driven through so fast? She turned eagerly towards Colum. "Quiet now, and eat your good bread, Katie Scarlett. It's a longish story," he said. Colum's smile silenced the questions on her lips. 2,000 years ago, plus a few, the first O'Haras settled here and made the land their own. 1,000 years ago, you see how close we're coming. The Vikings, Norsemen we'd call them now, discovered the green richness of Ireland and tried to take it for their own. Irish, like the O'Haras, watched the rivers where the dragon-headed longboats might invade and built strong protections against the enemy. Colum tore a corner of bread and put it in his mouth. Scarlett waited impatiently as he chewed. So many years. Her mind couldn't grasp so many years. What came after 1,000 years ago? "The Vikings were driven away," said Colum, "and the O'Haras tilled their land and fattened their cattle for 200 years and more. They built a strong castle with room for themselves and their servants, because the Irish have long memories, and just as the Vikings had come before, invasion could come again. And so it did. Not Vikings, but English, who had once been French. More than half of Ireland was lost to them. But the O'Haras prevailed behind their strong walls and tended their land for another 500 years. Until the Battle of the Boyne, which piteous story you know. After 2,000 years of O'Hara care, the land became English. The O'Haras were driven across the ford, those that were left, the widows and babes. One of those children grew up a tenant farmer for the English across the river. His grandson, farmer of the same fields, married our grandmother, Katie Scarlett. At his father's side he looked across the brown waters of the Boyne and saw the castle of the O'Haras torn down, saw an English house rise in its place. But the name remained, Ballyhara. And Pa saw the house, knew this land was O'Hara land. Scarlett wept for her father, understood the rage and sorrow she'd seen in his face and heard in his voice when he roared about the Battle of the Boyne. Colum went to the river and drank from his hands. He washed them, then cupped them again and brought water to Scarlett. After she drank, he wiped the tears from her cheeks with his gentle wet fingers. "I wanted not to tell you this, Katie Scarlett." Scarlett interrupted angrily. "I have a right to know." "And so I believe also." "Tell me the rest. I know there's more. I can tell by your face." Colum was pale as a man in pain beyond bearing. "Yes, there's more. The English Ballyhara was built for a young lord. He was as fair and handsome as Apollo, they say, and he thought himself a god as well. He determined to make Ballyhara the finest estate in all Ireland, his village, for he possessed Ballyhara to the last stone and leaf, must be more grand than any other, more grand than Dublin herself, and so it was, though not so grand as Dublin, save for the single street of it, which was wider than the capital's widest street. His stables were like a cathedral, his windows as clear as diamonds, his gardens a soft carpet to the Boyne. Peacocks spread their jewelled fans on his lawns, and beauteous ladies decked in jewels graced his entertainments. He was lord of Ballyhara. His only sorrow was that he had but one son, and he the only child. But he lived to see his grandson born before he went to hell. And that grandson, too, had neither brother nor sister. But he was handsome and fair, and he became lord of Ballyhara and its cathedral stable and grand village, as did his son after him. I remember him, the young lord of Ballyhara. I was but a child, and I taught him all the things wondrous and fine. He rode a tall roan horse, and when the gentry trampled our corn under the hooves of their horses as they hunted the fox, he always threw coins to us children. He sat so tall and slim in his pink coat and white breeches and high shining boots. I couldn't understand why my father took the coins away from us and broke them and cursed the Lord for the giving of them. Colum stood and began to pace the riverbank. While he continued his story, his voice was thin from the strain of controlling it. The famine came, and with it the starvation and death. "I cannot stand to see my tenants under such suffering," said the Lord of Ballyhara. "I will buy 2 strong ships and give them free and safe passage to America, where there is food in abundance. I care not that my cows lament because there is no one to milk them, and my fields fill with nettles because there is no one to cultivate them. I care more for the people of Ballyhara than for the cattle or the corn." The farmers and the villagers kissed his hand for his goodness, and many of them prepared for their voyage, but not all could bear the pain of leaving Ireland. "We will stay though we starve," they told the young lord. He sent word then through the countryside that any man or woman had but to ask, and the untaken birth would be given free with gladness. My father cursed him again. He raged at his two brothers, Matthew and Brian, for accepting the Englishman's gift, but they were firm to go. They drowned with all the rest when the rotten ships sank in the first heavy sea. They gained the bitter name coffin ships. A man of Ballyhera lay in wait in the stables, not caring that they were as beautiful as a cathedral. And when the young lord came to mount his tall roan horse, he seized him and he hanged the golden-haired lord of Ballyhera in the tower by the Boyne where once O'Hara's watched for dragon ships. Scarlett's hand flew to her mouth. Colm was so pale, pacing and talking in that voice that wasn't his voice. The tower. It must be the same. Her hand closed tight across her lips. She mustn't speak. "No one knows," Colm was saying. "The name of the man in the stable. Some say one name, some say another. When the English soldiers came, the men left at Ballyhera would not point to him. The English hanged them all in payment for the death of the young lord." Colm's face was white in the sun-spattered shade of the trees. A cry burst from his throat, wordless and inhuman. He turned to Scarlett, and she shrank away from his wild eyes and tormented face. "Of you?" he shouted. It was like a cannon firing. He sank to his knees on the yellow bank of flowers and bent forward to hide his face. His body shuddered. Scarlett's hands reached toward him, then fell limply in her lap. She didn't know what to do. "Forgive me, Scarlett, darling," said the Colm she knew, and he raised his head. "Me sister Molly is the Egypt of the Western world for saying such a thing. She always did have a talent for enraging me." He smiled, and the smile was almost convincing. "We have time to ride across Ballyhera if you want to see it. It's been deserted for near 30 years, but there's been no vandalism. No one will go near it." He held out his hand, and the smile in his ashen face was real. "Come, the horses are just here." Colm's horse broke a path through the brambles and tangled growth, and soon Scarlett could see the mammoth stone walls of the tower ahead of them. He held up his hand to alert her, then he reined in. He cupped his hands in a funnel around his mouth. "Sachin!" he shouted. "Sachin!" The strange syllables echoed from the stones. He turned his head, and his eyes were merry. There was colour in his cheeks. "That's Gaelic, Scarlett, darling, the old Irish. There's a Carloch, a wise woman, lives in a hut somewhere nearby. She's a witch as old as Tara, some say, and the wife that ran off from Paddy O'Brien of Trim 20 years back, if you listen to others. I called out to warn her we're passing. She might not like being surprised. I don't say I believe in witches, mind, but it never does any harm to be respectful." They rode on to the clearing around the tower. Up close, Scarlett could see that the stones had no mortar between them, and yet they had not shifted even an inch from their places. How old did Colm say it was? 1,000 years? 2,000? No matter. She wasn't afraid of it, the way she'd been when Colm was talking in that unnatural way. The tower was only a building, the finest work she'd ever seen. It's not scary at all. In fact, it kind of invites me over. She rode closer, ran her fingers over the joins. "You're very brave, Scarlett, darling. I warned you. There are those who say the tower's haunted by a hanging man. Fiddly-dee, there's no such thing as ghosts. Besides, the horses wouldn't come close if it was here. Everybody knows that animals can sense those things. Cullum chuckled. Scarlett laid her hand against the stone. It was smooth from eons of weathering. She could feel the warmth of the sun in it, and the cold of the rain and the wind. An unaccustomed peacefulness entered her heart. "You can tell it's old," she said, knowing that her words were inadequate, knowing that it didn't matter. "It survived," Cullum said, "like a mighty tree with roots that go deep to the center of the earth." Roots that go deep. Where had she heard that before? Of course. Rhett said that about Charleston. Scarlett smiled, stroking the ancient stones. She could tell him a thing or two about roots going deep. Just wait till the next time he started bragging about how old Charleston was. The house at Ballyhara was built of stone as well, but its stone was dressed granite, each block a perfect rectangle. It looked strong, enduring. The broken window panes and paint-lost window frames were a jarring incongruity in the untouched permanence of the stone. It was a big house, with flanking wings that were themselves bigger than almost any house Scarlett knew. Built to last, she said to herself. It was really a shame nobody lived in it. A waste. "Didn't the Ballyhara lord have any children?" she asked Cullum. "No." He sounded satisfied. "There was a wife, I believe, who went back to her own people, or to an asylum. Some say she went mad." Scarlett sensed she'd better not admire the house to Cullum. "Let's look at the village," she said. It was a town, too large to be a village, and there was not a whole window anywhere, or an unbroken door. It was derelict and despised, and it made Scarlett's flesh crawl. Hatred had done this. "What's the best way home?" she asked Cullum. Chapter 54. "The old one's birthday is tomorrow," Cullum said, when he left Scarlett at Daniel's house. "A man with any judgment would be called away until then, and I like to pretend I am one of those men. Tell the family I'll be back on the morning." Why was he so skittish? Scarlett wondered. There couldn't be all that much to do for one old woman's birthday. A cake, of course, but what else was there? She'd already decided to give her grandmother the lovely lace collar she'd bought in Galway. There'd be plenty of time to buy another on the way home. Good heavens, that's the end of this week. Scarlett discovered as soon as she was through the door that what she was going to have was a lot of hard manual labor. Everything in old Katie Scarlett's house had to be scrubbed and polished, even if it was already clean, and in Daniel's house as well. Then the farmyard outside the old cottage had to be weeded and swept clean, ready for the benches and chairs and stools to hold everyone who couldn't squeeze into the cottage itself, and the barn cleaned and scrubbed and fresh straw put down for all who would sleep the night. It was going to be a very big party. Not many made it to 100 years. "Eat and be gone," Kathleen told the men when they came in for dinner. She put a pitcher of buttermilk and 4 loaves of soda bread and a bowl of butter on the table. They were as meek as lambs, ate more quickly than Scarlett had known a person could eat, and left, bending to go through the low door, without a word. "Now we start," Kathleen announced when they were gone. "Scarlett, I'll need lots of water from the well. The buckets are there by the door." Scarlett, like the O'Hara men, never thought of arguing. After dinner, all the village women came to the house with their children to help with the work. Everything was noisy. The work was sweaty. Scarlett got blisters on the ridge of soft flesh at the base of her fingers, and she enjoyed herself more than she could credit. Barefoot like the others, with her skirts tucked up, a big apron around her waist, her sleeves rolled to the elbow, she felt as if she were a child again, playing in the kitchen yard, infuriating Mammy because she was dirtying her pinafore and had taken off her shoes and stockings. Only now she had playmates who were fun, instead of whiny Sue Ellen and baby Kareen, who was too young to enter in. How long ago that was. Not when you think about something as old as the tower, I guess. Roots that go deep. Colum was frightening this morning. That awful story about the ships. Those were my uncles, Paul's own brothers drowning. Damn that English lord. I'm glad they hung him. There had never been a party the likes of old Katie Scarlett's birthday celebration. O'Haras from all over County Meath and beyond came in donkey carts and wagons, on horseback, on foot. Half the population of Trim was there, and every soul that lived in Adamstown. They brought gifts and stories and food made especially for the feast, although Scarlett had thought that there was already food enough for an army. Mahoney's wagon from Trim rolled up with kegs of ale, and so did Jim Daly's from Mullingar. Seamus, Daniel's eldest son, rode the plough horse into Trim and returned with a box of clay pipes strapped on his back like a huge angular hump. Tobacco in 2 sacks hung like saddlebags. For every man, and many women too, must be given a new pipe on such a momentous occasion. Scarlett's grandmother received a stream of guests and gifts like a queen, sitting in her high-backed chair, wearing her new lace collar on her good black silk, dozing when it pleased her, and drinking whiskey in her tea. When the evening Angelus bell rang, there were over 300 people standing in and outside the tiny cottage, come to do honor to Katie Scarlett O'Hara on her 100th birthday. She'd asked for the old ways, and there was an elderly man in the place of honor by the fire opposite hers. With loving gnarled fingers he turned back linen wrappings to reveal a harp. 300 and more voices sighed with joy. This was Mac Cormac, the only true inheritor of the music of the bards, now that the great O'Carolan was dead. He spoke, and his voice was like music already. I tell you the words of the master Turlough O'Carolan. I spend my time in Ireland happy and contented, drinking with every strong man who is a real lover of music. And I add these words of my own making. I drink with every strong man and every strong woman such as Katie Scarlett O'Hara. He bowed to her. That is to say, when drink is offered. 24 hands filled glasses. He carefully chose the largest, which he raised to old Katie Scarlett, then drained. Now I will sing you the tale of the coming of Finn MacCool, he said. His worn bent fingers touched the strings of the harp, and magic filled the air. And forever after, there was music. 2 pipers had come with their peebs willin'. There were fiddlers beyond counting, and penny whistles by the dozens, and concertinas, and hands leaping with clacking bones, and the stirring, inciting beat of borons following the strong lead of Colum O'Hara. Women filled plates with food. Daniel O'Hara presided over the small barrels of poteen. Dancing filled the center of the farmyard, and no one slept at all, save old Katie Scarlett whenever she had a mind to. I didn't know there could ever be such a party, Scarlett said. She was breathing in short gasps, catching up before rejoining the pink-washed dancing in the sunrise. You mean you never celebrated May Day? Exclaimed shocked cousins from she knew not where. You'll have to stay for May Day, young Katie Scarlett, Timothy O'Hara said. A chorus of urging echoed him. I can't. We've got to catch the ship. There'll be other ships, surely. Scarlett jumped up from the bench. She'd had enough rest, and the fiddlers were starting a new reel. While she danced herself breathless again, the question sang in her head with a rollicking tune. There must be other ships. Why not stay and have fun dancing the reel in her striped stockings a little longer? Charleston would still be there when she arrived, with the same tea parties in the same crumbling houses behind the same high, unfriendly walls. Rhett would still be there, too. Let him wait. She'd waited for him long enough in Atlanta, but things were different now. The baby in her womb made Rhett hers any time she wanted to claim him. Yes, she decided. She might just stay for May Day. She was having such a good time. The next day, she asked Colum if he knew about another sailing after May Day. There was indeed another sailing, a fine ship that stopped first at Boston, where he had to go while he was in America. She and Bridie would do very well on their own for the balance of the journey to Savannah. She sails the evening of the 9th. You'll only have half a day to do your shopping in Galway. She didn't need even that long. She'd already thought about it. No one in Charleston would ever wear Galway stockings or Galway petticoats. They were too bright and vulgar. She was only going to keep a few of those she'd bought for herself. They'd be wonderful souvenirs. She'd give the others to Kathleen and her new friends in the village. May 9th. That's a lot later than we planned, Colum. It's but a week and a day after May Day, Katie Scarlett. No time at all, once you're dead. It was true. She'd never have this chance again. Besides, it would be a nice thing to do for Colum. The trip from Savannah to Boston and back would be a real hardship for him, after he'd been so nice to her. It was the least she should do for him. On April 26th, the Brian Boru sailed from Galway with 2 staterooms unoccupied. She had arrived on the 24th, a Friday, with passengers and mail. The mail was sorted in Galway on Saturday, Sunday being Sunday, the small bag for Mullingar left on Monday. On Tuesday, the coach from Mullingar to Droichead left a smaller bag at Navan, and on Wednesday a post-rider set out with a packet of letters for the postmistress at Trim. There was a big, thick envelope for Colum O'Hara from Savannah, Georgia. He got a lot of mail, did Colum O'Hara, a grand devoted family, the O'Haras, and the old one's birthday, a night he wouldn't soon forget. The post-rider dropped it off at the bar in Adamstown. No reason to wait a further 24 hours, I was thinking, he said to Matt O'Toole, who operated the bar and the tiny shop and post station in the corner of it. At Trim, they'll only put it in a slot marked Adamstown until tomorrow, when another man will bring it. He accepted with alacrity the glass of porter Matt O'Toole offered him on Colum's behalf. Small and needing paint, O'Toole's bar might be, but it served a fine dark glass. Matt O'Toole called his wife in from the yard where she was spreading the wash to dry. "Mind the place, Kate. I'm walking up the Boreen to Uncle Daniel's." Matt's father was the brother of Daniel O'Hara's dead wife, Teresa. God rest her soul. "Colum! That's wonderful!" Included in Colum's envelope from Jamie was a letter from Tom McMahon, the contractor for the cathedral. The bishop, with a little persuading, had agreed to allow Scarlett to redeem her sister's dowry. Tara! My Tara! I'll do such marvelous things. Great balls of fire! Colum, did you see this? That skinflint bishop is asking $5,000 for Corinne's third of Tara. God's nightgown! You could buy the whole of Clayton County for $5,000. He'll have to come down in his price. Bishops of the church did not haggle, Colum told her. If she wanted the dowry, and she had the money, she should pay it. She'd also be financing the work of the church, if that made the transaction more palatable to her. You know it doesn't, Colum. I hate to be taken for a ride by anybody, even the church. I'm sorry if that offends you. Still, I must have Tara. My heart's set on it. Oh, what a fool I was to let you talk me into staying over. We could be halfway to Savannah by now. Colum didn't bother to correct her. He left her looking for a piece of paper and a pen. I've got to write to Uncle Henry Hamilton right this minute. He can handle everything. It'll all be done when I get there. On Thursday, Scarlett went to Trim by herself. It was annoying that Kathleen and Bridie were busy at the farm, and infuriating that Colum had just disappeared without telling a soul where he was going or when he'd be back. Still, it couldn't be helped once he was gone, and she had so much to do. She wanted some of those lovely pottery bowls that Kathleen used in the kitchen, and lots of the baskets, every shape, and there were so many of them, and piles of the thick linen cloths and napkins, and there was no linen like that in the stores at home. She was going to make the kitchen at Tara warm and friendly, like the Irish ones. After all, wasn't the name Tara just about as Irish as you could get? As for Will and Sue Ellen, she'd do something very generous for them. For Will, anyhow. He deserved it. There was lots of good land just going begging in the county. Wade and Ella would come live with her and Rhett in Charleston. Rhett was really fond of them. She'd find a good school, one with a short vacation time. Rhett would probably frown the way he always did about the way she treated the children, but when the baby was born, and he saw how much she loved it, he'd stop criticizing her all the time. And in the summer, they'd be at Tara, a Tara reborn and beautiful, and home. Scarlett knew she was building castles in the air. Maybe Rhett would never leave Charleston, and she'd have to be satisfied with occasional visits to Tara. But why not daydream all she wanted on a beautiful spring day like this, driving a smart pony cart and wearing stockings striped in red and blue? Why not? She giggled, touched the whip to the pony's neck. Listen to me. I sound downright Irish. May Day was everything that had been promised. There was food and dancing on every street in Trim, plus 4 tremendous maypoles on the green, within the walls of the ruined castle. Scarlett's ribbon was red, and she had a wreath of flowers for her hair, and an English officer asked her to walk down the river, and she told him off in no uncertain terms. They went home after the sun came up. Scarlett walked the 4 miles with the rest of the family because she didn't want the night to end, even though it was now day, and because she was already starting to miss her cousins, all the people she'd met. She was longing to get home, to settle the details about Tara, to begin the work on it. But she was still glad that she'd stayed for May Day. There was only a week left now. It seemed a very short time. On Wednesday, Frank Kelly, the post-rider from Trim, stopped at Matt O'Toole's for a pipe and a pint. "There's a bulging letter for Colum O'Hara," he said. "What do you fancy it could be about?" They speculated pleasantly and wildly. In America, anything might be true, and they might just as well speculate. Father O'Hara was a friendly man, as everyone agreed, and a grand talker. But when all was said and over, he never told much. Matt O'Toole didn't take Colum's letter to him. There was no need. He knew that Claire O'Gorman was going to visit her old grandmother that afternoon. She'd take the letter if Colum didn't stop in before. Matt hefted the envelope in his hand. It must be exceptionally fine news to warrant spending that much money to send such a weight. Or else a truly major disaster. "There's post for you, Scarlett." Colum put it on the table. "Add a cup of tea when you want it. Did you have a pleasant visit with Molly?" Kathleen's voice was rich with anticipation. Scarlett didn't disappoint her. With a giggle in her voice, she described the visit. "Molly had the doctor's wife with her, and her teacup rattled fit to break when I walked in. She didn't know whether she could get away with saying I was the new hired girl or not, I reckon. So then the doctor's wife said in a little fluty voice, "Oh, the rich American cousin, what an honor!" And she didn't bat an eye at my clothes. Molly jumped up like a scalded cat and rushed over to give me one of her double kisses on the cheek when she heard that. I promise you, Kathleen, she got tears in her eyes when I said I'd only come to fetch a traveling costume out of my trunk. She was just dying for me to stay, no matter what I looked like. I gave her the kiss when I got ready to leave, and the doctor's wife, too, for good measure. Might as well go the whole hog. Kathleen was bent over with laughter. Her sewing dropped in a heap on the floor. Scarlett dropped her traveling suit beside it. She was sure it was going to need easing through the waist. If the baby wasn't making her thicker through the middle, then wearing easy clothes and eating so much was to blame. Whichever it was, she had no intention of taking the long trip laced so tight she couldn't breathe. She picked up the envelope and held it in the doorway so the light could fall on it. It was covered with writing and rubber-stamped dates. Honestly, her grandfather was the nastiest man in the world. Or else that horrible Jerome was responsible, more likely him. The envelope had gone to her, care of her grandfather, and he hadn't sent it to Maureen's for weeks. She tore it open impatiently. It was from some government bureau in Atlanta, mailed originally to the Peachtree Street house. She hoped she hadn't missed paying some tax or something. Between the money to the bishop for Tara and the cost of the houses she was building, her reserves were getting too low to throw money away on late payment penalties. And she was going to need a lot for the work on Tara. Not to mention buying a place for Will. Her fingers touched the pouch beneath her shirt. No, Rhett's money was Rhett's money. The document was dated March 26, 1875, the day she'd sailed from Savannah on the Brian Boru. Scarlett's eyes skimmed over the first few lines, then stopped. It made no sense. She went back to the beginning and read more slowly. All the color drained from her face. "Kathleen, where's Colum? Do you know?" "Why, I sound perfectly ordinary. That's funny." "He's with the old one, I think. Claire came to get him. Can't it wait a bit? I'm nearly finished with fixing this dress of mine for Bridie to wear on the voyage, and I know she wants to try it on for you to comment." "I can't wait." She had to see Colum. Something had gone terribly wrong. They had to leave today, this minute. She had to get home. Colum was in the yard in front of the cottage. "There's never been a spring so sunny," he said. "The cat and I are basking a bit." Scarlett's unnatural calm vanished when she saw him, and she was screaming when she reached his side. "Take me home, Colum. Damn you and all the O'Haras and Ireland. I should never have left home." Her hand was clutched painfully, nails biting into flesh. Crumbled in it was a statement from the sovereign state of Georgia that it had entered into its permanent records the absolute decree of divorce granted to one Rhett Kinnicutt Butler on the grounds of desertion by his wife, one Scarlett O'Hara Butler, by the military district of South Carolina, administered by the federal government of the United States of America. "There is no divorce in South Carolina," said Scarlett. "2 lawyers told me so." She said it again and again, always the same words, until her throat was raw and she could no longer force sound through it. Then her chapped lips formed the words silently while her mind said them again and again. Colum led her to a quiet corner of the vegetable garden. He sat beside her and talked, but he couldn't make her listen. So he took her clenched hands in his for comfort and stayed quiet beside her. Through the light shower that came with twilight, through the brilliant sunset, into the darkness. Bridie came looking for them when supper was ready, and Colum sent her away. "Scarlett's off her head, Bridie. Tell them in the house not to worry. She only needs a bit of time to get over the shock. The news came from America. Her husband's grievously sick. She's afraid he'll die without her by his side. Bridie ran back to report. Scarlett was praying, she said. The family prayed too. Their supper was cold when they finally began to eat. "Take a lantern out, Timothy," said Daniel. The light reflected from Scarlett's glazed eyes. "Kathleen sent a shawl too," Timothy whispered. Colum nodded, placed it over Scarlett's shoulders, waved Timothy away. Another hour went by. Stars glowed in the nearly moonless sky. They were brighter than the light from the lantern. There was a brief small cry from a nearby wheat field, then a nearly soundless flutter of wings. An owl had made a kill. "What am I to do?" Scarlett's rasping voice was loud in the darkness. Colum sighed quietly and thanked God. The worst of the shock was over. "We'll go home as we planned, Scarlett, darling. There's nothing happened that can't be remedied." His voice was calm, certain, soothing. "Divorced!" There was an alarming rise of hysteria in the cracked sound. Colum chafed her hands briskly. "What's done can be undone, Scarlett. I should have stayed. I'll never forgive myself. Whist now. Should have solved nothing. It's the next thing to happen that needs thinking about." "He'll never take me back, not if his heart's so hard that he'd divorce me. I kept waiting for him to come after me, Colum. I was so sure he would. How could I have been such a fool? You don't know the all of it. I'm pregnant, Colum. How can I have a baby when I don't have a husband?" There, said Colum quietly. "Doesn't that take care of it? You've only got to tell him." Scarlett's hands flew to her belly. Of course. How could she have been such a fool? Jagged laughter tore at her throat. There was no piece of paper ever written that would make Rhett Butler give up his baby. He could have the divorce cancelled, erased from all the records. Rhett could do anything. He'd just proved it again. There was no divorce in South Carolina, unless Rhett Butler made up his mind to get one. "I want to go right now, Colum. There must be a ship sailing earlier. I'll go crazy waiting." "We're leaving early Friday, Scarlett, darling, and the ship sails Saturday. If we go tomorrow, there'll still be a day to fill before the sailing. Wouldn't you rather spend it here?" "Oh, no. I've got to know I'm going. Even if it's only part way, I'll be heading home to Rhett. Everything's going to work out. I'll make it work out. It's going to be all right. Isn't it, Colum? Say that it's going to be all right." "That it is, Scarlett, darling. You should eat now, at least a cup of milk, with a drop in it, perhaps. You need sleep, too. You have to keep up your strength for the good of the baby." "Oh, yes, I will. I'll take wonderful care of myself. But first, I've got to see about my frock, and my trunk needs repacking. And, Colum, how will we find a carriage to get to the train?" Her voice was rising again. Colum got up and pulled her to her feet. "I'll take care of it, with the help of the girls for the trunk. But only if you'll eat something while you see to your frock." Yes, that's what we'll do." She was a little calmer, but still perilously edgy. He'd have to see to it that she drank the milk and whiskey as soon as they reached the house. Poor creature. If only he knew more about women and babies, he would feel a lot easier in his mind. She'd been going sleepless and dancing like a dervish of late. Could that bring on a baby too soon? If she lost it? He feared for her reason. Chapter 55. Like so many people before him, Colum underestimated the strength of Scarlett O'Hara. She insisted that her baggage be brought from Molly's that night, and she gave orders to Bridget to pack her things while Kathleen fitted her frock on her. "Watch the lacing, Bridie," she said sharply when she put her corset on. You're going to have to do this on the ship, and I won't be able to see behind me to tell you what to do." Her feverish manner and ragged voice had already put Bridie in a terror. Scarlett's sharp cry of pain when Kathleen yanked on the laces made Bridie cry out too. "It doesn't matter that it hurts," Scarlett reminded herself. "It always hurts, always has. I'd just forgotten how much. I'll get used to it again after a while. I'm not hurting the baby. I always wore stays as long as I could when I was pregnant, and it was always a lot later than this. I'm not even 10 weeks gone yet. I've got to get into my clothes. I've just got to. I'll be on that train tomorrow if it kills me." "Pull, Kathleen," she gasped. "Pull harder." Colum walked to Trim and arranged to get the carriage a day earlier. Then he made the rounds, spreading the word about Scarlett's terrible worry. When he was finished, it was late, and he was tired. But now there'd be no one wondering why the American O'Hara had gone off like a thief in the night without saying goodbye. She did very well with her goodbyes to the family. The previous day's shock had armored her in a shell of numbness. She broke down only once, when she said goodbye to her grandmother, or rather when old Katie Scarlett said goodbye to her. "God go with you," the old woman said, "and the saints guide your footsteps. It's happy I am you were here for my birthday, Gerald's girl. The only pity is you'll not be at my wake. What are you weeping for, girl? Do you not know there's no party for the living half as grand as a wake? It's a shame to miss it." Scarlett sat silent in the carriage to Mullingar and in the train to Galway. Bridie was too nervous to speak, but her excited happiness showed in her bright cheeks and large fascinated eyes. She'd never been more than 10 miles from her home in all her 15 years. When they reached the hotel, Bridie stared open-mouthed at its grandeur. "I'll see you ladies to your room," said Colum, "and be back in time to escort you to the dining room. I'm just going to go down to the harbour and arrange about loading the trunks. I'd like to see which staterooms they've given us, too. Now's the time to change, if they're not the best." "I'll go with you," said Scarlett. It was the first time she'd spoken. "There's no need, Scarlett, darling." "There is for me. I want to see the ship or I won't feel certain it's really there." Colum humoured her, and Bridie asked if she might come too. The hotel was too overwhelming for her. She didn't want to stay there alone. The early evening breeze off the water was sweet with salt. Scarlett breathed deeply of it, remembering that Charleston always had salted air. She was unaware of the slow tears rolling down her cheeks. If only they could sail now, at once. Would the captain consider? She touched the pouch of gold between her breasts. "I'm looking for the Evening Star," Colum said to one of the longshoremen. "She's down there," the man gestured with his thumb. "Been in just under an hour." Colum concealed his surprise. The ship had been due to land 30 hours earlier. No reason to let Scarlett know that the delay might mean trouble. Gangs were moving methodically to and from the Evening Star. She carried cargo as well as passengers. "This is no place for a woman right now, Scarlett, darling. Let's go back to the hotel, and I'll come back later." Scarlett's jaw set. "No, I want to talk to the captain." "He'll be too busy to see anyone, even someone as lovely as yourself." She was in no mood for compliments. "You know him, don't you, Colum? You know everybody. Fix it so I can see him now." "The man's a stranger to me. I've never laid eyes on him, Scarlett. How should I be knowing him? This is Galway, not County Meath." A uniformed man came off the Star's gangplank. The 2 big canvas sacks on his shoulders seemed to burden him not at all. His gait was light and quick, unusual for a man of his size and girth. "And isn't that Father Colum O'Hara himself?" he bellowed when he came near them. "What finds you so far from Matt O'Toole's bar, Colum?" He heaved one of the sacks to the ground and took off his hat to Scarlett and Bridie. "Didn't I always say that the O'Haras have the devil's own luck with the ladies?" He roared, laughing at his own humour. "Did you tell them you were a priest, Colum?" Scarlett's smile was perfunctory when she was introduced to Frank Mahoney, and she paid no attention at all to the chain of cousinships that connected him to Maureen's family. She wanted to talk to the captain. "I'm just taking the post from America over to the station for sorting tomorrow," said Mahoney. "Will you want to look, Colum? Or will you wait till you're back home again to read your perfumed love letters?" He laughed uproariously at his wit. "That's kind of you, Frank. I'll take a look if you'll let me." Colum untied the sack near his feet, pulled it nearer the tall gas lamp that lighted the pier. He found the envelope from Savannah with ease. "Luck's in my pocket today," he said. "I knew from his last letter that another would be coming soon from my brother, but I'd given up hope of it. I thank you, Frank. Would you allow me to buy you a pint?" His hand reached into his pocket. "There's no need. I did it for the pleasure of breaking the English rules." Frank hoisted the sack again. "The god-rotting supervisor will be looking at his gold watch. I can't tarry. Good evening to you, ladies." There were a half-dozen smaller letters in the envelope. Colin flicked through them, searching for Stephen's distinctive handwriting. "Here's one for you, Scarlett," he said. He put the blue envelope in her hand, found Stephen's letter, tore it open. He had just begun to read it when he heard a high, prolonged cry and felt a weight sliding against him. Before he could throw out his arms, Scarlett was lying at his feet. The blue envelope and thin pages fluttered in her limp hand. Then the breeze scattered them across the cobbles. While Colum lifted Scarlett's shoulders and held his fingers to the pulse in her throat, Bridie ran after the pages. The hackney cab jounced and swayed from the speed of their race back to the hotel. Scarlett's head rolled grotesquely from side to side, even though Colum tried to hold her firmly in his arms. He carried her quickly through the hotel lobby. "Call a doctor," he shouted to the liveried attendants, "and get out of my way." Once in Scarlett's room, he laid her on the bed. "Come on, Bridie, help me get her clothes off," he said. "We've got to get some breath into her." He took a knife from a leather sheath inside his coat. Bridie's fingers moved nimbly along the buttons on the back of Scarlett's dress. Colum cut the corset laces. "Now," he said, "help me lift her head up on the pillows and cover her with something warm." He rubbed Scarlett's arms roughly, slapped her cheeks gently. "Have you got smelling salts?" "I don't, Colum, nor does she, far as I know." "The doctor will." "I hope it's only a faint." "She fainted, that's all, Father," said the doctor when he left Scarlett's bedroom. "But it's a deep one. I've left some tonic with the girl for when she comes out of it. These ladies, they will cut off all their circulation for the sake of fashion. Nothing to worry about, though. She'll be fine." Colum thanked him, paid him, saw him out. Then he sat heavily on a chair by the lamp-lit table, put his head in his hands. There was a great deal to worry about, and he questioned whether Scarlett O'Hara would ever be fine again. The crumpled, water-spotted pages of the letter were strewn on the table beside him. In their midst was a neatly trimmed clipping from a newspaper. "Yesterday evening," it read, "in a private ceremony at the Confederate Home for Widows and Orphans, Miss Anne Hampton was joined in matrimony to Mr. Rhett Butler." Chapter 56. Scarlett's mind spiraled up, spinning, swirling, up out of the black toward consciousness. But some instinct forced it downward again, sliding, slipping back into darkness, away from the unbearable truth lying in wait for her. Again and again it happened, the struggle tiring her so much that she lay exhausted, motionless and pale in the big bed, as if dead. She dreamed, a dream full of movement and urgency. She was at 12 Oaks, and it was whole again and beautiful as it had been before Sherman's torches. The gracious curving staircase turned through space as if magically suspended, and her feet were lightly nimble on its treads. Ashley was ahead of her, climbing, unaware of her cries to stop. "Ashley," she called, "Ashley, wait for me." And she ran after him. How long the staircase was. She didn't remember it being so tall. It seemed to be growing ever higher as she ran, and Ashley was so far above her. She had to reach him. She didn't know why, but she knew she must. And she ran faster, always faster, until her heart was pounding in her breast. "Ashley!" she cried. "Ashley!" He paused, and she found strength she didn't know she possessed. She climbed, running even faster. Relief flooded her body and her soul when her hand touched his sleeve. Then he turned toward her, and she screamed without sound. He had no face, only a pale, featureless blur. Then she was falling, tumbling through space, her eyes fixed in terror on the figure above her, her throat straining to scream. But the only sound was laughter, from below, rising like a cloud to surround her and mock her muteness. "I'm going to die," she thought. "Terrible pain will crush me and I'll die." But suddenly, strong arms closed around her and drew her gently from the falling. She knew them. She knew the shoulder that pillowed her head. It was Rhett. Rhett had saved her. She was safe in his embrace. She turned her head, lifted it to look into his eyes. Icy terror paralyzed her whole body. His face was formless, like mist or smoke, like Ashley's. Then the laughter began again, from the blankness that should be Rhett's face. Scarlett's mind jolted into consciousness, fleeing from horror, and she opened her eyes. Darkness surrounded her, and the unknown. The lamp had burned out, and Bridie was asleep in her chair, unseen in a corner of the huge room. Scarlett stretched out her arms over the expanse of the big, unfamiliar bed. Her fingers touched soft linen, nothing else. The sides of the mattress were too distant to reach. She seemed to be marooned on a strange vastness of softness without definition. Perhaps it went on forever into the silent darkness. Her throat constricted with fear. She was alone and lost in the dark. "Stop it!" Her mind forced panic away, demanded that she take hold of herself. Scarlett carefully pulled her legs up, turned over into a kneeling crouch. Her movements were slow, so as to make no sound. Anything might be out there in the darkness, listening. She crawled with agonized caution until her hands felt the edge of the bed, then down to the hard solidity of the wooden frame. "What a ninny-hammer you are, Scarlett O'Hara," she told herself when tears of relief ran over her cheeks. "Of course the bed is strange, and the room. You fainted, like some silly, weak, vaporish girl, and Colum and Bridie brought you to the hotel. Stop this scaredy-cat nonsense." Then, like a physical blow, memory attacked her. Rhett was lost to her, divorced from her, married to Anne Hampton. She couldn't believe it, but she had to. It was true. Why? Why had he done such a thing? She'd been so sure he loved her. He couldn't have done it. He couldn't. But he had. "I never knew him." Scarlett heard the words as if she'd spoken them aloud. "I never knew him at all. Who was it that I loved? Whose child am I carrying? What's going to become of me?" That night, in the frightening darkness of an unseen hotel room in a country thousands of miles from her homeland, Scarlett O'Hara did the most courageous thing she had ever been called on to do. She faced up to failure. It's all my fault. I should have gone back to Charleston as soon as I knew I was pregnant. I chose to have fun, and those weeks of fun have cost me the only happiness I really care about. I just didn't think about what Rhett might believe when I ran away. I didn't think past the next day, the next reel. I didn't think at all. I never have. All the impetuous, unconsidered errors of her life crowded around Scarlett in the black silence of the night, and she forced herself to look at them. Charles Hamilton. She had married him to spite Ashley. She hadn't cared for him at all. Frank Kennedy. She'd been horrid to him, lied to him about Sue Ellen so that Frank would marry her and give her money to save Tara. Rhett. Oh, she'd made too many mistakes to count. She'd married him when she didn't love him, and she'd made no effort to make him happy. She'd never even cared that he wasn't happy, not until it was too late. Oh, God, forgive me. I never thought once about what I was doing to them, about what they were feeling. I hurt and hurt and hurt all of them because I didn't stop to think. Melanie, too, especially Mellie. I can't bear to remember how nasty I was to her. I never once felt grateful for the way she loved me and stood up for me. I never even told her I loved her, too, because I didn't think of it until the end, when there was no chance. Have I ever in my life paid attention to what I was doing? Have I, even once, ever thought about the consequences? Despair and shame gripped Scarlett's heart. How could she have been such a fool? She despised fools. Then her hands clenched and her jaw hardened, and she stiffened her spine. She would not wallow in picking at the past and feeling sorry for herself. She would not whine, not to anyone else, and not to herself. She stared at the darkness above her through dry eyes. She wouldn't cry, not now. She'd have the rest of her life to cry. Now she had to think, and think carefully, before she decided what to do. She had to think about the baby. For a moment, she hated it, hated her thickening waist and the clumsy, heavy body that lay ahead. It was supposed to have given Rhett back to her, and it hadn't. There were things a woman could do. She'd heard of women who had rid themselves of unwanted babies. Rhett would never forgive her if she did that. And what difference did that make? Rhett was gone forever. A forbidden sob broke from Scarlett's lips despite all her willpower. Lost. I lost him. I'm beaten. Rhett won. Then sudden anger coursed through her, cauterizing her pain, energizing her exhausted body and spirit. I'm beaten, but I'll get even with you, Rhett Butler, she thought with bitter triumph. I'll hit you harder than you've hit me. Scarlett laid her hands gently on her belly. Oh, no, she wasn't going to get rid of this baby. She'd take care of it better than any baby in the history of the whole world. Her mind filled with images of Rhett and Bonnie. He always loved Bonnie more than he loved me. He'd give anything. He'd give his life to have her back. I'll have a new Bonnie, all my own. And when she's old enough, when she loves me, and only me, more than anything or anyone on earth, then I'll let Rhett see her, see what he's missed. What am I thinking? I must be crazy. Only a minute ago I realized how much I hurt him, and I hated myself. Now I'm hating him and planning to hurt him worse. I won't be like that. I won't let myself imagine such things. I won't. Rhett's gone. I've admitted it. I can't give in to regrets or revenge. That's a waste, when what I have to do is make a new life from scratch. I've got to find something fresh, something important, something to live for. I can do it if I put my mind to it. Throughout the remainder of the night, Scarlett's mind moved methodically along the avenues of possibility. She found dead ends. She found and overcame obstacles. She found surprising corners of memory and of imagination and of maturity. She remembered her youth and the county and the days before the war. The memories were somehow painless, distant, and she understood that she was no longer that Scarlett, that she could let go of her, permit the old days and their dead to rest. She concentrated on the future, on realities, on consequences. Her temples began to throb, then to pound, then her whole head ached abominably, but she continued to think. Just when the first sounds began in the street outside, all the pieces fell into place inside her mind, and Scarlett knew what she was going to do. As soon as enough light filtered through the drawn curtains into the room, Scarlett called out, "Bridie?" The girl jumped up from the chair, blinking sleep from her eyes. "Thanks be to God you're restored," she exclaimed. "The doctor left this tonic. I'll just find the spoon. It's on this table somewhere." Scarlett opened her mouth meekly for the bitter medicine. "There," she said firmly. "I'll have no more of being sick. Open the curtains. It must be day by now. I need some breakfast. My head is aching, and I've got to get my strength back." It was raining. A real rain, not the misty showers that were customary. Scarlett felt a dark satisfaction. "Colin will want to know you're better. He's been that worried. Can I tell him to come in?" "Not now. Tell him I'll want to see him later. I want to talk to him, but not yet. Go on, tell him. And ask him to show you how to order up my breakfast." Chapter 57. Scarlett forced herself to swallow bite after bite of food, even though she wasn't even aware of what she was eating. As she'd said to Bridie, she needed her strength. After breakfast, she sent Bridie away with instructions to return after 2 hours. Then she sat down at the writing table near the window and, with a small frown of concentration, rapidly filled sheet after sheet of thick, creamy, unmarked letter paper. After she had written, folded, and sealed 2 letters, she stared at the blank paper in front of her for a long time. She had planned it all out in the dark hours of the night. She knew what she was going to write, but she couldn't bring herself to pick up the pen and begin. Her very marrow shrank from what she had to do. Scarlett shivered and looked away from the page. Her eyes fell on a pretty little porcelain clock on a nearby table, and she drew in her breath, shocked. So late! Bridie would be back in only 45 minutes. "I can't put it off any longer. It won't change things, no matter how long I do. There's no other way. I've got to write to Uncle Henry, eat humble pie, and ask him sweetly to help me. He's the only one I can trust." Scarlett gritted her teeth and reached for the pen. Her usually neat handwriting was cramped and uneven from strained determination when she put the words on paper that would turn over control of her Atlanta businesses and her precious hoard of gold in the Atlanta bank to Henry Hamilton. It was like cutting the ground out from under her feet. She felt physically ill, almost dizzy. There was no fear that the old lawyer would cheat her, but there was no chance that he would watch every penny the way she always had. It was one thing to have him collect and bank the receipts from the store and the rent from the saloon. It was another thing altogether to give him control of store inventory and prices and the amount of rent to charge the saloon keeper. Control. She was giving up control of her money, her safety, her success, just when control was most needed. Buying Corinne's share of Tara was going to dig a deep hole in her accumulated gold, but it was too late now to stop the deal with the bishop. And Scarlett wouldn't stop it even if she could. Her dream of spending summers at Tara with Rhett was dead now. But Tara was still Tara, and she was determined to make it hers. Building the houses on the edge of town was another drain on her resources, but it had to be done. If only she wasn't certain that Uncle Henry would agree with everything Sam Colleton suggested without asking the cost. Worst of all, She wouldn't know what was going on, for good or for ill. Anything might happen. "I can't do it," Scarlett groaned aloud. But she continued to write. She had to do it. She was going to take a long vacation, she wrote, do some traveling. She would be out of touch, with no address where mail could reach her. She looked at the words. They blurred, and she blinked the tears away. None of that, she told herself. It was absolutely essential to cut all ties, or Rhett would be able to track her down. And he must not know about the baby until she chose to tell him. But how could she bear not knowing what Uncle Henry was doing with her money, or if the panic was getting worse, threatening her savings, or if her house burned down, or worse, her store? She had to bear it, so she would. The pen scratched hurriedly across the pages, detailing instructions and advice that Henry Hamilton would probably disregard. When Bridie returned, all the letters were on the blotter, folded and sealed. Scarlett was sitting in an armchair, her ruined corset in her lap. "Oh, I forgot," Bridie moaned. "We had to cut you out, to let the breath into you. What will you have me do? There might be a shop nearby. I could go to—" "Never mind. It's not important," Scarlett said. "You can baste me into a frock, and I'll wear a cloak to hide the stitches in the back. Come on now, it's getting late, and I've got a lot to do." Bridie looked at the window. Late, was it? Her country-accustomed eyes could tell it wasn't yet 9 in the morning. She went obediently to unpack the sewing kit Kathleen had helped her put together for her new role as lady's maid. 30 minutes later, Scarlett knocked on the door of Colum's room. She was hollow-eyed from lack of sleep, but immaculately groomed and perfectly composed. She didn't feel at all tired. The worst was over. Now she had things to do. It restored her strength. She smiled at her cousin when he opened his door. "Will your collar protect your reputation if I come in?" she asked. "I have things to talk about that are private." Colum bowed and swung the door wide. "1,000 welcomes," he said. "It's good to see you smiling, Scarlett, darling. It won't be long before I'll be able to laugh, I hope. Did the letter from America get lost?" "No, I have it. Private. I understand what happened." "Do you?" Scarlett smiled again. "Then you're wiser than I am. I know, but I'll likely never understand. Still, that's neither here nor there." She put the 3 letters she'd written on a table. "I'll tell you about these in a minute. First, I have to tell you that I'm not going with you and Bridie. I'm going to stay in Ireland." She held up her hand. "No, don't say anything. I've thought it all through. There's nothing for me in America anymore." "Ah, no, Scarlett, darling, you're being too hasty. Didn't I tell you there's nothing done that can't be undone? Your husband got a divorce once. He'll do it again when you go back and tell him about the baby." "You're wrong, Colum. Rhett will never divorce Anne. She's his kind, from his people, from Charleston. And besides, she's like Melanie. That doesn't mean anything to you. You never knew Mellie. But Rhett did. He knew how rare she was long before I did. He respected Mellie. She was the only woman he ever did respect, except maybe his mother, and he admired her the way she deserved. This girl he's married is worth 10 of me, the same as Mellie was, and Rhett knows it. She's worth 10 of Rhett, too, but she loves him. Let him carry that cross." There was a savage bitterness in the words. "Ah, the suffering," he thought. "There must be a way to help her. You got your Tara now, Katie Scarlett, and you've such dreams for it. Won't that comfort you till your heart's healed? You can build the world you want for the child you're carrying, a grand plantation made by his grandfather and his mother. If it's a boy, he can be called Gerald." "You're not thinking anything I haven't already thought. Thank you. But you can't find an answer if I couldn't, Colum, believe me. One thing, I already have a son, a child you don't know about, if there's inheritance to consider. But the main thing is this baby. I can't go back to Terra to have his baby. I can't take this baby to Terra after it's born. People would never believe it was made in wedlock. They've always thought, in the county and in Atlanta, that I was no better than I should be. And I left Charleston the day after the baby was started. Scarlett's face blanched with painful longing. No one would ever believe it was Rhett's baby. We slept in separate rooms for years. They'd call me a whore and my baby a bastard, and they'd smack their lips with pleasure in the calling. The ugly words were marked on her twisted mouth. Not so, Scarlett, not so. Your husband knows the truth. He'll acknowledge the baby. Scarlett's eyes flamed. Oh, he'd acknowledge it all right, and he'd take it from me. Colum, you can't imagine how Red is about babies, his babies. He's like a madman with love, and he's got to own the child, be the best loved, be the all. He'd take this baby soon as it had the first breath in its little body. Don't think he couldn't do it either. He got the divorce when it couldn't be gotten. He'd change any law, make a new one. There's nothing he can't do. She was whispering hoarsely, as if afraid. Her face was contorted with hatred and a wild, unreasoned terror. Then suddenly, like a veil falling, it changed. It became smooth and tranquil, except for her blazing green eyes. A smile appeared on her lips. It made Colum O'Hara's spine chill. "This is my baby," said Scarlett. Her quiet, low-pitched voice was like a giant cat's purr. "Mine alone. He'll never know about it till I want him to, when it's too late for him. I'm going to pray for a girl, a beautiful, blue-eyed girl." Colum crossed himself. Scarlett laughed harshly. "Poor Colum. You must have heard about the woman scorned. Don't be so shocked. Don't fret. I won't frighten you any more." She smiled, and he could almost believe he'd imagined what he'd seen in her face a moment earlier. Scarlett's smile was open and affectionate. "I know you're trying to help me, and I'm grateful, Colum. I really am. You've been so good to me, such a good friend, probably the best friend I ever had, except Millie. You're like a brother. I always wished I had a brother. I hope you'll always be my friend." Colum assured her that he would. He thought to himself that he'd never seen a soul so in need of help. "I want you to take these letters to America for me, please, Colum. This one's to my Aunt Pauline. I want her to know I got her letters so she'll get all the pleasure possible out of her love for telling people I told you so. And this one's to my Atlanta lawyer. There's business I have to settle. Both should be posted in Boston. I don't want anyone to know where I really am. This one I want you to hand deliver. It'll mean more travel for you, but it's terribly important. It's to the bank in Savannah. I have a pile of gold and my jewelry in their vault, and I'm counting on you to bring it back safe for me. Did Bridie give you the bag I had round my neck? Good. That'll do me to get started with. Now I need you to find me a lawyer I can trust, if there is such a thing. I'm going to use Rhett Butler's money. I'm going to buy Ballyhera, where the O'Haras began. This child's going to have a heritage he could never provide. I'll show him a thing or two about roots that go deep." "Scarlett, darling, I beseech you, wait a bit. We can stay in Galway a while with Bridie and me to take care of you. You're not over the shocks, one right on top of the other the way they came. It's been too much for you to be making such big decisions. You think I've gone crazy, I suppose. Maybe I have. But this is my way, Colum, and I mean to take it. With your help or without it. No reason for you and Bridie to stay, either. I plan to go back to Daniel's tomorrow and ask them to take me in again until Ballyhera's mine. If you're afraid I need looking after, you can surely trust Kathleen and them." "Come on, Colin," Scarlett said. "Admit it. I've got you beat." He spread his hands and admitted it. Later, he escorted her to the office of an English lawyer with a reputation for successful completion of whatever he put his hand to, and the search for the owner of Ballyhera was set into motion. The following day, Colin went to the market as soon as the first tables were set up. He took the purchases Scarlett wanted back to the hotel. "Here you are, then, Mrs. O'Hara," he said. "Black skirts and shirts and shawl and cloak and stockings for the poor new widow. And I've told Bridie that's what the news was that gave you the collapse. Your husband was taken by sickness before there was time for you to reach his side. And here you are as well, a wee gift from me. I'm thinking that when widow's weeds pull your spirits down, you'll feel better for knowing you've got them on." Colin deposited a heap of bright-colored petticoats in Scarlett's lap. Scarlett smiled. Her eyes brimmed with emotion. "How did you know I was kicking myself for giving all my Irish clothes to the cousins in Adamstown?" She waved at her trunk and valises. "I won't need these things any more. Take them with you and give them to Maureen to dole out." "That's foolish extravagance and impetuosity, Scarlett." "Fiddly-dee, I took out my boots and my shimmies. The frocks are no use to me. I'm never going to be squeezed into a corset again, never. I'm Scarlett O'Hara, an Irish lass with a free swinging skirt and a secret red petticoat. Free, Colin. I'm going to make a world for myself, by my rules, not anybody else's. Don't worry about me. I'm going to learn to be happy." Colin averted his eyes from the grimly determined expression on Scarlett's face. Chapter 58. The ship's sailing was delayed 2 days, so Colin and Bridie were able to escort Scarlett to the train station on Sunday morning. First, they all went to Mass. "You must have a word with her now, Colin," Bridie whispered in his ear when they met in the hallway. She rolled her eyes toward Scarlett. Colin hid his smile with a cough. Scarlett was dressed like a widowed peasant, even to wearing a shawl instead of a cloak. "We'll go along with her, Bridget," he said firmly. "She has a right to mourn any way she sees fit." "But, Colin, this grand English hotel, all the people will be staring and talking." "And don't they have their rights too? Let them stare and say what they will. We'll give no notice." He took Bridie's arm in a firm grasp, offered his other hand to Scarlett. She rested hers elegantly on top of it, as if he were leading her into a ballroom. When she was seated in her first-class compartment on the train, Colin watched with relish, Bridie with horror, as one group of English travelers after another opened the door to the compartment, then backed away. "The authorities shouldn't allow those people to buy first-class tickets," one woman said loudly to her husband. Scarlett's hand shot out to hold the door before the Anglo could close it. She called out to Colin, who was on the platform nearby. "Faith, I forgot my basket of boiled tatties, father. Will you say a prayer to the Blessed Virgin that there'll be a peddler selling some food on this train?" Her brogue was so exaggerated that Colin could barely understand the words. He was still laughing when a station attendant closed the door and the train began to move. The English couple, he was pleased to see, abandoned all dignity in their scramble into another compartment. Scarlett waved goodbye, smiling, as her window moved out of his sight. Then she sat back in her seat and allowed her face to relax, permitted a single tear to escape. She was bone-tired and dreading the return to Adamstown. Daniel's 2-room cottage had seemed quaint and delightfully different from all she was accustomed to, as long as she was on a vacation visit. Now it was a cramped, crowded house with no luxuries, and it was the only place she could call home for who knew how long. The lawyer might not be able to find the owner of Ballyhara. The owner might not be willing to sell. The price might be more even than all the money Rhett had given her. Her carefully thought-out plan was riddled with holes, and she had no certainty about anything. "I won't think about it now. There's nothing I can do about any of those things. At least nobody'll be crowding in here wanting to chatter at me." Scarlett folded up the arms separating the 3 deeply cushioned seats, stretched out with a sigh, and fell asleep, her ticket on the floor where the conductor could see it. She had made a plan, and she was going to see it through as far as she could. It would be a lot easier if she wasn't tired half to death. The first step proceeded without a hitch. She bought a pony and a trap in Mullingar and drove it home to Adamstown. It wasn't as stylish a rig as Molly's. The trap was distinctly shabby-looking, but the pony was younger and larger and stronger, and she'd made a start. The family were shocked when she returned, and sympathetic for her loss in the best possible way. Once expressed, they never again spoke of their feelings. Instead, they asked, was there anything they could do for her? "You can teach me," said Scarlett. "I want to learn about an Irish farm." She followed Daniel and his sons through their work routines. She even set her jaw and forced herself to learn how to handle cattle, including milking the cow. After she'd learned all she could about Daniel's farm, Scarlett put herself out to charm Molly, then Molly's loathsome husband, Robert. His farm was 5 times the size of Daniel's. After Robert, it was the turn of his boss, Mr. Alderson, manager of the Earl's entire estate. Not even in the days when she was captivating every man in Clayton County had Scarlett been so charming, or worked so hard, or succeeded so well. She had no time to notice the austerity of the cottage. All that mattered was the soft mattress at the end of the long, long summer day of work. After a month, she knew almost as much about Adamstown as Alderson, and she'd identified at least 6 ways it could be improved. It was just about that time that she received the letter from her Galway lawyer. The widow of Ballyhara's deceased owner had remarried only a year after his death and had herself died 5 years ago. Her heir and eldest son, now 27, lived in England, where he was also heir to the estate of his father, who was still living. He had said he would give consideration to any offer in excess of £15,000. Scarlett studied the copy of the survey map of Ballyhara that was attached to the letter. It was much bigger than she'd thought. "Why, it's both sides of the road to Trim, and there's another river. The boundary's the Boyne on this side, and," she squinted at the tiny lettering, "the Knight's Brook on the other. What an elegant name. Knight's Brook. 2 rivers. I've got to have it. But £15,000? She already knew from Alderson that £10 was a price paid only for prime growing land, and a high price at that. 8 was more like it. 7.5 for a shrewd bargainer. Ballyhara had a sizable area of bog, too, useful for fuel. There was enough peat to last a few centuries. But nothing grew on bog, and the fields around it were too acid for wheat. Plus, the land had gone to ruin in 30 years. It all needed clearing of scrub growth and tap-rooted weeds. She shouldn't pay more than 4.5 for 1,240 acres. That came to £4,960, or £5,580 at the most. There was the house, of course. It was huge. Not that she cared. The buildings in the town were more important. 46 of them all told, plus 2 churches. 5 of the houses were quite grand. 2 dozen were only cottages. But all were deserted. Likely to stay that way, too, with no one tending to the estate. Taken all in all, £10,000 would be more than fair. He'd be lucky to get it. £10,000. That was $50,000. Scarlett was horrified. I've got to start thinking in real money. I get too careless otherwise. 10,000 doesn't sound like all that much of anything, but $50,000 is different. I know that's a fortune. With all that scrimping and saving and sharp dealing at the lumber mills and the store, and selling the mills outright, and the rent for the saloon, and never spending a penny I didn't absolutely have to, year in and year out. In 10 years, I only managed to put together a little over $30,000. And I wouldn't have half that if Rhett hadn't paid for everything for almost the last 7 years. Uncle Henry says I'm a rich woman with my $30,000, and I reckon he's right. Those houses I'm building don't cost more than $100 to put up. What on earth kind of people have $50,000 to pay for a ramshackle ghost town and unworked land? People like Rhett Butler, that's who. And I've got 500,000 of his dollars to buy back the land stolen from my people. Ballyhara wasn't just land. It was O'Hara land. How could she even think about what she should or shouldn't pay? Scarlett made a firm offer of £15,000. Take it or leave it. After her letter was in the post, she shook all over from head to toe. Suppose Colum didn't come back with her gold in time. There was no way of knowing how long the lawyer would take or when Colum would return. She barely said goodbye to Matt O'Toole after she gave him the letter. She was in a hurry. She walked as quickly as the uneven ground would allow, wishing for rain. The tall, thick hedges held the June heat in the narrow path between them. She had no hat to keep her head cool and to protect her skin from the sun. She almost never wore one. The frequent showers and the clouds that preceded and followed them made hats unnecessary. As for parasols, they were only ornaments in Ireland. When she reached the ford over the Boyne, she tucked up her skirts and stood in the water until her body was cooled. Then she went to the tower. During the months she'd been back at Daniel's, the tower had become very important to her. She always went there when she was worried about anything or bothered or sad. Its great stones held heat and cool both. She could lay her hands on them or her cheek against them and find the solace and comfort she needed in its enduring ancient solidity. Sometimes she talked to it as if it were her father. More rarely, she stretched her arms over its stones and wept upon it. She never heard a sound other than her own voice and the song of birds and the whisper of the river. She never sensed the presence of the eyes that were watching her. Colum returned to Ireland on June 18th. He sent a telegram from Galway. Will arrive 25 June with Savannah goods. The village was in an uproar. There had never been a telegram in Adamstown. There had never been a writer from Trim who was so uninterested in Matt O'Toole's border or a horse so swift carrying a rider. When 2 hours later, a second rider galloped into the village on an even more noteworthy horse, people's excitement knew no bounds. Another telegram for Scarlett from Galway. Offer accepted. Stop. Letter and contract follow. It took little discussion before the villagers agreed to do the only sensible thing. O'Toole's and the smithy would close. The doctor would close his door. Father Donaher would be spokesman, and they would all walk up to Daniel O'Hara's to find out what was going on. Scarlett had driven out in her pony trap, they learned, and no more, because Kathleen knew no more than they did. But everyone got to hold and read the telegrams. Scarlett had left them on the table for all the world to see. Scarlett drove the tortuous roads to Tara with a jubilant heart. Now she could really begin. Her plan was clear in her head, each step following logically upon the previous one. This trip to Tara was not one of the steps. It had come into her mind when the second telegram arrived, more as a compulsion than as an impulse. It was compellingly necessary on this glorious sunlit day to see from Tara's hill the sweet green land that was now her chosen home. There were many more sheep grazing today than when she'd been here before. She looked over their wide backs and thought about wool. No one grazed sheep in Adamstown. She'd have to learn about the problems and profits of raising sheep from a fresh source. Scarlett stopped in her tracks. There were people on the mounds that had once been the great banqueting hall of Tara. She'd expected to be alone. They're English, too. Damn them for the interlopers they are. Resentment of the English was part of every Irishman's life, and Scarlett had absorbed it with the bread she ate and the music she danced to. These picnickers had no right to spread rugs and a tablecloth where the High Kings of Ireland had once dined, or to talk in their honking voices where harps had played. Particularly when that spot was where Scarlett O'Hara intended to stand solitary to look at her country. She glowered with frustration at the dandified men in their straw hats and the women with their flowered silk parasols. I won't let them spoil my day. I'll go where they're out of my sight. She walked the twice-ringed mound that had been the wall-encircled house of King Cormac, builder of the banquet hall. The Leah File was here, the stone of destiny. Scarlett leaned against it. Colum had been shocked when she did that the day he first brought her to Tara. The Leah File was the coronation test of the ancient kings, he told her. If it cried aloud, the man being tested was acceptable as Ireland's High King. She'd been so strangely elated that day that nothing would have surprised her, not even if the weathered granite pillar had called her by name, as of course it had not. It was almost as tall as she was. The top made a good resting place for the hollow at the base of her skull. She looked dreamily at the racing clouds above her in the blue sky, and felt the wind lifting the loose locks of hair from her forehead and temples. The English voices were now only muted background to the gentle tinkling bells on the necks of some of the sheep. So peaceful. Maybe that's why I needed to come to Tara. I've been so busy I'd forgotten to be happy, and that was the most important part of my plan. Can I be happy in Ireland? Can I make it my real home? There is happiness here in the free life I live, and how much more there'll be when my plan is complete. The hard part is done, the part that other people controlled. Now it's all up to me, the way I want it. And there's so much to do. She smiled at the breeze. The sun slipped in and out of the clouds, and the lush long grass smelled richly alive. Scarlett's back slid down the stone, and she sat on the green. Maybe she'd find a shamrock. Colum said they grew more thickly here than any place in Ireland. She'd tried lots of grassy patches, but never yet seen the unmistakable Irish clover. On an impulse, Scarlett rolled down her black stockings and took them off. How white her feet looked. Ugh! She pulled her skirts up above her knees to let the sun warm her legs and feet. The yellow and red petticoats under her black skirt made her smile again. Colum had been right about that. Scarlett wiggled her toes in the breeze. What was that? Her head snapped erect, and the tiny stir of life moved again in her body. Oh, she whispered, and again, oh. She placed her hands gently over the small swelling under her skirts. The only thing she could feel was the bulky folded wool. It was no surprise that the quickening wasn't touchable. Scarlett knew it would be many weeks before her hands could feel the kicking. She stood, facing the wind, and thrust out her cradled belly. Green and gold fields and summer-thick green trees filled the world as far as her eyes could see. "All this is yours, little Irish baby," she said. "Your mother will give it to you. By herself." Scarlett could feel the cool wind-blown grass beneath her feet and the warm earth beneath the grass. She knelt then and ripped up a tuft of grass. Her face was unearthly when she dug into the ground beneath it with her nails, when she rubbed the moist, fragrant earth in circles over her belly, when she said, "Yours, your green high Tara." They were talking about Scarlett in Daniel's house. That was nothing new. Scarlett had been the villagers' chief topic of conversation ever since she first arrived from America. Kathleen took no offense. Why should she? Scarlett fascinated and mystified her, too. She had no trouble understanding Scarlett's decision to stay in Ireland. "Wasn't I that heartsore my own self?" she said to one and all, missing the mists and the soft earth and all in that hot, closed-in city. When she saw what was better, she knew not to give it up. "Is it true, then, Kathleen, that her husband beat her something wonderful, and she ran from him to save her baby?" "Not at all, Claire O'Gorman, and who'd be spreading such terrible lies as that?" Peggy Monaghan was indignant. "It's a well-known fact that the sickness that took him in the end was already upon him, and he sent her away lest it reach into her womb." "It's a terrible thing to be a widow and all alone with a baby on the way," sighed Kate O'Toole. "Not so terrible as it might be," said Kathleen, the knowledgeable one. "Not when you're richer than the Queen of England." Everyone settled more comfortably in their seats around the fire. Now they were coming to it. Of all the intriguing speculation about Scarlett, the most enjoyable was to talk about her money. And wasn't it a grand thing to see a fortune in Irish hands for once instead of the English? None of them knew that the richest days of gossip were just about to begin. Scarlett flapped the reins of the pony's back. "Get a move on," she said. "This baby's in a hurry for a home." She was on her way to Ballyhara at last. Until everything was certain about buying it, she hadn't allowed herself to go any farther than the tower. Now she could look closely, see what she had. "My houses in my town, my churches and my bars and my post office, my bog and my fields and my 2 rivers. What a wonderful lot there is to do." She was determined that the baby would be born in the place that would be its home, the big house at Ballyhara. But everything else had to be done, too. Fields were most important, and a smithy in town to repair hinges and fashion ploughs, and leaks mended, windows reglazed, doors replaced on their hinges. The deterioration would have to be stopped immediately, now that the property was hers. And the babies, of course. Scarlett concentrated on the life within her, but there was no movement. "Smart child," she said aloud. "Sleep while you can. We're going to be busy all the time from now on." She only had 20 weeks to work in before the birth. It wasn't hard to calculate the date. 9 months from February 14th, St. Valentine's Day. Scarlett's mouth twisted. What a joke that was. She wouldn't think about that now, or ever. She had to keep her mind on November 14th and the work to be done before then. She smiled and started to sing. "When first I saw sweet Peggy, 'twas on a market day. A low-backed car she drove and sat upon a truss of hay. But when that hay was bloomin' grass and decked with flowers of spring, no flower was there that could compare to the bloomin' girl I sing. As she sat in her low-backed car, the man at the turnpike bar never asked for the toll, but just rubbed his old pole and looked after the low-backed car. What a good thing it was to be happy. This excited anticipation and these unexpected good spirits definitely added up to happiness. She'd said, back in Galway, that she was going to be happy, and she was. "To be sure," Scarlett added aloud, and she laughed at herself. Chapter 59. Colum was surprised when Scarlett met his train in Mullingar. Scarlett was surprised when he stepped out of the baggage car, and not the coach, and when his companion stepped out after him. "This is Liam Ryan, Scarlett darlin', Jim Ryan's brother." Liam was a big man, as big as the O'Hara men, Colum accepted, and he was dressed in the green uniform of the Royal Irish Constabulary. How on earth could Colum befriend one of them, she thought. The constabulary were even more despised than the English militia because they policed and arrested and punished their own people under orders from the English. Did Colum have the gold, Scarlett wanted to know. He did, and Liam Ryan with his rifle to guard it. "I've escorted many a package in my day," Colum said, "but never a time have I been nervous until now." "I've got men from the bank to take it," said Scarlett. "I'm using Mullingar for safety. It's got the biggest garrison of military." She learned to loathe the soldiers, but where the safety of her gold was involved, she was glad to use them. She could use the bank in Trim for convenience, for small sums. As soon as she saw the gold stored in the security of the vault and signed the papers for the purchase of Ballyhara, Scarlett took Colum's arm and hurried him out onto the street. "I've a pony trap. We can get going right away. There's so much to do, Colum. I've got to find a blacksmith right away and get the smithy going. O'Gorman's no good. He's too lazy. Will you help me find one? He'll be well paid to move to Ballyhara, and well paid after he gets there, for there'll be all the work he can handle. I've bought scythes and axes and shovels, but they'll need sharpening. Oh, I need workmen, too, to clear the fields, and carpenters to mend the houses, and glaziers and roofers and painters. Everything imaginable." Her cheeks were pink with excitement, her eyes shining. She was incredibly beautiful in her peasant black clothing. Colum extricated himself from her grasp, then took her arm in his firm hand. "All will be done, Scarlett darlin', and almost as quickly as you'd like, but not on an empty stomach. We'll be going now to Jim Ryan's. It's seldom he gets to see his Galway brother, and it's rare to find as grand a cook as Mrs. Ryan." Scarlett made an impatient gesture. Then she forced herself to calm down. Colum's authority was quietly impressive. Also, she did try to remember to eat properly and drink quantities of milk for the baby's sake. The subtle movements could be felt many times every day now. But after dinner she couldn't contain her anger when Colum said he wouldn't come with her at once. She had so much to show him, to talk about, to plan, and she wanted it all now. "I've things to do in Mullingar," he said with placid, unshakable firmness. "I'll be home in 3 days. You've my word on it. I'll even set the time. 2 in the afternoon we'll meet at Daniel's." "We'll meet at Ballyhara," said Scarlett. "I've already moved in. It's the yellow house halfway down the street." She turned her back on him then and strode angrily away to get her trap. Late that evening, after Jim Ryan's bar was closed for the night, its door was left on the latch for the men who quietly slipped in one by one to meet in a room upstairs. Colum laid out in detail the things they had to do. "It's a God-sent opportunity," he said with incandescent fervor. "An entire town of our own. All Fenian men, all their skills concentrated in one place, where the English would never think to look. The whole world already thinks my cousin's daft for paying such a price for property she might have bought for nothing just to spare the owner paying the taxes on it. She's American, too, a race known to be peculiar. The English are too busy laughing at her to be suspicious of what goes on in her property. We've long needed a secure headquarters. Scarlett's begging us to take it, though she doesn't know it." Colm rode into Ballyhara's weed-grown street at 2:43. Scarlett was standing in front of her house, arms akimbo. "You're late," she accused. "Ah, but sure, and you'll forgive me, Scarlett, darling, when I tell you that following me on the road comes your smith and his wagon with forge and bellows and all that." Scarlett's house was a perfect portrait of her. Work first and comfort later, if at all. Colm observed everything with deceptively lazy eyes. The parlor's broken windows were neatly covered with squares of oiled paper glued over the panes. Farm implements of new shiny steel were stacked in the corners of the room. The floors were swept clean but not polished. The kitchen had a plain, narrow wooden bedstead, with a thick straw mattress covered by linen sheets and a woolen blanket. There was a small turf fire in the big stone fireplace. The only cooking implements were an iron kettle and small pot. Above, on the mantel shelf, were tins of tea and oatmeal, 2 cups, saucers, spoons, and a box of matches. The only chair in the room was placed by a big table under the window. The table held a large account book, open, with entries in Scarlett's neat hand. 2 large oil lamps, a pot of ink, a box of pens and pen wipes, and a stack of paper were at the back of the table. A larger stack of paper was near the front. The sheets were covered with notes and calculations, held down with a large washed stone. The surveyor's map of Ballyhara was nailed to the wall nearby. So was a mirror above a shelf that held Scarlett's silver-backed comb and brushes, and silver-topped jars of hairpins, powder, rouge, and rosewater glycerin cream. Colm restrained a smile when he saw them, but when he saw the pistol next to them, he turned angrily. "You could get jailed for owning that weapon," he said too loudly. "Fiddle-dee-dee," she said. "The captain of the militia gave it to me. A woman living alone who's known to have a lot of gold should have some protection," he said. "He'd have posted one of his sissy britches soldiers at the door if I'd let him." Colm's laughter made her eyebrows rise. She didn't think what she'd said was all that amusing. The larder shelves held butter, milk, sugar, a rack with 2 plates in it, a bowl of eggs, a ham hanging from the ceiling, and a loaf of stale bread. Buckets of water stood in a corner with a tin of lamp oil and a washstand outfitted with bowl, pitcher, soap dish, and soap, and a towel rack with 1 towel on it. Scarlett's clothes hung from nails on the wall. "You're not using the upstairs, then," Colm commented. "Why should I? I have all I need here." "You've done wonders, Colm. I'm really impressed." Scarlett stood in the center of Ballyhara's famously wide street and looked at the activity everywhere along the length of it. Hammering could be heard from every direction. There was the smell of fresh paint. New windows sparkled in a dozen buildings, and in front of her, a man on a ladder was putting up a gold-lettered sign above the door of the building that Colm had first earmarked for work. "Did we really need to finish the bar first?" Scarlett asked. She'd been asking the same thing ever since Colm made the announcement. "You'll find more willing workers if there's a place for them to have a pint when their work's done," he said for the 1,000th time. "So you've said every time you opened your mouth, but I still can't see why it won't just make them worse." "Why, if I didn't keep after them, nothing would ever get done on time. They'd be just like them." Scarlett jerked her thumb at the groups of interested observers along the street. "They should be back wherever they came from doing their own work, not watching while other people work." "Scarlett, darling, it's the national character to take the pleasures life has to offer first and worry about duties later. That's what gives the Irish their charm and their happiness." "Well, I don't think it's charming, and it doesn't make me one bit happy. It's practically August already, and not one single field's been cleared yet. How can I possibly plant in the spring if the fields aren't cleared and manured in the fall? "You've got months yet, Scarlett, darling. Just look at what you've already done in only weeks." Scarlett looked. The frown disappeared from her forehead, and she smiled. "That's true," she said. Colum smiled with her. He said nothing about the soothing and pressuring he had had to do to prevent the men putting down their tools and walking away. They didn't take well to being bossed by a woman, especially one as demanding as Scarlett. If the underground links of the Fenian Brotherhood hadn't committed them to the resurrection of Ballyhara, he didn't know how many would be left, even with Scarlett paying above-average wages. He, too, looked along the busy street. It would be a good life for these men, and others too, he thought, when Ballyhara was restored. Already he had 2 more barkeepers asking to come in, and a man who owned a profitable dry goods store in Bective wanted to relocate. The houses, even the smallest ones, were better than the hovels occupied now by most of the farm laborers he'd chosen. They were as eager as Scarlett for the roofs and windows to be repaired so that they could leave their landlords and get started on the fields of Ballyhara. Scarlett darted into her house and out again, gloves and covered milk jug in her hand. "I hope you'll keep everybody working and not have a big celebration to open the bar while I'm gone," she said. "I'll ride over to Daniel's for some bread and milk." Colum promised to keep the work going. He said nothing about the folly of her jouncing along on a saddleless pony in her condition. She'd already bitten his head off for suggesting that it was unwise. "For pity's sake, Colum, I'm barely past 5 months. That's hardly pregnant at all." She was more worried than she'd ever let him know. None of her earlier babies had given her so much trouble. She had an ache in her lower back that never went away, and occasionally there were spots of blood on her underclothes or her sheets that made her heart turn over. She washed them out with the strongest soap she had, the one meant for floors and walls, as if she could wash out the unknown cause together with the spots. Dr. Meade had warned her after her miscarriage that the fall had injured her severely, and she had taken an unconscionably long time to recover. But she refused to admit there might be anything really wrong. The baby wouldn't be kicking so strong if it wasn't healthy, and she had no time to be vaporish. Frequent trips had created a well-defined track through Ballyhara's overgrown fields to the ford. The pony followed it almost by itself now, and Scarlett had time to think. She'd better get a horse pretty soon. She was getting too heavy for the pony. That was different, too. She'd never gotten so big before when she was carrying a baby. Suppose she had twins. Wouldn't that just be something? That would really pay Rhett back. She already had 2 rivers on her place to his one at Dunmore Landing. Nothing would please her more than to have 2 babies, just in case Anne had one. The thought of Rhett giving Anne a baby was too painful to bear. Scarlett turned her eyes and her mind onto the fields of Ballyhara. She just had to get started on them. She just had to, no matter what Colum said. As always, she paused by the tower before she rode to the ford. What good builders those long-ago O'Haras were, and how smart. Old Daniel had actually talked for almost a full minute when she mentioned how sorry she was that the stairs were gone. There were never any stairs outside, he said, only inside. A ladder gave people access to the door, set 12 feet up from the ground. When danger came, people could run to the tower, pull the ladder up behind them, and fire arrows or throw stones or pour hot oil down on the attackers from the narrow slit windows, safe from assault by enemies below them. One of these days I'll haul a ladder back here and have a look inside. I hope there aren't any bats. I do hate bats. Why didn't St. Patrick get rid of them too when he was cleaning out the snakes? Scarlett looked in on her grandmother, found her asleep, then stuck her head in Daniel's door. "Scarlett, what a happy thing it is to see you. Come in, do, and tell us the latest wonders you've done at Ballyhara." Kathleen reached for the teapot. I was hoping you'd come. There's warm barmbrack." 3 of the village women were there. Scarlett pulled up a stool and joined them. "How's the baby?" asked Mary Helen. "Perfect," said Scarlett. She looked around the familiar kitchen. It was friendly and comfortable, but she could hardly wait for Kathleen to have her new kitchen, the one in the largest house in Ballyhera town. Scarlett had already mentally designated the houses she was going to give the family. They'd all have grand, spacious homes. Column's was the smallest, only one of the gatehouses where the estate adjoined the town, but he had chosen it for himself. So she wouldn't argue. And he'd never have a family anyhow, being a priest. But there were much bigger houses in the town. She'd chosen the best for Daniel because Kathleen was with him, and they'd probably want grandmother with them too. Plus, there had to be room for Kathleen's family when she married, which she'd easily do with the dowry Scarlett would give her, including the house. Then a house for each of Daniel's and Patrick's sons, too, even Spooky Sean, who lived with grandmother. Plus farmland, as much as they wanted, so that they'd be able to marry too. She thought it was terrible the way that young men and women couldn't get married because they had no land and no money to get any. The English landlords were truly heartless, the way they kept the Irish ground down under their heels. The Irish did all the labor to grow the wheat or oats, fatten the cattle and sheep. And then they had to sell to the English at the prices the English set. For the English to export the grain and stock to England, where they'd make more money, for more Englishmen. No farmer ever had much left when his rent was paid, and that could be raised at the whim of the English. It was worse than sharecropping. It was like being under the Yankees after the war, when they took anything they wanted, then boosted the taxes on Tara sky high. No wonder the Irish hated the English so. She'd hate the Yankees till her dying day. But soon the O'Haras would be free of all that. They'd be so surprised when she told them. It wouldn't be much longer, either. When the houses were finished and the fields ready, she wasn't about to give them halfway done presents. She wanted everything to be perfect. They'd been so good to her, and they were her family. The gifts were her cherished secret. She hadn't even told Colum yet. She'd been hugging it to herself ever since the night in Galway when the plan came to her. It added to her pleasure every time she looked at Ballyhera's street that she knew just which houses would be O'Hara houses. She'd have lots of places to go then, lots of fires to pull up a stool to, lots of homes with cousins in them for her baby to play with and go to school with and have huge holiday celebrations with at the big house. Because naturally that's where she and the baby would be, in the huge, enormous, fantastically elegant big house, bigger than the house on East Battery, bigger than the house at Dunmore Landing, even before the Yankees burned 9/10 of it, and with land that had been O'Hara land before anybody ever heard of Dunmore Landing or Charleston, South Carolina, or Rhett Butler. How his eyes would bug out, how his heart would break when he saw his beautiful daughter. Oh, please let it be a girl, in her beautiful home, and she was an O'Hara, and her mother's child alone. Scarlett cherished the daydream of sweet revenge. But that was years away, and the O'Hara houses were soon, as soon as she could make them ready. Chapter 60. Colum appeared at Scarlett's door late in August, when the sky was still rosy with dawn. 10 burly men stood silently behind him in the mist-heavy half-light. "Here are the men to clear your fields," he said. "Are you happy at last?" She screeched with delight. "Let me get my shawl against the damp," she said, "and I'll be right out. Take them down to the first field beyond the gate." She hadn't finished dressing yet. Her hair was all tumbled and her feet were bare. She tried to hurry, but excitement made her clumsy. She'd been waiting so long. and it was getting more difficult every day to get her boots on. My grief, I'm as big as a house already. I must be going to have triplets. The devil take it. Scarlett piled her unbrushed hair into a wad and stabbed hairpins in it to hold it. Then she grabbed her shawl and ran along the street with her feet bare. The men were grouped glumly around Colum on the weed-choked drive inside the open gate. "Never seen such a sight. Those be more like trees than weeds. Looks like all nettles to me. A man could spend a lifetime an acre." "A fine lot you are," Scarlett said clearly. "Are you afraid to get your hands dirty?" They looked at her with disdain. They'd all heard about the little woman with the driving ways, nothing womanly about her. "We were discussing the best way to get started," Colum said soothingly. Scarlett was in no mood to be placated. "You don't get started at all if you discuss long enough. I'll show you how you get started." She put her left hand on the lower curve of her distended belly to support it. Then she leaned over, and her right hand grasped a big handful of nettles at the base. With a grunt and a heave, she ripped them from the earth. "There," she said contemptuously. "Now you're started." She threw the spiny plants at the men's feet. Blood was oozing from wounds all over her hand. Scarlett spit in her palm, then wiped her hand on her black widow's skirt and walked heavily away on her pale, fragile-looking feet. The men stared at her back. First one, then another. Then all of them took their hats off. They were not the only ones who had learned to respect Scarlett O'Hara. Painters had discovered that she would climb the tallest ladder they had, moving like a crab to accommodate her shape, in order to point out overlooked spots or uneven brush strokes. Carpenters who attempted to use inadequate numbers of nails would find her hammering when they came to work. She slammed newly made or newly hung doors with a bang that would wake the dead, to test hinges, and stood up inside chimneys with a flaming bundle of rushes in her hand to look for soot and test how well they drew. The roofers reported with awe that only Father O'Hara's strong arm kept her from walking the roof tree and counting the slates. She drove everyone hard and herself harder. And when it grew too dark to work, there were 3 free pints at the bar for every man who had stayed on the job that late, and even when their drinking and bragging and complaining was done, they could see her through her kitchen window, bending over her papers and writing by lamplight. "Did you wash your hands?" Colum asked when he entered the kitchen. "Yes, and put some salve on, too. It was a mess. I just get so mad sometimes I don't think what I'm doing. I'm fixing breakfast. Want some?" Colum sniffed the air. "Porridge without salt? I'd rather have some boiled nettles." Scarlett grinned. "Then pick your own. I'm leaving out salt for a while. It'll keep my ankles from swelling the way they've taken to doing lately. Not that it's going to make much difference soon. I can't see my boots to lace them now. I won't be able to reach them in a week or 2. I've figured it out, Colum. I'm having a litter, not a baby." "I've figured it out, as you say, myself. You need a woman to help you." He expected Scarlett to protest. She automatically denied every suggestion that she couldn't do everything herself, but she agreed. Colum smiled. He had just the woman for the job, he said, someone who could help with everything, even the bookkeeping if necessary. An older woman, but not too old to accept Scarlett's rule, and not so spineless that she wouldn't stand up to her when necessary. She was experienced at managing work and people and money, too. In fact, she was housekeeper at a big house of an estate near Larricore on the other side of Trim. She had knowledge of childbirth, though she was no midwife. She'd had 6 children herself. She could come to Scarlett now to take care of her and this house until the big house was repaired. Then she'd hire the women needed to run it, and she'd run them. You'll admit, Scarlett, darling, that you've nothing in America quite like a big house in Ireland. It needs a practiced hand. You'll need a steward, too, to manage the butler and the footman and like that, plus a head stableman to rule the grooms, and a dozen or so gardeners, with one to boss them. Stop! Scarlett was shaking her head furiously. I'm not planning to start a kingdom here. I need a woman to help me, I grant you that. But I'll only be using a few rooms of that pile of stone up there to start with. So you'll have to ask this paragon of yours if she's willing to give up her high and mighty position. I doubt if she'll say yes. I'll ask her then. Colum was sure she would agree, even if she had to scrub floors. Rosaline Mary Fitzpatrick was the sister of a Fenian who'd been executed by the English, and the daughter and granddaughter of men who'd gone down in the Ballyhera coffin ships. She was the most passionate and dedicated member of his inner circle of insurgents. Scarlett took 3 boiled eggs out of the bubbling water in the kettle, then poured water into the teapot. You could have an egg or two if you're too proud to eat my porridge, she offered. Without salt, of course. Colum declined. Good. I'm hungry. She spooned porridge onto a plate, cracked the eggs, and added them. The yolks were runny. Colum averted his eyes. Scarlett ate hungrily and efficiently, talking rapidly between mouthfuls. She told him her plan for the whole family to have all the O'Haras living in moderate luxury at Ballyhera. Colum waited until she finished eating before he said, "They won't do it. They've been farming the land they're on for nearly 200 years. Of course they will. Everybody always wants better than they've got, Colum." He shook his head in reply. "I'll prove you wrong. I'll ask them right now." "No, that's not in my plan. I want to have everything ready first. Scarlett, I brought you your farmers this morning. Those lazy bones. You didn't tell me what you were planning. I hired those men. Their wives and children are on their way here right now to move into the cottages at the end of the street. They've quit the landlords they had before." Scarlett bit her lip. "That's all right," she said after a minute. "I'm putting the family in houses anyhow, not cottages. These men can work for the cousins." Colum opened his mouth, then closed it. There was no point in arguing, and he was certain that Daniel would never move. Colum called Scarlett down from the ladder she was on, inspecting fresh plaster in mid-afternoon. "I want you to see what your lazy bones have done," he said. Scarlett was so overjoyed that tears came to her eyes. There was a scythed and sickled path wide enough to drive the trap where she had ridden the pony before. Now she could visit Kathleen again and get milk for her tea and her oatmeal. She'd felt too heavy to ride for the past week and more. "I'll go this very minute," she said. "Then let me lace up your boots." "No, they press on my ankles. I'll go barefoot, now that I've got a cart to ride in and a road to ride on. You can hitch up the pony, though." Colum watched her drive off with a feeling of relief. He went back to his gatehouse and his books, his pipe, and his glass of good whiskey, with a sense of a reward well earned. Scarlett O'Hara was the most exhausting individual of any gender, any age, any nationality he'd ever met. And why, he wondered, does my mind always add "poor lamb" to every opinion I have of her? She looked like a poor lamb indeed when she burst in on him just before summer's late darkness fell. The family had, very kindly and very often, turned down her invitation and then her appeals to come to Ballyhera. Colum had come to believe that Scarlett had become almost incapable of tears. She had not cried when she'd received the notice of the divorce, nor even when the ultimate blow fell with the announcement that Rhett had married again. But on this warm, rainy night in August, she sobbed and wept for hours until she fell asleep on his comfortable couch, a luxury unknown in her Spartan 2 rooms. He covered her with a lightweight coverlet and went to his bedroom. He was glad that she had found release for her grief, but he feared she would not see her outburst in the same light, so he left her alone. She might prefer not to see him for a few days. Strong people didn't like witnesses to their weak moments. He was mistaken. Again, he thought. Would he ever really get to know this woman? In the morning, he found Scarlett was sitting at his kitchen table, eating the only eggs he had. "You're right, you know, Colum. They're a lot better with salt. And you might start thinking about good tenants for my houses. They'll have to be prosperous because everything in those houses is the best there is, and I expect a good rent." Scarlett was profoundly hurt, even though she didn't show it again and never referred to it. She continued to ride over to Daniel's in the trap several times a week, and she worked just as hard as ever on Ballyhara, though her pregnancy was increasingly burdensome. By the end of September, the town was done. Every building was clean, freshly painted inside and out, with strong doors and good chimneys and tight roofs. The population was growing by leaps and bounds. There were 2 more bars, a cobbler's shop for boots and harness, the dry goods store that had moved from Bective, an elderly priest for the small Catholic church, 2 teachers for the school, which would begin classes as soon as authorization came from Dublin, a nervous young lawyer who was hoping to build a practice, with an even more nervous young wife who peered from behind her lace curtains at the people on the street. The farmers' children played games in the street. Their wives sat on their doorsteps and gossiped. The post rider from Trim came every day to leave the mail with the scholarly gentleman who had opened a shop with books and writing paper and ink in the one-room annex to the dry goods store. There was a promise that an official post office would be designated after the first of the year, and a doctor had taken the lease on the largest of the houses to begin occupancy for the first week of November. This last was the best news of all for Scarlett. The only hospital in the area was at the workhouse in Dunshaughlin, 14 miles away. She'd never seen a workhouse, the last refuge of the penniless, and she hoped she never would. She firmly believed in work instead of begging, but she'd rather not have to look at the unfortunates who ended up there, and it was certainly no way for a baby to start life. Her own doctor, that was more her style. He'd be right at hand, too, for croup and chicken pox and all those things babies always got. Now all she had to do was put out word that she'd want a wet nurse in mid-November and get the house ready. "Where is this perfect Fitzpatrick woman of yours, Colum? I thought you told me she'd agreed to come a month ago." "She did agree a month ago, and gave a month's notice, like any responsible person has to do. She'll be here on October 1st. That's Thursday next. I've offered her the use of my house." "Oh, have you? I thought she was supposed to housekeep me. Why doesn't she stay here?" "Because, Scarlett, darling, your house is the only building in Ballyhara that hasn't been repaired." Scarlett looked around her kitchen workroom in surprise. She had never paid any attention before to how it looked. It was only temporary, a convenient spot for watching the work on the town. "It is disgusting, isn't it?" she said. "We'd best get the house done fast so I can move." She smiled, but with difficulty. "The truth is, Colum, I'm nearly worn out. I'll be glad to be done with the work so I can rest some." What Scarlett didn't say was that the work had become just that, work, after the cousins said they wouldn't move. It had taken the joy out of rebuilding the O'Hara lands when the O'Haras wouldn't be enjoying them. She'd tried and tried to figure out why they'd turn her down. The only answer that made sense to her was that they didn't want to be too close to her, that they didn't really love her, despite all their kindnesses and warmth. She felt alone now, even when she was with them, even when she was with Colum. She'd believed he was her friend, but he'd told her they'd never come. He knew them, was one of them. Her back hurt all the time now, her legs too, and her feet and ankles were so swollen that walking was agony. She wished she wasn't having the baby. It was making her ill, and it had given her the idea of buying Ballyhera in the first place. And she had 6.5 more weeks of this. If I had the energy, I'd bawl, she thought despondently, but she found another weak smile for Colum. He looks like he wants to say something and doesn't know what to say. Well, I can't help him. I'm clean out of conversation. There was a knock on the street door. I'll go, Colum said. That's right. Run like a rabbit. He came back to the kitchen with a package in his hand and an unconvincing smile on his face. That was Mrs. Flanagan from the store. The tobacco you ordered for grandmother came in. She brought it over. I'll take it to her for you. No. Scarlett heaved herself to her feet. She asked me to get it. It's the only thing she's ever asked for. You hitch up the pony and help me into the trap. I want to take it to her. I'll come with you. Colum, there's barely room on the seat for me, let alone the two of us. Just bring me the trap and get me in it. Please. And how I'll get out of it, God only knows. Scarlett wasn't very happy when her cousin Sean came out from her grandmother's cottage at the sound of her arrival. Spooky Sean, she called him to herself, just as she always thought of her cousin Stephen in Savannah as Spooky Stephen. They gave her the shivers because they always watched silently while the other O'Haras were talking and laughing. She didn't care much for people who didn't talk and laugh, or for people who seemed to be thinking secret thoughts. When Sean offered his arm to help her walk into the house, she sidestepped clumsily to avoid him. "No need," she said gaily. "I can manage just fine." Even more than Stephen, Sean made her nervous. All failure made Scarlett nervous, and Sean was the O'Hara who had failed. He was Patrick's third son. The eldest died. Jamie worked in trim instead of farming, so when Patrick died in 1861, Sean inherited the farm. He was only 32 at the time, and the "only" was an excuse he thought adequate for all his troubles. He mismanaged everything so badly that there was a real chance the lease would be lost. Daniel, as the eldest, called Patrick's children together. Although he was 67, Daniel had more faith in himself than in Sean or in his own son Seamus, who was also only 32. He'd worked beside his brother all his life. Now that Patrick was gone, he wouldn't hold his tongue and watch their life's work go too. Sean would have to go instead. Sean went, but not away. He had lived with his grandmother for 12 years now, letting her take care of him. He refused to do any work on Daniel's farm. He made Scarlett's hackles rise. She walked away from him as fast as her bare, swollen feet would carry her. "Gerald's girl," said her grandmother. "It's glad I am to see a young Katie Scarlett." Scarlett believed her. She always believed her grandmother. "I've brought your tobacco, old Katie Scarlett," she said with genuine cheerfulness. "What a grand thing to do. Will you have a pipe with me?" "No, thank you, grandmother. I'm not quite that Irish yet." "Ah, what a shame. Well, I'm as Irish as God makes them. Fill a pipe for me, then." The tiny cottage was quiet, except for the sound of her grandmother's soft sucking pulls on the stem of her pipe. Scarlett put her feet up on a stool and closed her eyes. The peacefulness was balm. When she heard shouting outside, she was furious. Couldn't she have a half-hour's quiet? She hurried as best she could into the farmyard, ready to scream at whoever was making the racket. What she saw was so terrifying that she forgot her anger, the pain in her back, the agony in her feet, everything except her fear. There were soldiers in Daniel's farmyard, and constables, and an officer on a curvetting horse with a naked saber in his hand. The soldiers were setting up a tripod of tree trunks. She hobbled across to join Kathleen, who was weeping in the doorway. "Here's another one of them," said one of the soldiers. "Look at her. These miserable Irish breed like rabbits. Why don't they learn to wear shoes instead?" "You don't need shoes in bed," another said, "or under a bush." The Englishman laughed. The constables looked down at the ground. "You!" Scarlett called loudly. "You on the horse. What are you and those common creatures doing at this farm?" "Are you addressing me, girl?" The officer looked down his long nose. She lifted her chin and stared at him with cold green eyes. "I am not a girl, sir, and you are not a gentleman, even if you pretend to be an officer." His mouth dropped open. Now his nose is hardly noticeable at all. I guess that's because fish don't have noses, and he looks like a landed fish. The hot joy of combat filled her with energy. "But you're not Irish," said the officer. "Are you that American?" "What I am is none of your concern. What you're doing here is my concern. Explain yourself." The officer remembered who he was. His mouth closed and his back stiffened. Scarlett noticed that the soldiers were stiff all over and staring, first at her, then at their officer. The constables were looking from the corners of their eyes. "I am executing an order of Her Majesty's government to evict the people resident on this farm for non-payment of rent." He waved a scrolled paper. Scarlett's heart was in her throat. She lifted her chin higher. Beyond the soldiers, she could see Daniel and his sons running from the fields with pitchforks and cudgels ready to fight. "There's obviously been a mistake," Scarlett said. "What amount is supposed to be unpaid?" "Hurry," she thought. "For God's sake, hurry, you long-nosed fool. If any O'Hara man or men hit a soldier, they'd be sent to prison, or worse." Everything seemed to slow down. The officer took forever to open the scroll. Daniel and Seamus and Thomas and Patrick and Timothy moved as if they were underwater. Scarlett unbuttoned her shirt. Her fingers felt like sausages, the buttons like uncontrollable lumps of suet. £31, 8 shillings and 9 pence, said the officer. It was taking him an hour to say every word. Scarlett was sure. Then she heard the shouting from the field, saw the big O'Hara men running, waving fists and weapons. She clawed frantically at the string around her neck, at the pouch of money when it appeared, at its tightly closed neck. Her fingers felt the coins, the folded banknotes, and she breathed a silent prayer of thanks. She was carrying the wages of all the workers at Ballyhara, more than £50. Now she was as cool and unhurried as melting ice cream. She lifted the cord from her neck, over her head, and she jingled the pouch in her hand. "There's extra for your trouble, you ill-bred cad," she said. Her arm was strong and her aim true. The pouch struck the officer in the mouth. Shillings and pence scattered down the front of his tunic and onto the ground. "Clean up the mess you've made," said Scarlett, "and take away that trash you brought with you." She turned her back on the soldiers. "For the love of God, Kathleen," she whispered, "get over in the field and stop the men before there's real trouble." Later, Scarlett confronted old Daniel. She was livid. Suppose she hadn't brought the tobacco. Suppose it hadn't come in today. She glared at her uncle, then burst out, "Why didn't you tell me you needed money? I'd have been glad to give it to you." "The O'Haras don't take charity," said Daniel. "Charity? It's not charity when it's your own family, Uncle Daniel." Daniel looked at her with old eyes. "What isn't earned by your own hands is charity," he said. "We've heard your history, young Scarlett O'Hara. When my brother Gerald lost his wits, why did you not call upon his brothers in Savannah? They're all your own family." Scarlett's lips trembled. He was right. She hadn't asked or accepted help from anyone. She had had to carry the burden alone. Her pride wouldn't permit any yielding, any weakness. And in the famine, she had to know, Pa would have sent you all he had, Uncle James and Uncle Andrew, too. We were wrong. We thought it would end. When we learned what it was, we'd left it too late. She looked at her uncle's thin, straight shoulders, the proud tilt of his head, and she understood. She would have done the same. She understood, too, why she'd been wrong to offer Ballyhara as a substitute for land he'd farmed all his life. It made all his work meaningless, and the work of his sons, his brothers, his father, his father's father. Robert raised the rent, didn't he? Because I made that smart remark about his gloves. He was going to pay me back through you. Robert's a greedy man. There's no saying that it's anything to do with you. Will you allow me to help? It would be an honor." Scarlett saw approval in old Daniel's eyes, then a glint of humor. "There's Patrick's boy, Michael. He works in the stables at the big house. He has grand ideas about breeding horses. He could apprentice in the curragh. Did he have the fee?" "I thank you," said Scarlett formally. "Will anybody be wanting supper, or should I throw it to the pigs?" Kathleen said with pretended anger. "I'm so hungry I could cry," said Scarlett. "I'm a truly terrible cook. You should know." "I'm happy," she thought. "I hurt from head to toe, but I'm happy. If this baby isn't proud to be an O'Hara, I'll wring its neck." Chapter 61. "You need a cook," said Mrs. Fitzpatrick. "I do not myself cook well." "Me neither," said Scarlett. Mrs. Fitzpatrick looked at her. "I don't cook well either," Scarlett said hastily. She didn't think she was going to like this woman, no matter what Colum said. Right off the bat, when I asked her what her name was, she answered, "Mrs. Fitzpatrick." She knew I meant her first name. I've never called a servant Mrs. or Mr. or Miss. But then, I've never had a white servant. Kathleen, as lady's maid, doesn't count, or Bridie. They're my cousins. I'm glad Mrs. Fitzpatrick is no kin of mine. Mrs. Fitzpatrick was a tall woman, at least half a head taller than Scarlett. She was not thin, but there was no fat on her. She looked solid as a tree. It was impossible to tell how old she was. Her skin was flawless, like the skin of most Irish women, product of the constant soft moisture in the air. It had the look of heavy cream. The color in her cheeks was dramatic, a streak of deep rose rather than an all-over blush. Her nose was thick, a peasant's nose, but with prominent bone, and her lips were a thin, wide slash. Most startling and distinctive of all were her dark, surprisingly delicate eyebrows. They formed a perfect thin feathered arch above her blue eyes, strange contrast to her snow-white hair. She was wearing a severe gray gown with plain white linen collar and cuffs. Her strong, capable hands were folded in her lap. Scarlett felt like sitting on her own roughened hands. Mrs. Fitzpatrick's were smooth, her short nails buffed, her cuticles perfect white half-moons. There was an English seasoning in her Irish voice, still soft, but it had lost some music to clipped consonants. I know what she is, Scarlett realized. She's businesslike. The thought made her feel better. She could deal with a businesswoman, whether she liked her or not. I am confident that you will find my services useful, Mrs. O'Hara, said Mrs. Fitzpatrick. And there was no possible doubt that Mrs. Fitzpatrick was confident about everything she did or said. Scarlett felt irritated. Was this woman challenging her? Did she intend to run things? Mrs. Fitzpatrick was still speaking. I would like to express my pleasure at meeting you and in working for you. I shall be honored to be housekeeper for the O'Hara. What did she mean? The dark brows arched. Do you not know? Everyone is talking of nothing else. Mrs. Fitzpatrick's thin, wide mouth parted in a gleaming smile. No woman in our lifetime has ever done it. Perhaps no woman in many hundreds of years. They're calling you the O'Hara, head of the family O'Hara, in all its branches and ramifications. In the days of the High Kings, each family had its leader, representative, champion. Some distant ancestor of yours was the O'Hara who stood for all the valor and pride of all other O'Haras. Today, that designation has been reborn for you. I don't understand. What do I have to do? You've already done it. You're respected and admired, trusted and honored. The title's awarded, not inherited. You have only to be what you are. You are the O'Hara. I think I'll have a cup of tea, said Scarlett weakly. She didn't know what Mrs. Fitzpatrick was talking about. Was she joking? Mocking? No, she could tell this was not a woman who made jokes. What did it mean? The O'Hara. Scarlett tried it silently on her tongue. The O'Hara. It was like a drumbeat, deep, hidden, buried, primitive. Something within her kindled. The O'Hara. A light grew in her pale, tired eyes, making them glow green, fire emerald. The O'Hara. I'll have to think about that tomorrow, and every day for the rest of my life. Oh, I feel so different, so strong. Only be what you are, she said. What does that mean? The O'Hara. Your tea, Mrs. O'Hara. Thank you, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Somehow the intimidating self-confidence of the older woman had become admirable, not irritating. Scarlett took the cup and looked into the other woman's eyes. Please have some tea with me, she said. We need to talk about a cook and other things. We have only 6 weeks and a lot to do. Scarlett had never been in the big house. Mrs. Fitzpatrick hid her astonishment and her own curiosity about it. She'd been housekeeper to a prominent family, directress of a very big house, but it had not approached the big house at Ballyhara in magnificence. She helped Scarlett turn the huge tarnished brass key in the great rusted lock and threw her weight against the door. Mildew, she said when the smell hit them. We'll need an army of women with pails and scrubbing brushes. Let's have a look at the kitchen first. No cook worth having is going to come to a house without a first-class kitchen. This part of the house can be done later. Just ignore the paper falling off the walls and the animal droppings on the floor. The cook won't even see these rooms. Curved colonnades connected 2 large wing buildings to the main block of the house. They followed the one to the east first and found themselves in a large corner room. Doors opened onto interior corridors that led to more rooms and a staircase to yet more rooms. "You'll put your steward to work here," said Mrs. Fitzpatrick when they returned to the large corner room. "The other rooms will do for servants and storerooms. Stewards do not live in the big house. You'll have to give him a dwelling in the town, a large one, in keeping with his position as manager of the estate. This is obviously the estate office." Scarlett didn't reply at once. She was seeing another office in her mind, and the wing of another big house. Bachelor guests had used the wing at Dunmore Landing, Rhett had said. Well, she didn't plan to have a dozen rooms worth of bachelor guests or any other kind of guests. But she could certainly use an office, just like Rhett's. She'd get the carpenter to make her a big desk, twice as big as Rhett's, and she'd hang the estate maps on the walls, and she'd look out the window just the way he did. But she would see the clean-cut stones of Ballyhera, not a pile of burnt bricks. And she'd have fields of wheat, not a passel of flower bushes. "I'll be the steward at Ballyhera, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. I don't intend to have a stranger manage my place." "I mean no disrespect, Mrs. O'Hara, but you don't know what you're saying. It's a full-time occupation, not only maintaining the stores and supplies, but also listening to complaints and settling disputes between workers and farmers and the people of the town. I'll do it. We'll put benches along the hallway for people to sit on, and I'll see anyone with a problem on the first Sunday of every month after Mass." Scarlett's firm jaw told the housekeeper that there was no point in arguing. "And Mrs. Fitzpatrick, there will be no spittoons. Is that clear?" Mrs. Fitzpatrick nodded, even though she had never heard the word before. In Ireland, tobacco was smoked in a pipe, not chewed. "Good," said Scarlett. "Now let's find this kitchen you're so worried about. It must be in the other wing." "Do you feel up to walking all that way?" asked Mrs. Fitzpatrick. "It has to be done," said Scarlett. Walking was torture for her feet and her back, but there was no question about doing it. She was appalled by the condition of the house. How would it ever be done in 6 weeks? "It has to be, that's all. The baby must be born in the big house." "Magnificent," was Mrs. Fitzpatrick's pronouncement about the kitchen. The room was cavernous and 2 stories high, with broken skylights in the roof. Scarlett was sure she'd never been in a ballroom half as large. A tremendous stone chimney nearly covered the wall at the far end of the room. Doors on each side of it led to a stone-sinked scullery on the north side, an empty room on the south. "The cook can sleep here. That's good. And that," Mrs. Fitzpatrick pointed upward, "is the most intelligent arrangement I've ever seen." A balustraded gallery ran the length of the kitchen wall at the 2nd-story level. "The rooms above the cook's and the scullery will be mine. The kitchen maids and the cook will never know when I might be watching them. That should keep them alert. The gallery must connect to the 2nd floor of the house itself. You can come over, too, to see what's going on in the kitchen below. They'll keep working all the time." "Why couldn't I just go in the kitchen and see?" "Because they'd stop working to curtsy and wait for orders while the food's scorched." "You keep talking about they and maids, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. What happened to the cook? I thought we were going to get one woman." Mrs. Fitzpatrick's hand gestured to the expanses of floor and wall and windows. "One woman couldn't manage all this. No competent woman would try. I'd like to see the storerooms and laundry, probably in the basement. Do you want to come down?" "Not really. I'll sit outside, away from the smell." She found a door. It led out into an overgrown walled garden. Scarlett backed into the kitchen. A second door opened onto the colonnade. She lowered herself to the paved floor and leaned against a column. A heavy fatigue pressed on her. She'd no idea the house would need so much work. From the outside, it looked as if it was almost intact. The baby kicked, and she absent-mindedly pushed the foot or whatever back down. "Hey, little baby," she murmured. "What do you think of this? They're calling your mother the O'Hara. I hope you're impressed. I sure am." Scarlett closed her eyes to take it all in. Mrs. Fitzpatrick came out, brushing cobwebs from her clothes. "'Twill do," she said succinctly. "Now what we both need is a good meal. We'll go to Kennedy's bar." "The bar? Ladies don't go unescorted to bars." Mrs. Fitzpatrick smiled. "It's your bar, Mrs. O'Hara. You can go there whenever you please. You can go anywhere at all, whenever you like. You are the O'Hara." Scarlett turned the thought over in her mind. This wasn't Charleston or Atlanta. Why shouldn't she go to the bar? Hadn't she nailed down half the floorboards herself? And didn't everyone say that Mrs. Kennedy, the barkeeper's wife, made a pastry for her meat pies that would melt in your mouth? The weather turned rainy, not the brief showers or misty days that Scarlett had gotten used to, but real torrents of rain that lasted sometimes for 3 to 4 hours. The farmers complained about the soil compacting if they walked on the newly cleared fields to spread the cartloads of manure Scarlett had bought. But Scarlett, forcing herself to walk daily to check the progress at the big house, blessed the mud on the ungraveled drive because it cushioned her swollen feet. She gave up boots altogether and kept a bucket of water inside her front door to rinse her feet when she came in. Colum laughed when he saw it. "The Irish in you is strengthening every day, Scarlett, darling. Did you learn that from Kathleen?" "From the cousins when they came in from the fields. They always wash the earth off their feet. I figured it was because Kathleen would be mad if they tracked up her clean floor." "Not a bit of it. They did it because Irishmen, and women too, have done it as long as anyone's great-grandfather can remember." "Do you shout 'suckin' before you throw the water out?" "Don't be silly, of course not. I don't put a bowl of milk on the doorstep every night either. I don't believe I'm likely to drench any fairies or give them supper. That's all childish superstition." "So you say. But one day a puka's going to get you for your insolence." He looked nervously under her bed and pillow. Scarlett had to laugh. "All right, I'll bite, Colum. What's a puka? Second cousin to a leprechaun, I suppose." The leprechauns would shudder at the suggestion. "A puka is a fearful creature, malicious and sly. He'll curdle your cream in an instant, or tangle your hair with your own brush, or swell my ankles, I guess. That's as malicious as anything I've ever been through." "Poor lamb. How much longer?" "About 3 weeks. I've told Mrs. Fitzpatrick to clean out a room for me and order in a bed." "Are you finding her helpful, Scarlett?" She had to admit she was. Mrs. Fitzpatrick wasn't so taken with her position that she minded working hard herself. Plenty of times Scarlett had found her scrubbing the stone floor and stone sinks in the kitchen herself to show the maids how to do it. But Colum, she's been spending money like there's no end to it. 3 maids I've got up there already, just to get things nice enough so that a cook will be willing to come. And a stove the likes of which I've never seen. All kinds of burners and ovens and a well thing for hot water. It cost almost £100, and 10 more to haul it from the railroad. Then, after all that, nothing would do but to have the smith make all kinds of cranes and spits and hooks for the fireplace, just in case the cook doesn't like stove ovens for some things. Cooks must be more spoiled than the Queen. More useful, too. You'll be glad when you sit down to your first good meal in your own dining room." "So you say. I'm happy enough with Mrs. Kennedy's meat pies. I ate 3 last night, 1 for me and 2 for this elephant inside me. Oh, I'll be so happy when this is over." Colum? He'd been away, and Scarlett didn't feel as easy with him as she used to. But she needed to ask him anyhow. Have you heard about the O'Hara business? He had, and he was proud of her, and he thought it was deserved. You're a remarkable woman, Scarlett O'Hara. No one who knows you thinks otherwise. You've ridden over blows that would fell a lesser woman, or a man as well, and you've never moaned or asked pity. He smiled roguishly. You've done what's near miraculous, too, getting all these Irish to work the way they have, and spitting in the eyes of the English officer. Well, they say you put out the sight in one of them from 100 paces. That's not true. And why should a grand tale be tarnished by the truth? Old Daniel himself was the first who called you the O'Hara, and he was there. Old Daniel? Scarlett flushed with pleasure. You'll be swapping stories with Finn McCool's ghost one day soon to hear the talk. The whole countryside's richer for having you here. Colum's light tone darkened. There's one thing I want to caution you about, Scarlett. Don't turn up your nose at people's beliefs. It's insulting to them. I never do. I go to Mass every Sunday, even though Father Flynn looks like he might fall asleep any minute. I'm not speaking of the church. I'm talking about the fairies and the pukas and that. One of the mighty deeds you're praised for is moving back to the O'Hara land when everyone knows it's haunted by the ghost of the young lord. You can't be serious. I can, and I am. It matters not whether you believe or not. The Irish people do. If you mock what they believe in, you're spitting in their eyes. Scarlett could see that, silly as it all was. I'll hold my tongue, and I won't laugh, unless it's at you, but I'm not going to holler before I empty the bucket. You don't have to. They're saying you're so respectful, you whisper real soft. Scarlett laughed until she disturbed the baby and was kicked mightily. Now look what you did, Colum. My insides are black and blue, but it's worth it. I haven't laughed like that since you went away. Stay home for a while, will you? That I will. I want to be one of the first to see this elephant child of yours. I'm hoping you'll name me a godfather. Can you do that? I'm counting on you to baptize him or her or them. Colum's smile vanished. I cannot do that, Scarlett darling. Anything else you ask me, though it be to fetch you the moon for a bauble. I do not perform the sacraments. Why ever not? That's your job. No, Scarlett. That's the job of a parish priest, or on special occasions a bishop or archbishop or more. I'm a missionary priest, working to ease the sufferings of the poor. I perform no sacraments. You could make an exception. That I could not, and that's an end of it. But the grandest of godfathers I'll be, if asked, and see to it that Father Flynn doesn't drop the babe in the font or on the floor, and I'll teach him his catechism with such eloquence that he'll think he's learning a limerick instead. Do ask me, Scarlett darling, or you'll break my yearning heart. Of course I'll ask you. Then I've got what I came for. Now I can go beg a meal in a house that adds salt. Go on, then. I'm going to rest until the rain stops, then go see Grandmother and Kathleen while I can. The Boyne's almost too high to ford already. One more promise, and I'll stop fussing you. Stay in your house Saturday evening with your door shut tight and your curtains drawn. It's All Hallows Eve, and the Irish believe all the fairies are out from all the time since the world began, and as well goblins and ghosts and spirits carrying their heads under their arms, and all manner of unnatural things. Pay heed to the customs, and close yourself in safe from seeing them. None of Mrs. Kennedy's meat pies, boil some eggs, Or if you're really feeling Irish, have a supper of whiskey washed down with ale. No wonder they see spooks. But I'll do as you say. Why don't you come over? And be in the house all night with a seductive lass like you? I'd have me collar taken away." Scarlett stuck out her tongue at him. Seductive, indeed. To an elephant, maybe. The trap wobbled alarmingly when she crossed the ford, and she decided not to stay long at Daniel's. Her grandmother was looking drowsy, so Scarlett didn't sit down. "I just stopped in for a second, grandmother. I won't keep you from your nap. Come kiss me goodbye, then, young Katie Scarlett. You're a lovely girl, to be sure." Scarlett embraced the tough, tiny body gently, kissed the old cheek firmly. Almost at once, her grandmother's chin dropped on her chest. "Kathleen, I can't stay long. The river's rising so. By the time it's down, I doubt I'll be able to get in the trap at all. Have you ever seen such a giant baby?" "Yes, I have. But you don't want to hear it. Every baby's the only baby, is my observation of mothers. You'll have a minute for a bite and a cup of tea?" "I shouldn't, but I will. May I take Daniel's chair? It's the biggest." "You're welcome to it. Daniel's never been so warm towards any of us as he is to you." The O'Hara, thought Scarlett. It warmed her even more than the tea and the smoke-smelling clean fire. "Have you the time to see grandmother, Scarlett?" Kathleen put a stool beside Daniel's chair with tea and cake on it. "I went there first. She's napping now." "That's grand, then. It would be a pity if she missed telling you goodbye. She's taken out her shroud from the box where she keeps her treasures. She'll be dead ere long." Scarlett stared at Kathleen's serene face. How can she say things like that in the same tone of voice as talking about the weather or something, and then drink tea and eat cake as calm as you please? "We're all hoping for a few dry days first," Kathleen went on. "The roads are that deep in mud people will have trouble getting to the wake, but we'll have to take what comes." She noticed Scarlett's horror and misinterpreted it. "We'll all miss her, Scarlett, but she's ready to go. And those that live as long as old Katie Scarlett have a way of knowing when their time is on them. Let me fill your cup. What's left must be cold." It clattered in its saucer as Scarlett put it down. "I really can't, Kathleen. I've got to cross the ford. I have to go." "You'll send word when the pains start? I'll be happy to stay with you." "I will, and thank you. Will you give me a hand up in the trap?" "Will you take a bit of cake for later? I can wrap it in no time." No, thank you, truly. But I'm worried about the water." "I'm more fretful about going crazy," Scarlett thought when she drove off. Colin was right. The Irish are all spook-minded. Who'd have thought it of Kathleen? And my own grandmother having a shroud already. Heaven only knows what they get up to on Halloween. I'm going to lock the door and nail it shut, too. This stuff is giving me the shivers. The pony lost its footing for a long, terrifying moment crossing the ford. Might as well face it. No more travel for me until after the baby. I wish I'd accepted the cake. Chapter 62. The three country girls stood in the wide doorway of the big house bedroom Scarlett had chosen for her own. All were wearing big homespun aprons and wide-ruffled mob caps, but that was the only thing about them that was the same. Annie Doyle was as small and round as a puppy. Mary Moran as tall and ungainly as a scarecrow. Peggy Quinn as neat and pretty as an expensive doll. They were holding hands and crowded together. "We'll be going now, if it's all the same to you, Mrs. Fitzpatrick, before the heavy rain starts in," said Peggy. The other girls nodded vigorously. "Very well." said Mrs. Fitzpatrick, "but come in early Monday to make up the time." "Oh, yes, miss," they chorused, dropping clumsy curtsies. Their shoes made a racket on the stairs. "Sometimes I despair," sighed Mrs. Fitzpatrick, "but I've made good maids out of sorrier material than that. At least they're willing. Even the rain wouldn't have bothered them if today wasn't Halloween. I suppose they think if clouds darken the sky, it's the same as nightfall." She looked at the gold watch pinned on her bosom. "It's only a little after 2. Let's get back to where we were. I'm afraid that all this wet will keep us from finishing, Mrs. O'Hara. I wish it weren't so, but I'm not going to lie to you. We've got all the old paper off the walls and everything scrubbed and fresh. But you need new plaster in some spots, and that means drywalls. Then time for the plaster to dry afterwards before the wall is painted or papered. 2 weeks just isn't enough." Scarlett's jaw hardened. "I'm going to have my baby in this house, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. I told you that from the beginning." Her anger flowed right off Mrs. Fitzpatrick's sleekness. "I have a suggestion," said the housekeeper, "as long as it's not to go someplace else. On the contrary, I believe with a good fire on the hearth and some cheerful thick curtains at the windows, the bare walls won't be offensive at all." Scarlett looked at the grey, water-stained, cracked plaster with gloom. "It looks horrible," she said. "A rug and furniture will make a great difference. I've got a surprise for you. We found it in the attic. Come look." She opened the door to an adjoining room. Scarlett walked heavily to the door, then burst out laughing. "God's nightgown! What is it?" "It's called a state bed. Isn't it remarkable?" She laughed with Scarlett while they stared at the extraordinary object in the center of the room. It was immense, at least 10 feet long and 8 wide. 4 enormously thick dark oak posts carved to look like Greek goddesses supported a tester frame on their laurel-wreathed heads. The head and footboards were carved in deep relief with scenes of toga-clad men in heroic postures beneath bowers of intertwined grapes and flowers. At the rounded peak of the tall headboard, there was a flaking, gold-leafed crown. "What kind of giant do you reckon slept in it?" asked Scarlett. "It was probably made especially for a visit from the Viceroy." "Who's that?" "The head of the government in Ireland." "Well, I'll say this for it. It's big enough for this giant baby I'm having, if the doctor can reach far enough to catch it when it comes." "Then shall I order the mattress made? There's a man in Trim who can do it in 2 days." "Yes, do. Sheets, too, or else sew some together. My grief, I could sleep for a week in that thing and never hit the same spot twice. With a tester and curtains on it, it will be like a room in itself." "Room? It'll be like a house. And you're right. Once I'm in it, I won't notice the nasty walls at all. You're a marvel, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. I feel better than I have in months. Can you imagine what it'll do to a baby to enter the world in that? It'll probably grow to be 10 feet tall." The laughter was companionable as they walked slowly down the scrubbed granite staircase to the ground floor. "This'll have to be carpeted first thing," Scarlett thought. "Or maybe I'll just close up the second floor altogether. These rooms are so big, I'd have a huge house on the 1 floor alone. If Mrs. Fitzpatrick and the cook will allow it. Why not? No sense being the O'Hara if I can't have things my way." Scarlett stood aside to let Mrs. Fitzpatrick open the heavy front door. They looked out into a sheet of water. "Damn," said Scarlett. "This is a downpour, not a rain." The housekeeper said, "It can't last at this rate. Would you like a cup of tea? The kitchen's warm and dry. I've had the stove going all day to test it." "Might as well." She followed Mrs. Fitzpatrick's thoughtfully slow steps to the kitchen. "This is all new," said Scarlett suspiciously. She didn't like any spending without her approval, and the cushioned chairs by the stove looked too cozy altogether for cooks and maids who were supposed to be working. "What did this cost?" She tapped the big heavy wood table. "A few bars of soap. It was in the tack room, filthy dirty. The chairs are from Colum's house. He suggested we woo the cook into comfort before she sees the rest of the house. I've made a list of furniture for her room. It's on the table there, for your approval." Scarlett felt guilty. Then she suspected that she was supposed to feel guilty, and she felt cross. "What about all those lists I approved last week? When are those things coming?" "Most of them are here, in the scullery. I was planning to unpack them next week with a cook. Most of them have their own systems for arranging utensils and such." Scarlett felt cross again. Her back was hurting worse than usual. She put her hands over the pain. Then a new pain ripped through her side and down her leg, shoving the back pain into insignificance. She grabbed the side of the table for support and stared dumbly at the liquid streaming down her legs and across her bare feet to pool on the scrubbed stone floor. "The water broke," she said at last, "and it's red." She looked at the window and the heavy rain outside. "Sorry, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. You're going to get very wet. Get me up on this table and give me something to soak up the water, or the blood. Then hightail it to the bar or the store and tell somebody to ride hell for leather for a doctor. I'm about to have a baby." The ripping pain was not repeated. With the chair cushions under her head and the small of her back, Scarlett was quite comfortable. She wished she had something to drink, but she decided she'd better not get off the table. If the pain came back, she might fall and hurt herself. I probably shouldn't have sent Mrs. Fitzpatrick off to scare people to death like that. I've only had 3 pains since she left, and they were hardly anything. I'd really feel fine if there wasn't so much blood. Every pain and every time the baby kicks, it just gushes out. That's never happened before. When the water breaks, it's clear, not bloody. Something's wrong. Where is the doctor? Another week, and there'd have been one right on the doorstep. Now it'll be some stranger from Trim, I guess. How do, doctor? You'd never know, but it wasn't supposed to be like this. I was going to be in a bed with a gold crown on it, not on a table from the tack room. What kind of start is this for a baby? I'll have to name it Foal or Jumper or something else horsey. There's the blood again. I don't like this. Why isn't Mrs. Fitzpatrick back? At least I could have a cup of water, for pity's sake. I'm dry as a bone. Stop that kicking, baby. You don't have to act like a horse just because we're on a tack table. Stop it. You just make me bleed. Wait till the doctor comes, then you can get out. Truth to tell, I'll be glad to be rid of you. It sure was easier starting you than it is finishing you. No, I mustn't think about Rhett. I'll go crazy if I do. Why doesn't it stop raining? Pouring, more like it. Wind's rising too. This is an honest-to-goodness storm. Fine time I picked to have a baby, to have my water break. Why is it red? Am I going to bleed to death on a tack table, for God's sake, without so much as a cup of tea? Oh, how I'd love some coffee. Sometimes I miss it so much I want to scream or cry. Oh, Lord, more gushing. At least it doesn't hurt. Hardly a contraction at all, more a twitch or something. Then why does so much blood gush out? What's going to happen when the real labor starts? Dear God, there'll be a river of blood all over the floor. Everybody'll have to wash their feet. I wonder if Mrs. Fitzpatrick has a bucket of feet water. I wonder if she hollers before she throws it out. I wonder where the hell she is. As soon as this is over, I'm going to fire her. No references either, at least nothing she'll want to show anybody, running off and leaving me dying of thirst here all by myself. Don't kick like that. You're more like a mule than a horse. Oh, God, the blood. I'm not going to lose hold of myself. I'm not. I won't. The O'Hara doesn't do that kind of thing. The O'Hara. I like that a lot. What was that? The doctor? Mrs. Fitzpatrick came in. Are you doing all right, Mrs. O'Hara? Just fine, said the O'Hara. I've brought sheets and blankets and soft pillows. Some men are coming with a mattress. Can I do anything for you? I'd like some water. Right away. Scarlett propped herself on an elbow and drank thirstily. Who's getting the doctor? Cullum. He tried to cross the river for the doctor in Adamstown, but he couldn't make it. He's gone to Trim. I figured. I'd like some more water, please, and a fresh supper. This one's soaked through. Mrs. Fitzpatrick tried to hide the horror on her face when she saw the blood-soaked towel between Scarlett's legs. She wadded it up and hurried to one of the stone sinks with it. Scarlett looked at the trail of bright red drops on the floor. That's part of me, she told herself. But she couldn't believe it. She'd had lots of cuts in her life as a child playing, when she was hoeing cotton at Tara, even when she pulled up the nettles. Put them all together, and they'd never bled as much as that towel had in it. Her abdomen contracted, and blood gushed onto the table. Stupid woman! I told her I needed another towel. What time does your watch say, Mrs. Fitzpatrick? 5:16. I reckon the storm's making travel slow. I'd like some water and another towel, please. No, come to think of it, I'd like some tea with plenty of sugar. Give the woman something to do, and maybe she'll quit hanging over me like an umbrella. I'm sick and tired of making conversation and brave smiles. I'm scared, half-witted, if truth be known. The contractions aren't any stronger or closer together either. I'm not getting anywhere at all. At least the mattress feels better than the table. But what's going to happen when it gets soaked through, too? Is the storm getting worse, or am I just spooked? Rain was buffeting the windows now, propelled by a mighty wind. Colum O'Hara was nearly knocked down by a branch torn from a tree in the wood near the house. He climbed over it and moved on, bent against the wind. Then he remembered, turned around, was blown onto the limb, fought for a foothold in the quagmire mud of the drive, dragged the limb to one side, fought against the wind again towards the house. "What time is it?" said Scarlett. "Almost 7. Towel, please." "Scarlett, darling, is it very bad?" "Oh, Colum!" Scarlett pushed herself to half-sitting. "Is the doctor with you? The baby's not kicking as much as before." "I found a midwife in Dunshaughlin. There's no getting to Trim. The river's over the road. Lie back now, like a good mother. Don't tire yourself more than you have to." "Where is she?" "On the way. My horse was faster, but she's close behind. She's brought hundreds of babies. You'll be in good hands." "I've had babies before, Colum. This is different. There's something bad, wrong." "She'll know what to do, lamb. Try not to fret." The midwife bustled in just after 8. Her starched uniform was limp with wet, but her competent manner was as crisp as if she hadn't been rushed on an emergency at all. "A baby, is it? Ease your mind, missus. I know everything there is to know about helping the little dear things into this vale of tears." She took off her cape and handed it to Colum. "Spread that out near the fire so it can dry," she said, in a voice accustomed to command. "Soap and warm water, missus, for me to wash my hands. This will do over here." She walked briskly to the stone sink. At the sight of the blood-soaked towel, she wilted, gestured frantically to summon Mrs. Fitzpatrick. They had a whispered conference. The brightness that had come to Scarlett's eyes faded. She lowered the lids over her sudden tears. "Let's just see what we have here," said the midwife with false cheer. She lifted Scarlett's skirts, felt her abdomen. A fine, strong baby. He just greeted me with a kick. We'll see about inviting him to come out now and give his maw a little rest. She turned to Colm. You'd better leave us to our women's work, sir. I'll call you when your son is born. Scarlett giggled. Colm removed his Balmacan overcoat. His collar gleamed in the lamplight. Oh, said the midwife, forgive me, father. For I have sinned, Scarlett said in a shrill voice. Scarlett, Colm said quietly. The midwife pulled him towards the sink. It may be you should stay, father, she said, for the last rites. She spoke too loudly. Scarlett heard her. Oh, dear God, she cried. Help me, the midwife ordered Mrs. Fitzpatrick. I'll show you how to hold her legs. Scarlett screamed when the woman's hand thrust into her womb. Stop! Jesus, the pain! Make it stop! When the examination was over, she was moaning from the hurt. Blood covered the mattress, and her thighs was spattered on Mrs. Fitzpatrick's dress, the midwife's uniform, the floor for 3 feet on each side of the table. The midwife pushed up the sleeve on her left arm. Her right arm was red halfway to the elbow. I'll have to try it with both hands, she said. Scarlett groaned. Mrs. Fitzpatrick stepped in front of the woman. I have 6 children, she said. Get out of here. Colm, get this butcher out of this house before she kills Mrs. O'Hara and I kill her. So help me God, that's what will happen. The room was lit suddenly by a flash of brilliance through skylight and windows, and a heavier torrent of rain slashed against the glass. I'm not going out in that, the midwife howled. It's full dark. Put her in another room then, but get her out of here. And when she's away, Colm, go bring the smith. He doctors animals. A woman can't be that different. Colm had the cringing midwife by the upper arm. Lightning scored the sky above, and she screamed. He shook her like a rag. Quiet yourself, woman. He looked at Mrs. Fitzpatrick with dull, hopeless eyes. He'll not come, Rosaleen. No one will come now it's dark. Have you forgotten what night this is? Mrs. Fitzpatrick wiped Scarlett's temples and cheeks with a cool, damp cloth. If you don't bring him, Colm, I'll do it. I've a knife and a pistol in the desk at your house. It only needs showing him there's more certain things to fear than ghosts. Colm nodded. I'll go. Joseph O'Neill, the blacksmith, crossed himself. His face glistened with sweat. His black hair was plastered to his head from walking through the storm, but the sweat was fresh. I've doctored a horse once, same as this, but a woman I cannot do such violence to. He looked down at Scarlett and shook his head. It's against nature. I cannot. There were lamps along the edges of all the sinks, and lightning flashing one jagged bolt after another. The huge kitchen was brighter than day, save for the shadowed corners. The storm raging outside seemed to be attacking the thick stone walls of the house. You've got to do it, man, else she'll die. She will that, and the babe too, if it's not dead some time past. There's no movement. Don't wait then, Joseph, for the love of God, man. It's our only hope. Colm kept his voice steady, commanding. Scarlett stirred feverishly on the bloody mattress. Rosaleen Fitzpatrick sponged her lips with water, squeezed a few drops between them. Scarlett's eyelids quivered, then opened. Her eyes were glazed with fever. She moaned piteously. Joseph, I order you. The smith shuddered. He raised his thick, muscled arm over Scarlett's bounded belly. Lightning glittered on the blade of the knife in his hand. Who is that? Said Scarlett distinctly. Saint Patrick, preserve me, cried the smith. Who's that lovely lady, Colm? in the beautiful white gown." The smith dropped the knife on the floor and backed away. His hands were stretched in front of him, palms outward, fending off his terror. The wind swirled, caught a branch, hurled it crashing through the window above the sink. Shards of glass cut Joseph O'Neill's arms, now crossed over his head. He fell to the floor, screaming, and through the open window the wind screamed in above him. Shrieking noise was everywhere, outside, inside, within the smith's screaming, around and on the howling wind, in the storm, in the distance beyond the storm, a wailing in the wind. The flames in the lamps jumped and wavered, and some went out. Quietly, in the midst of the storm's intrusion, the kitchen door was opened and closed again. A wide, shawled figure walked across the kitchen among the terrorized people to the window. It was a woman with a creased, round face. She reached into the sink and twisted one of the towels, wringing out the blood. "What are you doing?" Rosaline Fitzpatrick snapped out of her terror, stepped toward the woman. Colum's outstretched arm halted her. He recognized the Cailleach, the wise woman who lived near the tower. One by one, the wise woman piled blood-stained towels atop one another until the hole in the window was filled. Then she turned. "Light the lamps again," she said. Her voice was hoarse, as if she had rust in her throat. She took off her wet black shawl, folded it neatly, placed it on a chair. Beneath it she was wearing a brown shawl. That too came off and was folded, put on the chair. Then a dark blue one with a hole on one shoulder, and a red one with more holes than wool. "You haven't done as I told you," she scolded Colum. Then she walked to the smith and kicked him sharply in the side. "You're in the way, Smith. Go back to your forge." She looked at Colum again. He lit a lamp, looked for another, lit it, until a steady flame burned in each. "Thank you, Father," she said politely. "Send O'Neill home. The storm is passing. Then come hold 2 lamps high by the table. You," she turned to Mrs. Fitzpatrick, "do the same. I'll ready the O'Hara." A cord around her waist held a dozen or more pouches made of different colored rags. She reached into one and withdrew a vial of dark liquid. Lifting Scarlett's head with her left hand, she poured the liquid into her mouth with her right. Scarlett's tongue reached out, licked her lips. The Cailleach chuckled and lowered the head onto the pillow. The rusty voice began to hum a tune that was no tune. Gnarled, stained fingers touched Scarlett's throat, then her forehead, then pulled up and released her eyelids. The old woman took a folded leaf from one of her pouches and put it on Scarlett's belly. Then she extracted a tin snuff box from another and put it beside the leaf. Colum and Mrs. Fitzpatrick stood like statues with the lamps, but their eyes followed every move. The leaf, unfolded, contained a powder. The woman sprinkled it over Scarlett's belly. Then she took a paste from the snuff box and rubbed it over the powder and into Scarlett's skin. "I'm going to tie her down lest she injure herself," the woman said, and she lashed ropes from around her waist below Scarlett's knees, across her shoulders, around the sturdy table legs. Her small old eyes looked first at Mrs. Fitzpatrick, then at Colum. "She will scream, but she will not feel pain. You will not move. The light is vital." Before they could reply, she took a thin knife, wiped it with something from one of her pouches, and stroked it the length of Scarlett's belly. Scarlett's scream was like the cry of a lost soul. Before the sound was gone, the Cailleach was holding a blood-covered baby in her 2 hands. She spit something she was holding in her mouth onto the floor, then blew into the baby's mouth, once, twice, thrice. The baby's arms jerked, then its legs. Colum whispered the Hail Mary. A whisk of the knife cut the cord. The baby was laid on the folded sheets, and the woman was back beside Scarlett. "Hold the lamps closer," she said. Her hands and fingers moved quickly, sometimes with a flash of the knife, and bloody bits of membrane fell to the floor beside her feet. She poured more dark fluid between Scarlett's lips, then a colorless one into the horrible wound in her belly. Her cracked humming accompanied the small, precise movements as she sewed the wound together. "Wrap her in linen, then in wool, while I wash the babe," she said. Her knife slashed through the ropes binding Scarlett. When Cullum and Mrs. Fitzpatrick were finished, the woman returned with Scarlett's baby swaddled in a soft white blanket. "The midwife forgot this," the Cailleach said. Her chuckle brought an answering, throaty sound from the baby, and the infant girl opened her eyes. The blue irises looked like pale-tinted rings around the black, unfocused pupils. She had long black lashes and 2 tiny lines for eyebrows. She was not red and misshapen like most newborns because she had not passed through the birth canal. Her tiny nose and ears and mouth and soft pulsing skull were perfect. Her olive skin was very dark against the white blanket. Chapter 63. Scarlett struggled towards the voices and the light her sedated mind vaguely perceived. There was something important, a question. Firm hands held her head, gentle fingers parted her lips. A cooling sweet liquid bathed her tongue, trickled down her throat, and she slept again. The next time she fought for consciousness, she remembered what the question was, the vital, the all-important question. The baby. Was it dead? Her hands fumbled to her abdomen, and burning pain leapt at her touch. Her teeth bruised her lips. Her hands pressed harder, fell away. There was no kicking, no firm, rounded lumpiness that was a questing foot. The baby had died. Scarlett uttered a weak cry of misery, no louder than a mew, and the releasing sweet draught poured into her mouth. Throughout her drugged sleep, slow, weak tears seeped from her closed eyes. Semi-consciousness for the 3rd time, she tried to hold on to the darkness, to stay asleep, to push the world away. But the pain grew, tore at her, made her move to flee it, and the moving gave it such strength that she whimpered helplessly. The cool glass vial tipped, and she was freed. Later, when she floated again to the edges of consciousness, she opened her mouth in readiness, eager for the dreamless darkness. Instead, there was a cold, wet cloth wiping her lips, and a voice she knew but couldn't remember. "Scarlett, darling. Katie Scarlett O'Hara. Open your eyes." Her mind searched, faded, strengthened. Cullum. It was Cullum, her cousin, her friend. Why didn't he let her sleep if he was her friend? Why didn't he give her the medicine before the pain came back? Katie Scarlett. She opened her eyes halfway. Light hurt them, and she closed the lids. "That's a good girl, Scarlett, darling. Open your eyes. I've something for you." His coaxing tone was insistent. Scarlett's eyes opened. Someone had moved the lamp, and the dimness was easy. "There's my friend, Cullum." She tried to smile, but memory flooded her mind, and her lips crumpled into childlike bubbling sobs. "The baby's dead, Cullum. Put me to sleep again. Help me forget. Please. Please, Cullum." The wet cloth stroked her cheeks, wiped her mouth. "No, no, no, Scarlett. No, no, the baby's here. The baby's not dead." Slowly the meaning became clear. "Not dead," said her mind. "Not dead," said Scarlett. She could see Cullum's face, Cullum's smile, Not dead, Mavourneen. Not dead. Here. Look. Scarlett turned her head on the pillow. Why was it so hard just to turn her head? A pale bundle in someone's hands was there. "Your daughter, Katie Scarlett," said Colum. He parted the folds of the blanket, and she saw the tiny sleeping face. "Oh!" Scarlett breathed. So small and so perfect and so helpless. Look at the skin, like rose petals, like cream. No, she's browner than cream. The rose is only a hint of rose. She looks sun-browned, like a baby pirate. She looks exactly like Rhett. Rhett, why aren't you here to see your baby, your beautiful dark baby? My beautiful dark baby, let me look at you. Scarlett felt a strange and frightening weakness, a warmth that washed through her body like a strong, low, enveloping wave of painless burning. The baby opened her eyes. They stared directly into Scarlett's, and Scarlett felt love, without conditions, without demands, without reasons, without questions, without bounds, without reserve, without self. "Hey, little baby," she said. "Now drink your medicine," said Colum. The tiny dark face was gone. No, I want my baby. Where is she?" "You'll have her next time you wake up. Open your mouth, Scarlett, darling." "I won't," she tried to say, but the drops were on her tongue, and in a moment the darkness closed over her. She slept, smiling, a glow of life under her deathly paleness. Perhaps it was because the baby looked like Rhett. Perhaps it was because Scarlett always valued most what she fought hardest for. Or perhaps it was because she'd had so many months with the Irish, who adored children. More likely it was one of the wonders that life gives for no cause at all. Whatever the origin, pure consuming love had come to Scarlett O'Hara after a lifetime of emptiness, not knowing what she lacked. Scarlett refused to take any more painkiller. The long red scar on her body was like a streak of white-hot steel, but it was forgotten in the overwhelming joy she felt whenever she touched her baby or even looked at her. "Send her away," Scarlett said, when the healthy young wet nurse was brought in. "Time after time I had to bind my breasts and suffer agonies while the milk dried up, all to be a lady and keep my figure. I'm going to nurse this baby, have her close to me. I'll feed her and make her strong and see her grow." When the baby found her nipple the first time and nursed greedily with a tiny wrinkle of concentration on her brow, Scarlett smiled down at her with triumph. "You're a mama's girl, all right, hungry as a wolf and fixed on getting what you want." The baby was baptized in Scarlett's bedroom because Scarlett was too weak to walk. Father Flynn stood near the vice-regal bed, where she was propped up against lace-trimmed pillows, holding the baby in her arms until she had to give her over to Colum, who was godfather. Kathleen and Mrs. Fitzpatrick were godmothers. The baby wore an embroidered linen gown, thin from washings, that had been worn by hundreds of O'Hara babies for generation after generation. She was named Katie Colum O'Hara. She waved her arms and kicked her legs when the water touched her, but she didn't cry. Kathleen wore her best blue frock with a lace collar, although she should have been in mourning. Old Katie Scarlett was dead. However, everyone agreed that Scarlett should not be told until she was stronger. Rosaline Fitzpatrick watched Father Flynn from hawk-like eyes, poised to snatch the baby if he faltered for a second. She'd been speechless for a long minute after Scarlett asked her to serve as godmother. "How did you guess how I feel about this baby?" she asked, when her voice returned. "I didn't," said Scarlett. "But I know I wouldn't have a baby if you hadn't stopped that monster woman from killing her. I remember a good bit about that night." Colum took Katy from Father Flynn when the ceremony was over and put her in Scarlett's outstretched hands. Then he poured a tot of whiskey for the priests and the godparents and made a toast. "To the health and happiness of mother and child, the O'Hara, and the newest of the O'Haras." After that, he escorted the doddering saintly old man to Kennedy's bar, where he bought a few rounds for all there in honor of the occasion. He hoped against hope that it would stop the rumors that were already flying all over County Meath. Joe O'Neill, the blacksmith, had cowered in a corner of Ballyhera's kitchen until daylight, then scuttled to his smithy to drink himself brave. "Though St. Patrick himself would have needed more than all the prayers at his beckoning on that night," he told anyone who would listen, and there were many. "Ready was I to save the life of the O'Hara when the witch came through the stone wall and throws me with terrible force onto the floor, then kicks me, and I could feel in my flesh that the foot was no human foot but a cloven hoof. She cast a spell on the O'Hara, then ripped the babe from the womb. All bloody was the babe, and blood on the floors and the walls and in the air. A lesser man would have sheltered his eyes from such a fearful sight. But Joseph O'Neill saw the babe's fine, strong form beneath the blood, and I'm telling you, it was a man-child, with manhood plain between its limbs. 'I'll wash the blood away,' says the demon, and she turns her back, then presents to Father O'Hara a spindly, frail, near-lifeless creature, female and brown as the earth of the grave. Now, who will tell me? If I didn't see a changeling, what was it I saw that terrible night? There's no good will come of it, not to the O'Hara, nor any man who's touched by the shadow of the fairy babe left in place of the O'Hara's stolen boy." The story from Dunsauchlin got to Ballyhera after a week. The O'Hara was dying, said the midwife, and could only be saved by ridding her of the dead babe in her womb. Who would know these things? Pitiful though they were, better than a midwife who'd seen all there was to see of childbirth. Of a sudden, the suffering mother sat up on her bed of pain. "I see it," says she, "the banshee, tall and clad all in white with a fairy beauty on its face." Then the devils drove a spear from hell through the window, and the banshee flew out to wail the call to death. It was calling the soul of the lost babe, but the dead babe was restored among the living by sucking out the soul of the good old woman who was grandmother to the O'Hara. It was the devil's work and no mistaking, and the babe the O'Hara takes for her own is naught but a ghoul. "I feel that I should warn Scarlett," Colum said to Rosaline Fitzpatrick. "But what can I tell her? That people are superstitious? That All Hallows Eve is a dangerous birth date for a baby? I cannot find any advice to give her. There's no way to protect the baby from talk." "I'll see to Katy's safety," Mrs. Fitzpatrick said. "No one and nothing enters this house unless I say so, and no harm will come near that tiny child. Talk will be forgotten in time, Colum. You know that. Something else will come along to weave tales about, and everyone will see that Katy's only a little girl like any other little girl." A week later, Mrs. Fitzpatrick took a tray of tea and sandwiches to Scarlett's room and stood patiently while Scarlett bombarded her with the same plaint she'd been making for days. "I don't see why I have to stay stuck up here in this room forever. I feel plenty well enough to be up and about. Look at the lovely sunshine today. I want to take Katy out for a ride in the trap, but the best I can do is sit by the window and look out at the leaves falling. I'm sure she's watching. Her eyes look up and then follow them floating down. Oh, look! Come look! Look at Katie's eyes here in the light. They're changing from blue. I thought they'd turn brown like Rhett's because she's the spit of him, but I can see the first little specks, and they're green. She's going to have my eyes. Scarlett nuzzled the baby's neck. You're Mama's girl, aren't you, Katie O'Hara? No, not Katie. Anybody can be a Katie. I'm going to call you Kitty Cat with your green eyes. She lifted the solemn baby up to face the housekeeper. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, I'd like to introduce you to Cat O'Hara. Scarlett's smile was like sunlight. Rosaline Fitzpatrick felt more frightened than at any time in her life. Chapter 64. The enforced idleness of her convalescence gave Scarlett many hours to think, since her baby spent most of the day and the night sleeping, exactly like all other infants. Scarlett tried reading, but she had never cared for it, and she had not changed in that way. What had changed was what she thought about. First and foremost, there was her love for Cat. Only weeks old, the baby was too young to be responsive, except in reacting to her own hunger and the satisfaction of Scarlett's warm breast and milk. It's loving that's making me so happy, Scarlett realized. It has nothing to do with being loved. I like to think Cat loves me, but the truth is, she loves to eat. Scarlett was able to laugh at the joke on herself. Scarlett O'Hara, who'd made men fall in love with her as a sport, as an amusement, was nothing more than a source of food to the one person she loved more than she'd ever loved in her life. Because she hadn't really loved Ashley. She'd known that for a long time. She'd only wanted what she couldn't have and called that love. I threw away over 10 years on the false love, too, and I lost Rhett, the man I really loved. Or did I? She searched her memory, in spite of the pain. It always hurt to think about Rhett, about losing him, about her failure. It eased the pain some when she thought about the way he'd treated her, and hatred burned away the hurt. But for the most part, she managed to keep him out of her mind. It was less disturbing. During these long days with nothing to do, however, her mind kept going back over her life, and she couldn't avoid remembering him. Had she loved him? I must have, she thought. I must love him still, or my heart wouldn't ache the way it does when I see his smile in my mind, hear his voice. But for 10 years she had conjured up Ashley in the same way, imagining his smile and his voice. And I wanted Rhett most after he left me. Scarlett's deep core of honesty reminded her. It was too confusing. It made her head ache even more than her heart. She wouldn't think about it. It was much better to think about Cat, to think about how happy she was, to think about happiness. I was happy even before Cat came. I was happy from the day I went to Jamie's house. Not like now. I didn't dream anybody could ever feel as happy as I do every time I look at Cat, every time I hold her or feed her. But I was happy, all the same, because the O'Haras took me just the way I was. They never expected me to be just like them. They never made me feel I had to change. They never made me feel I was wrong, even when I was wrong. I had no call to expect Kathleen to do my hair and mend my clothes and make my bed. I was putting on airs with people who never did anything so tacky as put on airs themselves. But they never said, "Oh, stop putting on airs, Scarlett." No, they just let me do what I was doing and accepted me, airs and all, just like I was. I was awful wrong about Daniel and all moving to Ballyhara. I was trying to make them be a credit to me. I wanted them to live in grand houses and be grand farmers with lots of land and hired hands to do most of the work. I wanted to change them. I never wondered what they wanted. I didn't take them just the way they were. Oh, I'm never going to do that to Kat. I'm never going to make her different from what she is. I'm always going to love her like I do now, with my whole heart, no matter what. Mother never loved me like I love Kat, or Sue Ellen or Corinne either. She wanted me to be different from me. She wanted me to be just like her. All of us. That's what she wanted from all three of us. She was wrong. Scarlett recoiled from what was in her head. She'd always believed her mother was perfect. It was unthinkable that Ellen O'Hara could ever be wrong about anything. But the thought would not go away. It returned again and again when she was unprepared to shut it out. It returned in different guises, with different embellishments. It would not leave her alone. Mother was wrong. Being a lady like her isn't the only way to be. It isn't even always the best way to be. Not if it doesn't make you happy. Happy is the best way to be because then you can let other people be happy too, their own way. Mother wasn't happy. She was kind and patient and caring for us children, for Pa, for the darkies, but not loving, not happy. Oh, poor Mother. I wish you could have felt the way I feel now. I wish you could have been happy. What was it Grandfather had said? That his daughter Ellen had married Gerald O'Hara to run away from a disappointment in love. Was that why she was never happy? Was she pining over someone she couldn't have the way I pined over Ashley? The way I pine now over Rhett when I can't help it? What a waste! What a horrible, senseless waste! When happiness was so wonderful, how could anyone cling to a love that made them unhappy? Scarlett vowed that she wouldn't do it. She knew what it was to be happy, and she would not ruin it. She caught her sleeping baby up in her arms and hugged her. Kat woke and waved her helpless hands in protest. Oh, kitty cat, I'm sorry. I just had to hug you some. They were all wrong. The idea was so explosive that it woke Scarlett from a sound sleep. They were wrong, all of them. The people who cut me dead in Atlanta, Aunt Eulalie and Aunt Pauline, and just about everybody in Charleston. They wanted me to be just like them, and because I'm not, they disapproved of me, made me feel like there was something terribly wrong with me, made me think I was a bad person, that I deserved to be looked down on. And there was nothing I did that was as terrible as all that. What they punished me for was that I wasn't minding their rules. I worked harder than any field hand at making money, and caring about money isn't ladylike. Never mind that I was keeping Tara going and holding the ants' heads above water and supporting Ashley and his family and paying for almost every piece of food on the table at Aunt Pitty's, plus keeping the roof fixed and the coal bin filled. They all thought I shouldn't have dirtied my hands with the ledgers from the store or put on a smile when I sold lumber to the Yankees. There were plenty enough things I did that I shouldn't have done, but working for money wasn't one of them, and that's what they blamed me for most. No, that's not quite it. They blamed me for being successful at it. That, and pulling Ashley back from breaking his neck, flinging himself into the grave after Melly. If it had been the other way around, and I'd saved her at Ashley's burial, it would have been all right. Hypocrites. What gives people whose whole life is a lie the right to judge me? What's wrong with working as hard as you can, and then more besides? Why is it so terrible to push in and stop disaster from happening to anyone, especially a friend? They were wrong. Here in Ballyhara, I worked as hard as I could, and I was admired for it. I kept Uncle Daniel from losing his farm, and they started calling me the O'Hara. That's why being the O'Hara makes me feel so strange and so happy all at the same time. It's because the O'Hara is honored for all the same things that I've been thinking were bad all these years. The O'Hara would have stayed up late doing books for the store. The O'Hara would have grabbed Ashley away from the grave. What was it Mrs. Fitzpatrick said? You don't have to do anything, you only have to be what you are. What I am is Scarlett O'Hara, who makes mistakes sometimes and does things right sometimes, but who never pretends anymore to be what she's not. I'm the O'Hara, and I'd never be called that if I was as bad as they make me out to be in Atlanta. I'm not bad at all. I'm not a saint either, God knows. But I'm willing to be different. I'm willing to be who I am, not pretend to be what I'm not. I'm the O'Hara, and I'm proud of it. It makes me happy and whole. Cat made a gurgling noise to indicate that she was awake too and ready to be fed. Scarlett lifted her from her basket and settled the two of them in the bed. She cupped the tiny unprotected head in one hand and guided Cat to her breast. I promise you on my word of honor, Cat O'Hara, you can grow up to be whatever you are, even if it's as different from me as day from night. If you have a leaning towards being a lady, I'll even show you how. Never mind what I think about it. After all, I know all the rules, even if I can't abide them. Chapter 65. I'm going out, and there's no more to be said about it. Scarlett glowered mulishly at Mrs. Fitzpatrick. The housekeeper stood in the open doorway like an immovable mountain. No, you are not. Scarlett changed her tactics. Please do let me, she coaxed, with the sweetest smile in her arsenal. The fresh air will do me a world of good. It'll perk up my appetite, too. And you know how you've been after me about not eating enough. That will improve. The cook has arrived. Scarlett forgot that she was being beguiling. And high time, too. Is her high and mightiness bothering to say what took her so long? Mrs. Fitzpatrick smiled. She started out on time, but her piles bothered her so badly she had to stop overnight every 10 miles on the way here. It seems we won't have to worry about her lazing in a rocking chair when she should be on her feet working. Scarlett tried not to laugh, but she couldn't help it. And she couldn't really stay mad at Mrs. Fitzpatrick. They had grown too close for that. The older woman had moved into the housekeeper's apartment the day after Cat was born. She was Scarlett's constant companion while she was ill, and readily available afterwards. Many people came to visit Scarlett in the long convalescent weeks after Cat was born. Colum almost daily, Kathleen almost every other day, her big O'Hara men cousins after Mass each Sunday, Molly more often than Scarlett liked. But Mrs. Fitzpatrick was always there. She brought tea and cakes to the visitors, whiskey and cakes to the men, and after the visitors left, she stayed with Scarlett to hear the news the visitors had brought and finish off the refreshments. She brought news herself about the happenings in the town of Ballyhara and in Trim, and gossip she'd heard in the shops. She kept Scarlett from being too lonely. Scarlett invited Mrs. Fitzpatrick to call her Scarlett and asked, "What's your first name?" Mrs. Fitzpatrick never told her. It wouldn't do for any informality to develop, she said firmly, and she explained the strict hierarchy of an Irish big house. Her position as housekeeper would be undermined if the respect accorded to it was diminished by familiarity on anyone's part, even the mistresses, perhaps especially the mistresses. It was all too subtle for Scarlett, But Mrs. Fitzpatrick's pleasant unyieldingness made it clear to her that it was important. She settled for the names the housekeeper suggested. Scarlett could call her Mrs. Fitz, and she would call Scarlett Mrs. O, but only when they were alone together. In front of other people, full formality had to be maintained. Even Column? Scarlett wanted to know. Mrs. Fitz considered, then yielded. Column was a special case. Scarlett tried to take advantage now of Mrs. Fitz's partiality to him. "I'll only walk down to Column's," she said. "He hasn't been to see me for ages, and I miss him. He's away on business, and you know it. I heard him tell you he was going." "Bother," Scarlett muttered. "You win." She went back to her chair by the window and sat down. "Go talk to Miss Piles." Mrs. Fitz laughed out loud. "By the way," she said as she left, "her name is Mrs. Keene, but you can call her Miss Piles if you like. You'll likely never meet her. That's my job." Scarlett waited until she was sure Mrs. Fitz wouldn't catch her, and then she got ready to go out. She'd been obedient long enough. It was an accepted fact that after childbirth, a woman recuperated for a month, most of the time in bed, and she'd done that. She didn't see why she should have to add 3 more weeks to it, just because Kat's birth hadn't been normal. The doctor at Ballyhara struck her as a good man, even reminded her a little of Dr. Mead. But Dr. Devlin himself admitted that he had no experience of babies brought by knife. Why should she listen to him? Particularly when there was something she really had to do. Mrs. Fitz had told her about the old woman who had appeared as if by magic to deliver Kat in the middle of the Halloween tempest. Column had told her who the woman was. The Cailleach from the tower. Scarlett owed the wise woman her life, and Kat's. She had to thank her. The cold took Scarlett by surprise. October had been warm enough. How could 1 month make so much difference? She wrapped the folds of her cloak around the well-blanketed baby. Kat was awake. Her large eyes looked at Scarlett's face. "You darling thing," said Scarlett softly. "You're so good, Kat. You never cry, do you?" She walked through the brick stable yard to the route she'd used so often in the trap. "I know you're there someplace," Scarlett shouted at the thicket of undergrowth beneath the trees that bordered the tower's clearing. "You might as well come on out and talk to me, because I'm going to stand right here freezing to death until you do. The baby, too, if that matters to you." She waited confidently. The woman who had brought Kat into the world would never let her be exposed for long to the cold damp in the shadow of the tower. Kat's eyes left Scarlett's face to move from side to side as if she were looking for something. A few minutes later, Scarlett heard a rustling in the thick growth of holly bushes to her right. The wise woman stepped out between 2 of them. "This way," she said, and stepped back. There was a path, Scarlett saw when she got near. She'd never have found it if the wise woman hadn't held back the spiny holly branches with one of her shawls. Scarlett followed the path until it disappeared in a grove of low-branched trees. "I give up," she said. "Where to now?" There was a rusty laugh behind her. "This way," said the wise woman. She walked around Scarlett and bent low under the branches. Scarlett did the same. After a few steps, she could straighten. The clearing in the center of the grove held a small mud hut thatched with reeds. A thin plume of gray smoke curled upward from its chimney. "Come in," said the woman. She opened the door. "She's a fine child," said the wise woman. She had examined every aspect of Kat's body, down to the nails on her smallest toes. "What have you named her?" "Katie Colum O'Hara." It was only the second time Scarlett had spoken. Once inside the door, she'd begun thanking the wise woman for what she'd done, but the woman had stopped her. "Let me have the babe," she'd said, hands outstretched. Scarlett had passed Cat over it once, then kept silent during the detailed examination. "Katie Column," the woman repeated. "'Tis a weak, soft sound for this strong child. My name is Grania, a strong name." Her rough voice made the Gaelic name sound like a challenge. Scarlett shifted on her stool. She didn't know how she should reply. The woman wrapped Cat in her napkin and blankets. Then she lifted her and whispered so quietly in her little ear that Scarlett couldn't hear, even though she strained for the words. Cat's fingers caught hold of Grania's hair. The wise woman held Cat against her shoulder. "You would not have understood, even if you had heard, O'Hara. I spoke in the old Irish. It was a charm. You have heard that I know magic as well as herbs." Scarlett admitted she had. "Perhaps I do. I have some knowledge of the old words and the old ways, but I do not say they are magic. I look, and I listen, and I learn. To some it may be like magic that another sees, where he is blind, or hears when he is deaf. It lies largely in the believing. Do not hope that I can do magic for you. I never said I came here for that. Only to speak thanks. Is that the all of it?" "Yes, it is. And now I've done it, and I must go before I miss at the house." "I ask your forgiveness," the wise woman said. "There are few feel thankful when I enter their lives. I wonder you don't feel anger at what I did to your body." "You saved my life and my baby's too." "But I took life away from all other babes. A doctor might have known how to do more." "Well, I couldn't get to a doctor, or I would have had one." Scarlett closed her lips firmly over her quick tongue. She'd come to say thank you, not to insult the wise woman. But why was she talking riddles in her raspy, scary voice? It gave a person goose flesh. "I'm sorry," said Scarlett. "That was rude of me. I'm sure no doctor could have done any better. More likely not even half as well. And I don't know what you mean about other babies. Are you saying I was having twins and the other one died?" It was certainly a possibility, Scarlett thought. She'd been so big when she was pregnant. But surely Mrs. Fitz or Colin would have told her. Maybe not. They hadn't told her about old Katie Scarlett dying until 2 weeks after it happened. A feeling of unbearable loss squeezed Scarlett's heart. Was there another baby? You've got to tell me. "Shh, you're bothering Katie Column," said Grania, the wise woman. "There was no second child in the womb. I did not know you would mistake my words. The woman with white hair looked knowledgeable. I believed she understood and would tell you. I lifted the womb with the baby, and I had not the skills to restore it. You will never have another child." There was a terrible finality in the woman's words and the way she said them. And Scarlett knew absolutely that they were true. But she couldn't believe them. She wouldn't. No more babies? Now, when she'd finally discovered the encompassing joy of being a mother, when she'd learned so late what it was to love? It couldn't be. It was too cruel. Scarlett had never understood how Melanie could have knowingly risked her life to have another baby, but she did now. She would do the same. She'd go through the pain and the fear and the blood again and again to have that moment of seeing her baby's face for the first time. Cat made a soft mewing sound. It was her warning that she was getting hungry. Scarlett felt her milk begin to flow in response. What am I taking on so for? Don't I already have the most wonderful baby in the whole world? I'm not going to lose my milk fretting about imaginary babies when my cat is real and wants a mother. I've got to go, said Scarlett. It's close to time to feed the baby. She held out her hands for Cat. One more word, said Grania. A warning. Scarlett felt afraid. She wished she hadn't brought Cat. Why didn't the woman give her back? Keep your babe close. There are those who say she was brought by a witch and must be bewitched therefrom. Scarlett shivered. Grania's stained fingers gently undid Cat's grasp. She brushed her soft, wisp-covered head with a kiss and a murmur. Go well, Dara. Then she gave the baby to Scarlett. I will call her Dara in my memory. It means oak tree. I am grateful for the gift of seeing her, and for your thanks. But do not bring her again. It is not wise for her to have aught to do with me. Go now. Someone is coming, and you should not be seen. No, the path the other takes is not yours. It is the one from the north used by foolish women who buy potions for love or beauty or harm to those they hate. Go. Guard the babe. Scarlett was glad to obey. She plodded doggedly through the cold rain that had begun to fall. Her head and back were bent to protect her baby from harm. Cat made sucking noises beneath the shelter of Scarlett's cloak. Mrs. Fitzpatrick eyed the wet cloak on the floor by the fire, but she made no comment. Miss Piles seems to have a nice light hand with a batter, she said. I've brought scones with your tea. Good. I'm starving. She'd fed Cat and had a nap, and the sun was shining again. Scarlett was confident now that the walk had done her a world of good. She wouldn't take no for an answer the next time she wanted to go out. Mrs. Fitz didn't attempt to stop her. She recognized futility when she met it. When Colin came home, Scarlett walked down to his house for tea and advice. I want to buy a small closed buggy, Colin. It's too cold to go around in the trap, and I need to do things. Will you pick one out for me? He'd be willing, said Colin, but she could do her own choosing if she'd prefer. The buggy makers would bring their wares to her, as would the makers of anything else she fancied. She was the lady of the big house. Now, why didn't I think of that? Said Scarlett. Within a week, she was driving a neat black buggy with a thin yellow stripe on its side behind a neat gray horse that lived up to the seller's promise that it had good go in it with hardly a mention of the whip ever needed. She also had a parlor suite of green upholstered shiny oak furniture with 10 extra chairs that could be pulled near the hearth and a marble-topped round table large enough to seat 6 for a meal. All these sat on a Wilton carpet in the room adjoining her bedroom. No matter what outrageous tales Colin might tell about French women entertaining crowds while they lounged in their beds, she was going to have a proper place to see her visitors. And no matter what Mrs. Fitz said, she saw no reason at all to use the downstairs rooms for entertaining when there were plenty of empty rooms upstairs, and handy. She didn't have her big desk and chair yet, because the carpenter in Ballyhara was making them. What point was there in having a town of your own if you weren't smart enough to support the businesses in it? You could be sure of getting your rent if they were earning money. Cat's padded basket was beside her on the buggy seat everywhere Scarlett went. She made baby noises and blew bubbles, and Scarlett was sure that they were singing duets when she drove along the road. She showed Cat off at every shop and house in Ballyhara. People crossed themselves when they saw the dark-skinned baby with the green eyes, and Scarlett was pleased. She thought they were blessing the baby. As Christmas came nearer, Scarlett lost much of the elation she'd felt when she was freed from the captivity of convalescence. I wouldn't be in Atlanta for all the tea in China, even if I was invited to all the parties, or in Charleston either, with their silly dance cards and receiving lines, she told Kat. But I'd like to be somewhere that's not so damp all the time. Scarlett thought it would be nice to be living in a cottage, so that she could whitewash it and paint the trim the way Kathleen and the cousins were doing, and all the other cottagers, too, in Adamstown and beside the roads. When she walked over to Kennedy's bar on December 22nd and saw the shops and houses being limed and painted over the almost new jobs done in the autumn, she pranced with delight. Her pleasure in the neat prosperity of her own town took away the slight sadness that she often felt when she went to her own bar for companionship. It sometimes seemed as if the conversation turned stiff as soon as she entered. "We've got to decorate the house for Christmas," she announced to Mrs. Fitz. "What do the Irish do?" "Holly branches on mantels and over doors and windows," said the housekeeper, "and a big candle, usually red, in one window to light the Christ child's way." "We'll have one in every window," Scarlett declared. But Mrs. Fitz was firm. One window. Scarlett could have all the candles she wanted on tables, or the floor if it made her happy, but only one window should have a candle, and that one could only be lighted on Christmas Eve when the Angelus rang. The housekeeper smiled. "The tradition is that the youngest child in the house lights a rush from the coals on the hearth as soon as the Angelus is heard, then lights the candle with the flame from the rush. You might have to help her a bit." Scarlett and Kat spent Christmas at Daniel's house. There was nearly enough admiration for Kat to satisfy even Scarlett, and enough people coming through the open door to keep her mind off the Christmases at Tara in the old days, when the family and house servants went out onto the wide porch after breakfast, in response to the cry, "Christmas gift." When Gerald O'Hara gave a drink of whiskey and a plug of tobacco to every field hand as he handed him his new coat and new boots. When Ellen O'Hara said a brief prayer for each woman and child as she gave them lengths of calico and flannel, together with oranges and stick candy. Sometimes Scarlett missed the warm slurrings of black voices and the flashing smiles on black faces almost more than she could bear. "I need to go home, Colum," Scarlett said. "And aren't you home now, on the land of your people that you made O'Hara land again?" "Oh, Colum, don't be Irish at me. You know what I mean. I'm homesick for Southern voices and Southern sunshine and Southern food. I want some cornbread and fried chicken and grits. Nobody in Ireland even knows what corn is. That's just a word for any kind of grain to them." "I do know, Scarlett, and I'm sorry for the heartache you're feeling. Why not go for a visit when good sailing weather comes? You can leave Kat here. Mrs. Fitzpatrick and I will take care of her." "Never! I'll never leave Kat." There was nothing to be said, but from time to time the thought popped up in Scarlett's head. It's only 2 weeks and a day to cross the ocean, and sometimes the dolphins play alongside for hours on end. On New Year's Day, Scarlett got her first hint of what it really meant to be the O'Hara. Mrs. Fitz came to her room with morning tea instead of sending Peggy Quinn with a breakfast tray. "The blessings of all the saints on mother and daughter in the new year to come," she said cheerily. "I must tell you about the duty you have to do before your breakfast." "Happy New Year to you too, Mrs. Fitz, and what on earth are you talking about?" "A tradition, a ritual, a requirement," said Mrs. Fitz. "Without it, there'd be no luck all year." Scarlett might have a taste of tea first, but that was all. The first food eaten in the house must be the special New Year's barmbrack on the tray. 3 bites had to be eaten in the name of the Trinity. Before you start, though, Mrs. Fitz said, come into the room I've got ready, because after you have the Trinity bites, you have to throw the cake with all your might against a wall so that it breaks into pieces. I had the wall scrubbed yesterday, and the floor. That's the craziest thing I ever heard. Why should I ruin a perfectly good cake? And why eat cake for breakfast anyhow? Because that's the way it's done. Come do your duty, the O'Hara, before the rest of the people in this house die of hunger. No one can eat before the barmbrack is broken. Scarlett put on her wool wrapper and obeyed. She had a swallow of tea to moisten her mouth, then bit 3 times into the edge of the rich fruited cake, as Mrs. Fitz directed. She had to hold it in both hands because it was so big. Then she repeated the prayer against hunger during the year that Mrs. Fitz taught her, and heaved with both arms, sending the cake flying and crashing against the wall. Bits flew all over the room. Scarlett laughed. What an awful mess! But the throwing part was fun. I'm glad you liked it, said the housekeeper. You've got 5 more to do. Every man, woman, and child in Ballyhara has to get a little piece for good luck. They're waiting outside. The maids will take the pieces down on trays after you finish. My grief, said Scarlett. I should have taken littler bites. After breakfast, Colum accompanied her through the town for her next ritual. It was good luck for the whole year if a dark-haired person visited a house on New Year's Day. But the tradition required that the person enter, then be escorted out, then be escorted back in again. And don't you dare laugh, Colum ordered. Any dark-haired person is good luck. The head of a clan is 10 times over good luck. Scarlett was staggering when it was over. Thank goodness there are still so many empty buildings, she gasped. I'm awash with tea and foundering from all the cake in my stomach. Did we really have to eat and drink in every single place? Scarlett, darling, how can you call it a visit if there's no hospitality offered and received? If you were a man, it would have been whiskey and not tea. Scarlett grinned. Cat might have loved that. February 1st was considered the beginning of the farm year in Ireland. Accompanied by everyone who worked and lived in Ballyhara, Scarlett stood in the center of a big field and, after saying a prayer for the success of the crops, sank a spade into the earth, lifted and turned the first sod. Now the year could begin. After the feast of apple cake, and milk, of course, because February 1st was also the feast day of St. Bridget, Ireland's other patron saint, who was also patron saint of the dairy. When everyone was eating and talking after the ceremony, Scarlett knelt by the opened earth and took up a handful of the rich loam. "This is for you, Pa," she murmured. "See, Katie Scarlett hasn't forgotten what you told her. That the land of County Meath is the best in the world, better than even the land of Georgia, of Tara. I'll do my best to tend it, Pa, and love it the way you taught me. It's O'Hara soil, and it's ours again." The age-old progression of plowing and harrowing, planting and praying had a simple, hard-working dignity that won Scarlett's admiration and respect for all who lived by the land. She had felt it when she lived in Daniel's cottage, and she felt it now for the farmers at Ballyhara, for herself as well, because she was, in her own way, one of them. She hadn't the strength to drive the plow, but she could provide it, and the horses to pull it, and the seed to plant in the furrows it made. The estate office was her home even more than her rooms in the big house. There was another cradle for Cat by her desk, identical to the one in her bedroom, and she could rock it with her foot while she worked on her record books and her accounts. The disputes that Mrs. Fitzpatrick had been so gloomy about turned out to be simple matters to settle, especially if you were the O'Hara and your word was law. Scarlett had always had to bully people into doing what she wanted. Now she had only to speak quietly, and there was no argument. She enjoyed the first Sunday of the month very much. She even began to realize that other people occasionally had an opinion worth listening to. The farmers really did know more about farming than she did, and she could learn from them. She needed to. 300 acres of Ballyhera land were set aside as her own farm. The farmers worked it and paid only half the usual rent for the land they leased from her. Scarlett understood sharecropping. It was the way things were done in the South. Being an estate landlord was still new to her. She was determined to be the best landlord in all Ireland. "The farmers learned from me, too," she told Cat. "They'd never even heard of fertilizing with phosphates until I handed out those sacks of it. Might as well let Rhett get a few pennies of his money back if it'll mean a better wheat crop for us." She never used the word father in Cat's hearing, who could tell how much a tiny baby took in and remembered, especially a baby who was so clearly superior in every way to every other baby in the world. As the days lengthened, breezes and rain became softer and warmer. Cat O'Hara was becoming more and more fascinating. She was developing individuality. "I certainly named you right," Scarlett told her. "You're the most independent little thing I ever saw." Cat's big green eyes looked at her mother attentively while she was talking, then returned to her absorbed contemplation of her own fingers. The baby never fussed. She had an infinite capacity to amuse herself. Weaning her was hard on Scarlett, but not on Cat. She enjoyed examining her porridge with fingers and mouth. She seemed to find all experience extremely interesting. She was a strong baby with a straight spine and high-held head. Scarlett adored her, and in a special way respected her. She liked to scoop Cat up and kiss her soft hair and neck and cheeks and hands and feet. She longed to hold Cat in her lap and rock her. But the baby would tolerate only a few minutes of cuddling before she pushed herself free with her feet and fists. And Cat's small, dark-skinned face could have such an outraged expression that Scarlett was forced to laugh even when she was being forcefully rejected. The happiest times for both of them were at the end of the day when Cat shared Scarlett's bath. She patted the water, laughing at its splashes, and Scarlett held her, jouncing her up and down, and sang to her. Then there was the sweetness of drying the perfect tiny limbs, each finger and toe individually, and spreading powder over Cat's silky skin and into each baby wrinkle. When Scarlett was 20 years old, war had forced her to give up her youth overnight. Her will and endurance had hardened, and so had her face. In the spring of 1876, when she was 31, the gentle softness of hope and youth and tenderness gradually returned. She was unaware of it. Her preoccupation with the farm and the baby had replaced her lifelong concentration on her own vanity. "You need some clothes," Mrs. Fitz said one day. "I've heard there's a dressmaker who wants to rent the house you lived in if you'll fresh paint the inside. She's a widow and well fixed enough to pay a fair rent. The women in town would like it, and you need it unless you're willing to find a woman in trim. What's wrong with the way I look? I wear decent black the way a widow should. My petticoats hardly ever peek out. You don't wear decent black at all. You wear earth-stained, rolled sleeves, peasant woman clothes, and you're the lady of the big house. Oh, fiddle-de-dee, Mrs. Fitz. How could I ride out to see if the timothy grass is growing if I had on lady-of-the-house clothes? Besides, I like being comfortable. As soon as I can go back into the colored skirts and shirts, I'll start worrying about whether they have stains on them. I've always hated mourning. I don't see any reason to try and make black look fresh. No matter what you do to it, it's still black. Then you aren't interested in the dressmaker? Of course I'm interested. Another rent is always interesting, and one of these days I'll order some frocks, after the planting. The field should be ready for the wheat this week. There's another rent possible, the housekeeper said carefully. She'd been surprised more than once by unexpected astuteness on Scarlett's part. Brendan Kennedy thinks he could do well if he added an inn to his bar. There's the building next to him could be used. Who on earth would come to Ballyhara to stay at an inn? That's crazy. Besides, if Brendan Kennedy wants to rent from me, he should carry his hat in his hand and come talk to me himself, not pester you to do it. Ah, well, likely it was only talk. Mrs. Fitzgerald gave Scarlett the week's household account book and abandoned talk of the inn for the moment. Colum would have to work on it. He was much more persuasive than she was. "We're getting to have more servants than the Queen of England," said Scarlett. She said the same thing every week. "If you're going to have cows, you're going to need hands to milk them," said the housekeeper. Scarlett picked up the refrain, "And to separate the cream and make the butter, I know, and the butter's selling. I just don't like cows, I guess. I'll go over this later, Mrs. Fitz. I want to take Cat down to watch them cutting peat in the bog." "You'd better go over it now. We're out of money in the kitchen and the girls need paying tomorrow." "Bother. I'll have to get some cash from the bank. I'll drive into Trim. If I was the banker, I'd never give money to a creature dressed like you." Scarlett laughed. "Nag, nag, nag. Tell the dressmaker I'll order the painting done." But not the inn opened, thought Mrs. Fitzpatrick. She'd have to talk to Colum tonight. The Fenians had been steadily growing in strength and numbers throughout Ireland. With Ballyhara, they now had what they most needed, a secure location where leaders from every county could meet to plan strategy and where a man who needed to flee the militia could safely go, except that strangers were too noticeable in a town that was hardly larger than a village. Militia and constabulary patrols from Trim were few, but one man with sharp eyes was enough to destroy the best-laid plans. "We really need the inn," Rosaline Fitzpatrick said urgently. "It makes sense that a man with business in Trim would take a room this close, but cheaper than in town." "You're right, Rosaline," Colum soothed, "and I'll talk to Scarlett, but not right away. She's too quick-minded for that. Give it a rest for a bit. Then when I bring it up, she won't wonder why we're both pressing. But Colum, we mustn't waste time. We mustn't lose everything by hurry, either. I'll do it when I believe the moment's right." Mrs. Fitzpatrick had to settle for that. Colum was in charge. She consoled herself by remembering that at least she'd gotten Margaret Scanlon in, and she hadn't even had to make up a tale to do it. Scarlett did need some clothes. It was a shocking disgrace the way she insisted on living. The cheapest clothes, 2 rooms lived in out of 20. If Colum weren't Colum, Mrs. Fitzpatrick would doubt what he'd said, that not so long ago Scarlett had been a very fashionable woman. "And if that diamond ring turns brass, Mama's gonna buy you a looking glass. Scarlett sang. Cat splashed vigorously in the sudsy water of the bath. "Mama's going to buy you some pretty frocks, too," said Scarlett, "and buy Mama some. Then we'll go on the great big ship." There was no reason to put it off. She had to go to America. If she left soon after Easter, she could be back in plenty of time for the harvest. Scarlett made up her mind on the day she saw the delicate haze of green on the meadow where she'd turned the first sod. A fierce surge of excitement and pride made her want to cry aloud, "This is mine, my land, my seeds burst into life." She looked at the barely visible young growth and pictured it reaching up, becoming taller, stronger, then flowering, perfuming the air, intoxicating the bees until they could hardly fly. The men would cut it then, scythes flashing silver, and make tall ricks of sweet golden hay. Year after year the cycle would turn, sow and reap, the annual miracle of birth and growth. Grass would grow and become hay. Wheat would grow and become bread. Oats would grow and become meal. Cat would grow, crawl, walk, talk, eat the oatmeal and the bread, and jump onto the stacked hay from the loft of the barn, just as Scarlett had done when she was a child. Ballyhera was her home. Scarlett squinted up at the sun, saw the clouds racing towards it, knew that soon it would rain, and soon after that it would clear again, and the sun would warm the fields until the next rain, followed by the next warming sunlight. "I'll feel the baking heat of Georgia sun one more time," she decided. "I'm entitled to that. I miss it sometimes so terribly, but somehow terror's more like a dream than a memory. It belongs in the past, like the Scarlett I used to be. That life and that person don't have anything to do with me anymore. I've made my choice. Cat's Tara is the Irish Tara. Mine will be too. I'm the O'Hara of Ballyhera. I'll keep my shares of Tara for Wade and Ella's inheritance, but I'll sell everything in Atlanta and cut those ties. Ballyhera's my home now. Our roots go deep here, Cat's and mine and Pa's. I'll take some O'Hara land with me when I go, some earth to mix into the Georgia clay of Gerald O'Hara's grave." Her mind touched briefly on the business she had to deal with. All that could wait. What she must concentrate on was the best way to tell Wade and Ella about their wonderful new home. They wouldn't believe she wanted them. Why should they? In truth, she never had, until she discovered what it felt like to love a child, to be a real mother. "It's going to be hard," Scarlett told herself many times, "but I can do it. I can make up for the past. I've got so much love in me that it just spills over. I want to give some to my son and my daughter. They might not like Ireland at first, it's so different, but once we go to market day a couple of times and the races, and I buy them their own ponies, Ella should look darling in skirts and petticoats too. All little girls love to dress up. They'll have millions of cousins with all the O'Haras around and the children in Ballyhera town to play with." Chapter 66. "You cannot leave until after Easter, Scarlett, darling," said Colum. "There's a ceremony on Good Friday that only the O'Hara can do." Scarlett didn't argue. Being the O'Hara was too important to her. But she was annoyed. What difference could it possibly make who planted the first potato? It irritated her, too, that Colum wouldn't go with her, and that he was away so much lately. "On business," he said. Well, why couldn't he do his fundraising in Savannah again instead of wherever else he went to? The truth was that everything irritated her. Now that she had decided to go, she wanted to be gone. She was snappish with Margaret Scanlon, the dressmaker, because it took so long to have her dresses made. And because Mrs. Scanlon looked so interested when Scarlett ordered dresses in colorful silks and linens, as well as mourning black. "I'll be seeing my sister in America," Scarlett said airily. "The colors are a gift for her. And I don't care whether you believe that or not," she thought crossly. "I'm not really a widow, and I'm not about to go back to Atlanta looking drab and dowdy." Suddenly, her utilitarian black skirt and stockings and shirt and shawl had become unspeakably depressing to her. She could hardly wait for the moment when she could put on the green linen frock with the wide ruffles of thick, creamy lace, or the pink and navy striped silk, if Margaret Scanlon ever finished them. "You'll be surprised when you see how pretty your mamma looks in her new dresses," Scarlett told Kat. "I've ordered some wonderful little frocks for you, too." The baby smiled, showing her small collection of teeth. "You're going to love the big ship," Scarlett promised her. She had reserved the largest and best stateroom on the Brian Boru for departure from Galway on the Friday following Easter. On Palm Sunday, the weather turned cold, with hard slanting rain that was still falling on Good Friday. Scarlett was soaking wet and chilled to the bone after the long ceremony on the open field. She hurried to the big house as soon after as she could, longing for a hot bath and a pot of tea, but there was not even time for her to put on dry clothes. Kathleen was waiting for her with an urgent message. "Old Daniel is calling for you, Scarlett. He took sick in the chest, and he's dying." Scarlett drew in her breath sharply when she saw old Daniel. Kathleen crossed herself. "He's slipping," she said quietly. Daniel O'Hara's eyes were sunken in their sockets, his cheeks so hollow that his face looked like a skull covered by skin. Scarlett knelt by the austere fold-out bed and took his hand. It was hot, papery dry, and weak. "Uncle Daniel, it's Katie Scarlett." Daniel opened his eyes. The tremendous effort of will it required made Scarlett want to weep. "I've a favor to ask," he said. His breathing was shallow. "Anything." "Bury me in O'Hara earth." "Don't be silly, you're a long way from that," Scarlett meant to say. But she couldn't lie to the old man. "I will that," she said, the Irish way of affirmation. Daniel's eyes closed. Scarlett began to weep. Kathleen led her to a chair by the fire. "Will you help me brew the tea, Scarlett? They'll all be coming." Scarlett nodded, unable to speak. She hadn't realized until this moment how important her uncle had become in her life. He seldom spoke. She almost never talked to him. He was simply there, solid, quiet, unchanging, and strong, head of the household. In her mind, Uncle Daniel was the O'Hara. Kathleen sent Scarlett home before dark fell. "You've your baby to tend, and there's nothing more to do here. Come back tomorrow." On Saturday, everything was much the same. People came to pay their respects in a steady stream all day. Scarlett fixed pot after pot of tea, sliced the cakes people brought, buttered bread for sandwiches. On Sunday, she sat with her uncle while Kathleen and the O'Hara men went to Mass. When they returned, she went to Ballyhara. The O'Hara must celebrate Easter in the Ballyhara church. She thought Father Flynn would never finish his sermon, thought she'd never get away from the townspeople, all of whom asked about her uncle and expressed their hopes for his recovery. Even after 40 days of stringent fasting, there was no dispensation for the O'Haras of Ballyhara. Scarlett had no appetite for the big Easter dinner. "Take it to your uncle's house," suggested Mrs. Fitzpatrick. "There are big men there still getting the farm work done. They'll need food. And poor Kathleen that busy with old Daniel." Scarlett hugged and kissed Kat before she left. Kat patted her little hands on her mother's tear-stained cheeks. "What a thoughtful kitty cat. Thank you, my precious. Mama will be better soon. Then we'll play and sing in the bath. And then we'll go for a wonderful ride on the big ship." Scarlett despised herself for having the thought, but she hoped they wouldn't miss the Brian Boru. That afternoon, Daniel rallied a little. He recognized people and spoke their names. "Thank God," Scarlett said to Colum. She thanked God, too, that Colum was there. Why did he have to go away so much? She missed him this long weekend. It was Colum who told her Monday morning that Daniel had died during the night. "When will the funeral be? I'd like to make the sailing on Friday." It was so comfortable to have a friend like Colum. She could tell him anything without worrying that he'd misunderstand or disapprove. Colum shook his head slowly. "That cannot be, Scarlett, darling. There are many who respected Daniel and many O'Haras with distance to come over mud-mired roads. The wake will last at least 3 days, more likely 4. After there's the burial." "Oh, no, Colum. Say I don't have to go to the wake. It's too morbid. I don't think I could bear it." "You must go, Scarlett. I'll be with you." Scarlett could hear the keening even before the house was in sight. She looked at Colum with desperation, but his face was set. There was a crowd of people outside the low door. So many had come to mourn Daniel that there wasn't enough room for all of them. Scarlett heard the words, "The O'Hara," saw a path open for her. She wished with all her heart that the honor would go away. But she walked in with her head bent, determined to do the right thing by Daniel. "He's in the parlor," said Seamus. Scarlett steeled herself. The eerie wailing was coming from there. She walked in. Tall, thick candles burned on tables at the head and foot of the big bed. Daniel lay on top of the coverlet in a white garment trimmed in black. His work-worn hands were crossed on his chest, the beads of a rosary between them. "Why did you leave us, O Hon, O Hon, O Hon, Ulagon, O?" The woman swayed from side to side as she lamented. Scarlett recognized her cousin Peggy, who lived in the village. She knelt by the bed to say a prayer for Daniel, but the keening filled her mind with such confusion that she couldn't think. "O Hon, O Hon." The plaintive, primitive cry twisted her heart, frightened her. She got to her feet and went into the kitchen. She looked with disbelief at the mass of men and women that filled the room. They were eating and drinking and talking as if nothing unusual was happening at all. The air was thick with smoke from the men's clay pipes, in spite of the open door and windows. Scarlett approached the group around Father Donaher. "Yes, he woke to call people by name and to make his end with a clean soul. Ah, it was a grand confession he made. I've never heard a better. A fine man Daniel O'Hara was. We'll not see his like again in our lifetimes." She edged away. "And do you not remember, Jim, the time Daniel and his brother Patrick, God rest his soul, took the Englishman's prize pig and carried it down into the peat bog to Faro? 12 little ones, and all of them squealing, and the sow as fierce as any wild boar. The land agent was shaking, and the Englishman cursing, and all the rest of the world laughing at the show." Jim O'Gorman laughed, swatted the tale-teller's shoulder with his big blacksmith's hand. "I do not remember, Ted O'Hara. No more do you, and that's the truth of it. We were neither of us born when the adventure of the sow had its happening, and well you know it. You heard it from your father same as I heard it from mine. But wouldn't it be a fine thing to have seen, Jim? Your cousin Daniel was a grand man, and that's the truth of it." Yes, he was, thought Scarlett. She moved around, listening to a score of stories of Daniel's life. Someone noticed her. "And tell us, if you will, Katie Scarlett, about your uncle refusing the farm with the 100 cattle you gave him." She thought quickly. This was the way of it. She began. A dozen eager listeners leaned toward her. Now what am I going to say? I said to him, "Uncle Daniel," I said, "I want to give you a present." Might as well make it good. I said, "I've got a farm with 100 acres and a quick stream and a bog of its own and 100 bullocks and 50 milk cows and 300 geese and 25 pigs and 6 teams of horses." The audience sighed at the grandeur. Scarlett felt inspiration on her tongue. "Uncle Daniel," I said, "this is all for you and a bag of gold besides." But his voice thundered at me till I quaked. "I'll not touch it, Katie Scarlett O'Hara." Colum grabbed her arm and pulled her outside the house, through the crowd, behind the barn. Then he let himself laugh. "You're always surprising me, Scarlett, darling. You've just made Daniel into a giant, but whether it's a giant fool or a giant too noble to take advantage of a fool woman, I don't know." Scarlett laughed with him. "I was just getting the hang of it, Colum. You should have let me stay." Suddenly she put her hand over her mouth. How could she be laughing at Uncle Daniel's wake? Colum took her wrist, lowered her hand. "It's all right," he said. "A wake's supposed to celebrate a man's life and the importance of him to all who come. Laughter's part of it, as much as lamentation." Daniel O'Hara was buried on Thursday. The funeral was almost as big as old Katie Scarlett's had been. Scarlett led the procession to the grave his sons had dug in the ancient walled graveyard at Ballyhara that she and Colum had found and cleaned up. Scarlett filled a leather pouch with soil from Daniel's grave. When she spread it on her father's grave, it would be almost as if he was buried near his brother. When the funeral was over, the family went to the big house for refreshments. Scarlett's cook was delighted to have an occasion to show off. Long trestle tables stretched the length of the unused drawing room and library. They were covered with hams, geese, chickens, beef, mountains of breads and cakes, gallons of porter, barrels of whiskey, rivers of tea. Hundreds of O'Haras had made the trip in spite of the muddy roads. Scarlett brought Kat down to meet her kinfolk. The admiration was all that Scarlett could have wished for, and more. Then Colum supplied a fiddle and his drum, 3 cousins found penny whistles, and the music went on for hours. Kat waved her hands to the music until she was worn out, then fell asleep in Scarlett's lap. "I'm glad I missed the ship," Scarlett thought. "This is wonderful. If only Daniel's death wasn't the reason for it." 2 of her cousins came over to her and bent down from their great height to speak quietly. "We have need of the O'Hara," said Daniel's son Thomas. "Will you come to the house tomorrow after breakfast?" asked Patrick's son Joe. "What's it about?" "We'll tell you tomorrow when there's quiet for you to think." The question was, who should inherit Daniel's farm? Because of the long-past crisis when old Patrick died, 2 O'Hara cousins were claiming the right. Like his brother Gerald, Daniel had never made a will. "It's Tara all over again," thought Scarlett, and the decision was easy. Daniel's son Seamus had worked hard on the farm for 30 years, while Patrick's son Sean lived with old Katie Scarlett and did nothing. Scarlett gave the farm to Seamus, like Pa should have given Tara to me. She was the O'Hara, so there was no argument. Scarlett felt elated, confident that she had given more justice to Seamus than anyone had ever given her. The next day, a far-from young woman left a basket of eggs on the doorstep of the big house. Mrs. Fitz found out that she was Seamus's sweetheart. She'd been waiting for almost 20 years for him to ask her to marry him. An hour after Scarlett's decision, he had. "That's very sweet," Scarlett said, "but I hope they don't get married real soon. I'll never get to America at the rate I'm going." She now had a cabin booked on a ship sailing April 26th, a year exactly after the date she was originally supposed to have ended her vacation in Ireland. The ship wasn't the luxurious Brian Boru. It wasn't even a proper passenger ship. But Scarlett had her own superstition. If she delayed again until after May Day, she'd somehow never leave at all. Besides, Colum knew the ship and its captain. It was a cargo ship, true, but it was carrying only bales of best Irish linen, nothing messy. And the captain's wife always traveled with him, so Scarlett would have female companionship and a chaperone. Best of all, the ship had no paddle wheel, no steam engine. She'd be under sail all the way. Chapter 67. The weather was beautiful for more than a week. The roads were dry. The hedgerows were full of flowers. Kat's feverish sleeplessness one night turned out to be only a new tooth coming in. On the day before she was to leave, Scarlett ran, half dancing, to Ballyhera town to pick up the last of Kat's frocks from the dressmaker. She was confident that nothing could go wrong now. While Margaret Scanlon wrapped the frock in tissue paper, Scarlett looked out at the deserted dinner-time town and saw Colum going into the abandoned Protestant Church of Ireland on the other side of the wide street. "Oh, good," she thought. "He's going to do it after all. I thought he'd never listen to reason. It makes no sense at all for the whole town to be squashed into that dinky little chapel for Mass every Sunday, when there's that great big church standing empty. Just because it was built by Protestants is no reason for Catholics not to take it over. I don't know why he's been so stubborn so long, but I won't fuss at him. I'll just tell him how happy it makes me that he's changed his mind. I'll be right back," she told Mrs. Scanlon. She hurried along the weed-ridden path that led to the small side entrance, tapped on the door, and pushed it open. A loud noise sounded, then another, and Scarlett felt something sharp hit her sleeve, heard a shower of pebbles on the ground at her feet, a booming reverberation inside the church. A shaft of light from the open door fell directly onto a strange man who had spun to face her. His stubbled face was twisted into a snarl, and his dark shadowed eyes were like a wild animal's. He was half crouching, and he was pointing a pistol at her, held out from his rag-clothed body in his two dirty, rock-steady hands. "He shot at me." The knowledge filled Scarlett's mind. "He's already killed Colum, and now he's going to kill me. Cat! I'll never see Cat again." White-hot anger freed Scarlett from the physical paralysis of shock. She raised her fists and lunged forward. The sound of the second shot was an explosion that echoed deafeningly from the vaulted stone ceilings for a time that seemed forever. Scarlett threw herself to the floor, screaming. "I'll ask you to be quiet, Scarlett, darling," said Colum. She knew his voice, and yet it was not his voice. There was steel in this voice, and ice. Scarlett looked up. She saw Colum's right arm around the neck of the man, Colum's left hand around the man's wrist, the pistol pointing at the ceiling. She got slowly to her feet. "What is going on here?" She enunciated carefully. "Close the door, if you please," said Colum. "There's light enough from the windows." "What is going on here?" Colum gave her no answer. "Drop it Davy boy," he said to the man. The pistol fell with a metallic crash onto the stone floor. Slowly, Colum lowered the man's arm. Quickly, he moved his own arm from its stranglehold around the man's neck, made 2 fists with his hands, and clubbed the man with them. The unconscious form fell at Colum's feet. "He'll do," Colum said. He walked briskly past Scarlett and quietly closed the door, slid the bolt across. "Now, Scarlett, darling, we have to talk." Colum's hand closed around her upper arm from behind her. Scarlett jerked away, whirled to face him. "Not we, Colum. You. You tell me what is going on here." The warmth and lilt was back in his voice. "It's an unfortunate happening, to be sure, Scarlett, darling. Don't you Scarlett, darling me. I'm not buying any charm, Colum. That man tried to kill me. Who is he? Why are you sneaking around to meet him? What is going on here?" Colum's face was only a pale blur in the shadows. His collar was startlingly white. "Come where we can see," he said quietly, and he walked to a place where thin slats of sunlight slanted down from the boarded-over windows. Scarlett couldn't believe her eyes. Colum was smiling at her. "Ah, the pity of it is, if we'd had the inn, this would never have happened. I wanted to keep you out of it, Scarlett, darling. It's a worrisome thing once you know." How could he smile? How did he dare? She started, too horrified to speak. Colum told her about the Fenian Brotherhood. When he finished, she found her voice. "Judas, you filthy lying traitor, I trusted you. I thought you my friend. I said it was a worrisome thing." She felt too heartsick to be angry at his smiling, rueful response. Everything was a betrayal, all of it. He'd been using her, deceiving her from the moment they met. They all had, Jamie and Maureen, all her cousins in Savannah and Ireland, all the farmers on Ballyhera, all the people in Ballyhera town, even Mrs. Fitz. Her happiness was a delusion. Everything was a delusion. "Will you listen now, Scarlett?" She hated Colum's voice, the music of it, the charm. "I won't listen." Scarlett tried to close her ears, but his words crept between her fingers. "Remember your South, with the boots of the conqueror upon her? And think of Ireland, her beauty and her life's blood in the murdering hands of the enemy. They stole our language from us. Teaching a child to speak Irish is a crime in this land. Can you not see it, Scarlett? If your Yankees were speaking in words you did not know, words you learned at the point of a sword, because stop must be a word you knew to the very pit of your knowing, else you would be killed for not stopping. And then your child being taught her tongue by those same Yankees, and your child's tongue not your own, so that she knew not what words of love you said to her. You knew not what need she told you in the Yankee tongue, and could not give her her desire. The English robbed us of our language, and with that robbing they took our children from us. They took our land, which is our mother. They left us nothing when our children and our mother were lost. We knew defeat in our souls. Do you but think of it now, Scarlett, when your Tara was being taken from you. You battled for it. You've told me how. With all your will, all your heart, all your wit, all your might. Were lies needed? You could lie. Deceptions, you could deceive. Murder, you could kill. So it is with us who battle for Ireland. And yet we are more fortunate than you, because we have yet time for the sweetness of life, for music and dance and love. You know what it is to love, Scarlett. I watch the growth and the blossoming with your babe. Do you not see that love feeds without gluttony on itself? That love is an always brimming cup from which drinking fills again and still more? So it is with our love for Ireland and her people. You are loved by me, Scarlett, by us all. You are not unloved because Ireland is our love of loves. Must you not care for your friends because you care for your child? One does not deny the other. You thought I was your friend, you say, your brother, and so I am, Scarlett, and will be until time ends. Your happiness gladdens me, your sorrow is my grief, and yet Ireland is my soul. I can hold nothing traitorous, if it be done to free her from her bondage. But she does not take away the love I have for you. She makes it more. Scarlett's hands had slid on their own volition from her ears, down to where they now hung limply by her sides. Colm had enthralled her, as he always did when he spoke that way. Though she understood no more than half of what he was saying, she felt as if she were somehow wrapped round in gossamer, which warmed and bound at the same time. The unconscious man on the floor groaned. Scarlett looked at Colm with fear. Is that man a Fenian? Yes, he's on the run. A man he thought his friend denounced him to the English. You gave him that gun? It was not a question. Yes, Scarlett. You see, I keep no more secrets from you. I have concealed weapons throughout this English church. I am the armourer for the Brotherhood. When the day arrives, as soon it will, many thousands of Irishmen will be armed for the uprising, and those arms will come from this English place. When? Scarlett dreaded his reply. There's no date set. We need 5 more shipments, 6 if it can be done. That's what you do in America. It is. I raise the money with help from many, then others find a way to buy weapons with it, and I bring them into Ireland. On the Bree and Baroo. And others. You're going to shoot the English? Yes. We will be more merciful, though. They have killed our women and children as well as our men. We will kill soldiers. A soldier is paid to die. But you're a priest, she said. You can't kill. Colm was still for several minutes. Dust motes turned lazily in the stripes of light from the window to his bowed head. When he lifted it, Scarlett saw that his eyes were dark with sorrow. When I was a boy of 8, he said, I watched the wagons of wheat and the droves of cattle on the road from Adamstown toward Dublin, and the English banquet tables there. I also watched my sister die of hunger, because she was but 2 years old and had no strength to carry her without food. 3, my brother was, and he too had too little strength. The smallest always were the first to die. They cried because they were hungry, and were too young to understand when they were told there was no food. I understood, for I was 8 and wiser, and I did not cry because I knew that crying uses strength needed to survive without food. Another brother died. He was 7, and then the 6-year-old and the one who was 5, and to my eternal shame I have forgot which was the girl and which the boy. My mother went then, but I have always thought she died more from the pain of her broken heart than from the pain of her empty belly. It takes many months to starve to death, Scarlett. It is not a merciful death. For all those months the wagons of food rolled past us. Colm's voice sounded lifeless. Then it livened. I was a likely lad, once 10, and the famine years passed, and with food to fill me, I was quick at my studies, good at my books. Our priest thought me full of promise, and he told my father that perhaps, with diligence, I might in time be accepted in the seminary. My father gave me everything he could give. My older brothers did more than their share of work on the farm, so that I need do none, and could be diligent at my books. No one grudged me, for 'tis a great honour to a family to have a son who is a priest. And I took from them without thought, for I had pure, encompassing faith in the goodness of God and the wisdom of Holy Mother Church, which I believe to be a vocation, a call to the priesthood. His voice rose. Now I will learn the answer I believed. The seminary contains many holy books and holy men and all the wisdom of the Church. I studied and I prayed and I searched. I found ecstasy in prayer, knowledge in studies, but not the knowledge I was seeking. Why, I asked my teachers, why must little children die from hunger? But the only answer given me was trust in God's wisdom and have faith in his love. Colum raised his arms above his tortured face, raised his voice to a shout. God, my Father, I feel your presence and your almighty power, but I cannot see your face. Why have you turned away from your people, the Irish? His arms dropped. There is no answer, Scarlett, he said brokenly. There has never been an answer, but I saw a vision, and I have followed it. In my vision, the starving children came together, and their weakness was less weak in their numbers. They rose up in their thousands, their fleshless small arms reaching out, and they overturned the carts heaped with food, and they did not die. It is my vocation now to turn over those carts, to drive out the English from their banqueting tables, to give Ireland the love and mercy that God has denied her. Scarlett gasped at his blasphemy. You'll go to hell. I am in hell. When I see soldiers mocking a mother who must beg to buy food for her children, it is a vision from hell. When I see old men pushed into the muck of the street so that soldiers will have the sidewalks, I see hell. When I see evictions, floggings, the groaning carts of grain passing the family with a square metre of potatoes to keep them from death, I say that all Ireland is hell, and I will gladly suffer death and then torment for all eternity to spare the Irish 1 hour of hell on earth. Scarlett was shaken by his vehemence. She groped for understanding. Suppose she hadn't been there when the English came with a battering ram to Daniel's house. Suppose all her money was gone and Cat was hungry. Suppose the English soldiers really were like Yankees and stole her animals and burned the fields she'd watched greening. She knew what it was to be helpless before an army. She knew the feeling of hunger. They were memories no amount of gold could ever quite erase. How can I help you? She asked Colum. He was fighting for Ireland, and Ireland was the home of her people and her child. Chapter 68. The ship captain's wife was a stout, red-faced woman who took one look at Cat and held out her arms. Will she come to me? Cat reached out in reply. Scarlett was sure Cat was interested in the eyeglasses hanging on a chain around the woman's neck, but she didn't say so. She loved to hear Cat admired, and the captain's wife was doing just that. What a little beauty she is. No, sweetheart, they go on your nose, not in your mouth. With such lovely olive skin. Was her father Spanish? Scarlett thought quickly. Her grandmother, she said. How nice. She extracted the glasses from Cat's fingers and substituted a ship's biscuit. I'm a grandmother 4 times over. It's the most wonderful thing in the world. I started sailing with the captain when the children were grown because I couldn't stand the empty house. But now there's the added pleasure of the grandchildren. We'll go to Philadelphia for cargo after Savannah, and I'll have 2 days there with my daughter and her too. She's going to talk me to death before we're out of the bay, Scarlett thought. I'll never be able to stand 2 weeks of this. She discovered very soon that she needn't have worried. The captain's wife repeated the same thing so often that Scarlett had only to nod and say, "My goodness," at intervals, without listening at all. And the older woman was wonderful with Cat. Scarlett could take her exercise on deck without worry about the baby. She did her best thinking then, with the salt wind in her face. Mostly she planned. She had a lot to do. She had to find a buyer for her store, and there was the house on Peachtree Street. Rhett paid for the upkeep, but it was ridiculous to have it sitting there empty when she'd never use it again. So she'd sell the Peachtree Street house and the store and the saloon. That was sort of too bad. The saloon produced excellent income and was no trouble at all. But she'd made up her mind to cut herself free of Atlanta, and that included the saloon. What about the houses she was building? She didn't know anything at all about that project. She had to check and make sure the builder was still using Ashley's lumber. She had to make sure Ashley was all right, and Bo. She'd promised Melanie. Then, when she was done with Atlanta, she would go to Tara. That must be last, because once Wade and Ella learned they were going home with her, they'd be anxious to get going. It wouldn't be fair to keep them dangling, and saying goodbye to Tara would be the hardest thing she had to do. Best to do it quickly. It wouldn't hurt so much then. Oh, how she longed to see it. The long, slow miles up the Savannah River from the sea to the city seemed to go on forever. The ship had to be towed by a steam-powered tugboat through the channel. Scarlett walked restlessly from one side of the deck to the other with Cat in her arms, trying to enjoy the baby's excited reaction to the marsh bird's sudden eruption into flight. They were so close now. Why couldn't they get there? She wanted to see America, hear American voices. At last, there was the city and the docks. Oh, and listen, Cat. Listen to the singing. Those are black folks' songs. This is the South. Feel the sun? It will last for days and days. Oh, my darling, my cat. Mama's home. Maureen's kitchen was just as it had been. Nothing had changed. The family was the same. The affection, the swarms of O'Hara children. Patricia's baby was a boy, almost a year old, and Katie was pregnant. Cat was embraced at once into the daily rhythms of the three-house home. She regarded the other children with curiosity, pulled their hair, submitted to hers being pulled, became one of them. Scarlett was jealous. She won't miss me at all, and I cannot bear to leave her, but I have to. Too many people in Atlanta know Rhett and might tell him about her. I'd kill him before I let him take her from me. I can't take her with me. I have no choice. The sooner I go, the sooner I'll be back. And I'll bring her own brother and sister as a gift for her. She sent telegrams to Uncle Henry Hamilton at his office, and to Pansy at the house on Peachtree Street, and took the train for Atlanta on the 12th of May. She was both excited and nervous. She'd been gone so long, anything might have happened. She wouldn't fret about it now. She'd find out soon enough. In the meantime, she'd simply enjoy the hot Georgia sun and the pleasure of being all dressed up. She'd had to wear mourning on the ship, but now she was radiant in emerald green Irish linen. But Scarlett had forgotten how dirty American trains were. The spittoons at each end of the car were soon surrounded by evil-smelling tobacco juice. The aisle became a filthy debris trap before 20 miles were done. A drunk lurched unevenly past her seat, and she suddenly realized that she should not be traveling alone. Why, anybody at all could move my little hand valise and sit next to me. We do things an awful lot better in Ireland. First class means what it says. Nobody intrudes on you in your own little compartment. She opened the Savannah newspaper as a shield. Her pretty linen suit was already rumpled and dusty. The hubbub at the Atlanta depot and the shouting daredevil drivers in the maelstrom at 5 Points made Scarlett's heart race with excitement, and she forgot the grime of the train. How alive it all was, and vital, and always changing. There were buildings she'd never seen before, new names above old storefronts, noise and hurry and push. She looked eagerly out of the window of her carriage at the houses on Peachtree Street, identifying the owners to herself, noting the signs of better times for them. The Merriweathers had a new roof, the Meads a new color paint. Things weren't nearly as shabby as they'd been when she left a year and a half back. And there was her house. Oh, I don't remember it as being so crowded on the lot like that. There's hardly any yard at all. Was it always so close to the street? For pity's sake, I'm just being silly. What difference does it make? I've already decided to sell it anyhow. This was no time to sell, said Uncle Henry Hamilton. The Depression was no better. Business was bad everywhere. The hardest-hit market of all was real estate, and the hardest-hit real estate was the big places like hers. People were moving down, not up. The little houses now, like the ones she'd been building on the edge of town, they were selling as fast as people could put them up. She was making a fortune there. Why did she want to sell anyhow? It wasn't as if the house cost her anything. Rhett paid all the bills with money left over, too. He's looking at me like I smelled bad or something, Scarlett thought. He blames me for the divorce. For a moment she felt like protesting, telling her side of the story, telling what had really happened. Uncle Henry was the only one left who was on my side. Without him, there won't be a soul in Atlanta who doesn't look down on me. And it doesn't matter a bit. The idea burst in her mind like a Roman candle. Henry Hamilton's wrong in judging me just like everybody else in Atlanta was wrong in judging me. I'm not like them, and I don't want to be. I'm different. I'm me. I'm the O'Hara. If you don't want to bother with selling my property, I won't take it against you, Henry, she said. Just tell me so. There was a simple dignity in her manner. I'm an old man, Scarlett. It would probably be better for you to hook up with a younger lawyer. Scarlett rose from her chair, held out her hand, smiled with real fondness for him. It was only after she was gone that he could put words to the difference in her. Scarlett's grown up. She didn't call me Uncle Henry. Is Mrs. Butler at home? Scarlett recognized Ashley's voice immediately. She hurried from the sitting room into the hall. A quick gesture of her hand dismissed the maid who'd answered the door. Ashley, dear, I'm so happy to see you. She held out both her hands to him. He clasped them tightly in his, looking down at her. Scarlett, you've never looked lovelier. Foreign climates agree with you. Tell me where you've been, what you've been doing. Uncle Henry said you'd gone to Savannah, then he lost touch. We all wondered. I'll just bet you all wondered, especially your atta-tongued old sister, she thought. Come in and sit down, she said. I'm dying to hear all the news. The maid was hovering to one side. Scarlett said quietly as she passed her, Bring us a pot of coffee and some cakes. She led the way into the sitting room, took one corner of a settee, patted the seat beside her. "Sit here beside me, Ashley, do. I want to look at you." Thank the Lord, he's lost that hangdog look he had. Henry Hamilton must have been right when he said that Ashley was doing fine. Scarlett studied him through lowered lashes while she busied herself clearing room on a table for the coffee tray. Ashley Wilkes was still a handsome man. His thin, aristocratic features had become more distinguished with age, but he looked older than his years. He can't be more than 40, Scarlett thought, and his hair's more silver than gold. He must spend a lot more time in the lumber yard than he used to. He's got a nice color to his skin, not that office gray look he had before. She looked up with a smile. It was good to see him, especially looking so fit. Her obligation to Melanie didn't seem so burdensome now. "How's Aunt Pitty and India? And Beau? He must be practically a grown man." "Pitty and India were just the same," said Ashley with a quirk of his lips. Pitty got the vapors at every passing shadow, and India was very busy with committee work to improve the moral tone of Atlanta. They spoiled him abominably, two spinsters trying to see which one was the best mother hen. They tried to spoil Beau, too, but he'd have none of it. Ashley's gray eyes lit up with pride. Beau was a real little man. He'd be 12 soon, but you'd take him for almost 15. He was president of a sort of club the neighborhood boys had formed. They'd built a treehouse in Pitty's backyard, made from the best lumber the mill turned out, too. Beau had seen to that. He already knew more about the lumber business than his father, said Ashley, with a mixture of ruefulness and admiration. And he added with intensified pride, the boy might have the makings of a scholar. He'd already won a school prize for Latin composition, and he was reading books far above his age level. "But you must be bored by all this, Scarlett. Proud fathers can be very tedious." "Not a bit, Ashley." Scarlett lied. Books, books, books. That was exactly what was wrong with the Wilkeses. They did all their living out of books, not life. But maybe the boy would be all right. If he knew lumber already, there was hope for him. Now, if Ashley would just not get all stiff-necked. She had one more promise to Melly that she could settle. Scarlett put her hand on Ashley's sleeve. "I've got a big favor to beg," she said. Her eyes were wide with entreaty. "Anything, Scarlett, you should know that." Ashley covered her hand with his. "I'd like for you to promise that you'll let me send Beau to university and then with Wade on a grand tour. It would mean a lot to me. After all, I think about him as practically my son, too, seeing that I was there when he was born. And I've come into really a lot of money lately. So that's no problem. You can't be so mean that you'd say no." "Scarlett." Ashley's smile was gone. He looked very serious. "Oh, bother. He's going to be difficult. Thank goodness here's that slowpoke girl with the coffee. He can't talk in front of her, and I'll have a chance to jump in again before he has a chance to say no. How many spoons of sugar, Ashley? I'll fix your cup." Ashley took the cup from her hand, put it on the table. "Let the coffee wait for a minute, Scarlett." He took her hand in his. "Look at me, dear." His eyes were softly luminous. Scarlett's thoughts were distracted. Why, he looks almost like the old Ashley, Ashley Wilkes of 12 Oaks. "I know how you came into that money, Scarlett. Uncle Henry let it slip. I understand how you must feel, but there's no need. He was never worthy of you. You're well rid of Rhett, never mind how. You can put it all behind you as if it never happened." Great balls of fire! Ashley's going to propose. "You're free from Rhett. Say you'll marry me, Scarlett, and I'll pledge my life to making you happy, the way that you deserve to be. There was a time when I would have traded my soul for those words, Scarlett thought. It's not fair that now I hear them and don't feel anything at all. Oh, why did Ashley have to do that? Before the question was formed in her mind, she knew the answer. It was because of the old gossip. So long ago it seemed to be now. Ashley was determined to redeem her in the eyes of Atlanta society. If that wasn't just like him, he'll do the gentlemanly thing even if it means tearing up his whole life. And mine, too, by the way. He didn't bother to think of that, I don't suppose. Scarlett bit her tongue to keep from unleashing her anger on him. Poor Ashley. It wasn't his fault. He was the way he was. Rhett said it. Ashley belonged to that time before the war. He's got no place in the world today. I can't be angry or mean. I don't want to lose anyone who was part of the glory days. All that's left of that world is the memories and the people who share them. Dearest Ashley, Scarlett said, I don't want to marry you. That's the all of it. I'm not going to play bell games with you and tell lies and keep you panting after me. I'm too old for that. And I care for you too much. You've been a big piece of my life all along, and you always will be. Say you'll let me keep that. Of course, my dear. I'm honored you feel that way. I won't distress you by referring again to marriage. He smiled, and he looked so young, so much like the Ashley of 12 Oaks, that Scarlett's heart turned over. Dearest Ashley. He mustn't ever guess that she'd clearly heard relief in his voice. Everything was all right. No, better than all right. Now they could truly be friends. The past was neatly finished. What are your plans, Scarlett? Are you home for good, as I hope? She'd prepared for this question even before she sailed from Galway. She must make sure that no one in Atlanta could know how to find her. It made her too vulnerable to Rhett, to losing Kat. I'm selling up, Ashley. I don't want to be tied down at all for a while. After I visited in Savannah, I paid a visit to some of Pa's family in Ireland. Then I went traveling. She had to be careful what she said. Ashley had been abroad. He'd catch her out in a minute if she claimed she'd been to places she hadn't been. Somehow or other, I never got around to seeing London. I figure I might settle there for a while. Do help me out, Ashley. Do you think London's a good idea? Scarlett knew from Melanie that he considered London as perfect as a city could be. He'd talk his head off and forget to ask any more questions. I enjoyed the afternoon so much, Ashley. You'll come again, won't you? I'll be here for a while settling things. As often as I can. It's a rare pleasure. Ashley accepted his hat and gloves from the maid. Goodbye, Scarlett. Goodbye. Oh, Ashley, you will grant my favor I asked, won't you? I'll be miserable if you don't. I don't think, I swear to you, Ashley Wilkes, if you don't let me set up a little fund for Beau, I'll cry like a river over its banks. And you know as well as I do that no gentleman ever deliberately makes a lady cry. Ashley bowed over her hand. I was thinking how much you'd changed, Scarlett, but I was wrong. You can still wrap men around your little finger and make them like it. I'd be a bad father to deny Beau a gift from you. Oh, Ashley, I do love you, and I always will. Thank you. And run to the kitchen and tell that, Scarlett thought, as she watched the maid close the door behind Ashley. Might as well give all the old cats something good to gossip about. Besides, I do love Ashley, and always will, in a way they'd never understand. It took much longer than she'd expected for Scarlett to accomplish her business in Atlanta. She didn't leave for Terra until June 10th. Almost a month away from Cat already. I can't bear it. She might forget me. I probably missed a new tooth, maybe two. Suppose she was fretful and nobody knew that she'd feel better if she could splash in the water. It's so hot, too. She might have prickly heat. A little Irish baby doesn't know anything about hot weather. During her final week in Atlanta, Scarlett was so jumpy with nerves that she could hardly sleep. Why wouldn't it rain? Red dust covered everything only a half hour after it had been wiped away. But once on the train to Jonesboro, she was able to relax. In spite of the delays, she had done everything she'd set out to do, and done it better than both Henry Hamilton and her new lawyer said it could be done. Naturally enough, the saloon had been the easiest. The Depression increased its business and its value. She was sad about the store. It was worth more for the land it was on than as a business. The new owners were going to tear it down and put up a building 8 stories tall. 5 points, at least, was still 5 points, depression or no depression. She'd realized enough from those 2 sales to buy another 50 acres and put up another 100 houses on the edge of the city. That would keep Ashley prosperous for a couple of years. Plus, the builder had told her that other builders were starting to buy only from Ashley, too. They could trust him not to sell green lumber, something that couldn't be said for the other yards in Atlanta. It really looked as if he was going to be a success in spite of himself. And she was going to make a fortune. Henry Hamilton was right about that. Her little houses sold as fast as they were finished. They had made a profit. A lot of profit. She was downright shocked when she saw how much money had accumulated in her bank account, enough to cover all the expenses she'd been worried about at Ballyhara all these months, with everything going out and so little coming in. Now she was even. The harvest would be all income, free and clear, plus provide seed for next year. And the rent rolls from the town were bound to keep growing. Before she left, a cooper was asking about one of the empty cottages, and Colum said he had a tailor in mind for another. She would have done the same thing if she hadn't made so much money, but it was much easier to do since she had. The builder was instructed to send all the future profits to Stephen O'Hara in Savannah. He'd have all the money he needed to carry out Colum's instructions. It was funny about the Peachtree Street house, Scarlett thought. You'd think it would hurt to part with it. After all, it was where I lived with Red, the place where Bonnie was born and spent her terribly brief life. But the only thing I felt was relief. When that girls' school made an offer, I could have kissed the old prune-faced headmistress. It felt like lifting chains off me. I'm free now. No more obligations in Atlanta. Nothing binding me in. Scarlett smiled to herself. Just like her corsets. She had never been laced up again after Colum and Kathleen cut her free in Galway. Her waist was a few inches bigger, but she was still slimmer than most of the women she saw on the street who were laced until they could hardly breathe. And she was comfortable. At any rate, as comfortable as a person could be in this heat. She could dress herself, too, not be dependent on a maid. And the thick chignon she wore was no trouble to do on her own. It was wonderful to be self-sufficient. It was wonderful not to care about what other people did or did not do, or what they approved or disapproved. It was most wonderful of all, to be going home to one Terra, and then taking her children home to another one. Soon she'd be with her precious cat. Soon after that, back again in the fresh, sweet, rain-washed cool of Ireland. Scarlett's hand stroked the soft leather pouch in her lap. She'd take the earth from Ballyhara to her father's grave first thing. Can you see from where you are, Pa? Do you know? You'd be so proud of your Katie Scarlett, Pa. I'm the O'Hara. Chapter 69. Will Benteen was waiting for her at the Jonesboro depot. Scarlett looked at his weather-worn face and deceptively slack-looking body and grinned from ear to ear. Will must be the only man God ever made who could look like he was lounging on a peg leg. She hugged him ferociously. "Land's sake, Scarlett, you ought to warn a man. Nearly knocked me off my pin. It's good to see you." "It's good to see you, Will. I expect I'm gladder to see you than anybody else this whole trip." It was true. Will was more dear to her than even the Savannah O'Haras. Maybe because he'd been through the bad times with her. Maybe because he loved Tara as much as she did. Maybe simply because he was such an honest, good man. "Where's your maid, Scarlett?" "Oh, I don't fool with a maid anymore, Will. I don't fool with a lot of things I used to fool with." Will shifted the straw in his mouth. "I noticed," he said laconically. Scarlett laughed. She'd never thought before of what it must feel like to a man when he hugged a girl without stays. "No more cages for me, Will, not ever, not any kind," she said. She wished she could tell him why she was so happy, tell him about Kat, about Ballyhera. If it was only Will, she'd tell him in a second. She trusted him. But he was Sue Ellen's husband, and she wouldn't trust her sister as far as she could throw her, with an anvil tied on besides. And Will might feel duty-bound to tell his wife everything. Scarlett had to hold her tongue. She climbed up onto the seat of the wagon. She'd never known Will to use their buggy. He could combine buying stores in Jonesboro with meeting the train. The wagon was loaded with sacks and boxes. "Tell me the news, Will," Scarlett said, when they were on the road. "I haven't heard anything for such a long time." "Well, let me see. I reckon you'll want to hear about the kids first. Ella and our Susie are thick as thieves. Susie, being a mite younger, kind of gives Ella the upper hand, and that's done her a world of good. You ain't hardly going to know Wade when you see him. He started shooting up about the day he hit 14 last January, and it don't look like he's ever going to stop. For all the weedy look, though, he's strong as a mule. Works like one, too. Thanks to him, there's 20 fresh acres under crops this year." Scarlett smiled. What a help he'd be at Ballyhera, and how he'd love it. A born farmer. She'd never have thought it. Must take after Pa. The leather pouch was warm in her lap. "Our Martha's 7 now, and Jane, the baby, was 2 last September. Sue Ellen lost a baby last year. Another little girl it was." "Oh, Will, I'm so sorry." "We decided not to try again," Will said. "It was real hard on Sue Ellen. The doctor advised it. We've got 3 healthy girls, and that's more than most people get to bring them happiness. Course, I'd have liked a boy. Any man would. But I'm not complaining. Besides, Wade's been all the son any man could hope for. He's a fine boy, Scarlett." She was happy to hear it, and surprised. Will was right. She wasn't going to know Wade. Not if he was anything close to the boy Will made him out to be. She remembered a cowardly, frightened, pale little boy. "I'm that fond of Wade, I agreed to talk to you for him, though I don't generally cotton to sticking my nose into other folks' business. He's always been kind of scared of you, Scarlett, you know that. Any road, what he wants me to tell you is he don't want no more schooling. He's done with the school round here this month, and the law won't make him do no more." Scarlett shook her head. "No, Will. You can tell him, or I'll do it. His daddy went to university, and so will Wade. No offense, Will, but a man can't go very far without an education." "No offense taken, and none given, but I figure you're wrong." Wade can read and write and do all the calculations a farmer's ever going to need, and that's what he wants. Farming. Farming Tara, to put a finger on it. He says his grandpa built Tara with no more schooling than he's got, and he don't see why he should have to be any different. The boy's not like me, Scarlett. Hell, I can't hardly do more than write my name. He had 4 years at the fancy school you had him at in Atlanta, and 3 more here in the schoolhouse and on the land. He knows all a country boy needs to know. That's what he is, Scarlett, a country boy, and he's happy at it. I'd hate to see you mess him up. Scarlett bristled. Who did Will Benteen think he was talking to? She was Wade's mother. She knew what was best for him. Long as you got your dander up, I might as well finish what I've got to say. Will continued in his slow cracker drawl. He looked directly ahead at the dusty red road. They showed me the new papers about Tara over to the county courthouse. Seems like you done got hold of Kareen's share. I don't know what your thinking is, Scarlett, and I ain't asking. But I'm telling you this. If anybody comes up the road flapping something legal at me about taking Tara, I plan to meet 'em at the end of the drive with a shotgun in my hand. Will, I swear on a stack of Bibles I'm not planning to do anything to Tara. Scarlett was grateful it was the truth. Will's soft-spoken nasal drawl was more frightening than the loudest shout could ever be. I'm glad to hear it. My figuring is it should be Wade's. He's your pa's only grandson, and land should stay in the family. I'm hoping you'll leave him where he is, Scarlett, to be my right hand, and like a son to me, just the way he is now. You'll do what you want to do. You always did. I gave Wade my word I'd talk to you, and now I have. We'll leave it there, if you don't mind. I said all I got to say. I'll think about it, Scarlett promised. The wagon creaked along the familiar road, and she saw that the land she'd known as cultivated fields was now all gone back to scrub trees and rough weed grasses. She felt like crying. Will saw the slope of her shoulders and the droop of her mouth. Where you been this last couple of years, Scarlett? If it wasn't for Kareen, we wouldn't have known where you'd gone to at all. But then she lost track, too. Scarlett forced herself to smile. I've been having adventures, Will, traveling all over the place. I visited my O'Hara kinfolks, too. A bunch of them are in Savannah, the nicest people you'd ever want to meet. I stayed with them ever so long, and then I went to Ireland to meet some more. You can't imagine how many O'Haras there are. Her throat clogged with tears. She held the leather pouch to her breast. Will, I brought something for Pa. Will you let me off at the graveyard and keep everybody away for a little while? Glad to. Scarlett knelt in the sun by Gerald O'Hara's grave. The black Irish soil filtered through her fingers to mix with the red clay dust of Georgia. Ah, Pa, she murmured, and the meter of her words was Irish. It's a grand place, to be sure, County Meath. You're remembered well, Pa, by all of them. I didn't know, Pa. I'm sorry. I didn't know you should be having a fine wake and all the stories told about when you were a boy. She lifted her head and the sunlight gleamed in the flood of tears down her face. Her voice was cracked, clogged with weeping, but she did the best she could, and her grief was strong. Why did you leave me, Ochon? Ochon, Ochon, Ulagon, oh. Scarlett was glad she hadn't told anyone in Savannah about her plan to take Wade and Ella back to Ireland with her. Now she didn't have to explain why she'd left them at Tara. It would have been so humiliating to tell the truth, that her own children didn't want her, that they were strangers to her, and she to them. She couldn't admit to anyone, not even herself, how much it hurt, and how much she blamed herself. She felt small and mean. She could hardly even be glad for Ella and Wade, who were so obviously happy. Everything had hurt at Tara. She'd felt like a stranger. Except for Grandma Robillard's portrait, she hardly recognized anything in the house. Sue Ellen had used the money every month to buy new furniture and furnishings. The unscarred wood of the tables was glaringly shiny to Scarlett's eyes. The colors in the rugs and curtains too bright. She hated it. And the baking heat she'd longed for in the Irish rains gave her a headache that lasted the whole week she was there. She'd enjoyed visiting Alex and Sally Fontaine, but their new baby only reminded her how much she missed Kat. It was only at the Tarletons that she had a good time. Their farm was doing well, and Mrs. Tarleton talked non-stop about her mare and foal and her expectations for the 3-year-old she insisted that Scarlett admire. The easy, no invitation required visiting back and forth had always been the best thing about the county. But she'd been glad to leave Tara, and that hurt too. If she didn't know how much Wade loved it, it would have broken her heart that she could hardly wait to get away. At least her son was taking her place. She saw her new lawyer in Atlanta after the Tara visit, and she made a will, leaving her 2/3 share of Tara to her son. She wasn't going to do like her father and her Uncle Daniel and leave a mess behind her. And if Will died first, she didn't trust Sue Ellen an inch. Scarlett signed the document with a flourish, and then she was free to go back to her cat, who healed all Scarlett's hurts in a second. The baby's face lit up when she saw her, and the little arms reached out to her, and Cat even wanted to be hugged and tolerated being kissed a dozen times. "She looks so brown and healthy," Scarlett exclaimed. "And no wonder to it," said Maureen. "She loves the sunshine that much. She takes off her bonnet the minute your back is turned. Little gypsy is what she is, and a joy every hour of the day." "Of the day and night," Scarlett amended, holding Cat close. Stephen gave Scarlett her instructions for the trip back to Galway. She didn't like them. Truth to tell, she didn't much like Stephen either. But Colum had told her Stephen was in charge of all arrangements, so she donned her mourning clothes and kept her complaints to herself. The ship was named the Golden Fleece, and it was the latest thing in luxury. Scarlett had no quibble with the size or the comfort of her suite, but it did not make a direct crossing. It took a week longer, and she was anxious to get back to Ballyhara to see how the crops were faring. It was not until she was actually on the gangplank that she saw the big notice of departure with the ship's itinerary, or she would have refused to go, no matter what Stephen said. The Golden Fleece loaded passengers in Savannah, Charleston, and Boston, disembarked them in Liverpool and Galway. Scarlett turned in panic, ready to run back to the dock. She couldn't go to Charleston. She just couldn't. Rhett would know she was on the ship. Rhett always knew everything, somehow, and he'd walk right into her stateroom and take Cat away. "I'll kill him first." Anger drove away her panic, and Scarlett turned again to walk up onto the ship's deck. Rhett Butler wasn't going to make her turn tail and run. All her luggage was already on board, and she was sure that Stephen was smuggling guns to Colum in her trunks. They were depending on her. Also, she wanted to get back to Ballyhara, and she wouldn't let anything or anybody stand in her way. By the time Scarlett reached her suite, She had built up a consuming fury against Rhett. More than a year had passed since he had divorced her, then immediately married Anne Hampton. During that year, Scarlett had been so busy, had experienced such changes in her life, that she'd been able to block out the pain he had caused her. Now it tore her heart, and with the pain was a deep fear of Rhett's unpredictable power. She transformed them into rage. Rage was strengthening. Bridie was traveling with Scarlett part way. The Boston O'Haras had found her a good position as a lady's maid. Until she learned the ship was going to stop in Charleston, Scarlett had been glad at the prospect of Bridie's company. But the thought of stopping in Charleston made Scarlett so nervous that her young cousin's constant chatter nearly drove her crazy. Why couldn't Bridie leave her alone? Under Patricia's tutelage, Bridie had learned all the duties of her job, and she wanted to try them all out on Scarlett. She was loudly distressed when she learned that Scarlett had stopped wearing corsets, and vocally disappointed that none of Scarlett's gowns needed mending. Scarlett longed to tell her that the first requirement for a lady's maid was to speak only when spoken to, but she was fond of Bridie, and it wasn't the girl's fault that they were going to stop in Charleston. So she forced herself to smile and act as if nothing was bothering her. The ship sailed up the coast during the night, entering Charleston harbor at first light. Scarlett hadn't slept at all. She went out on deck for the sunrise. There was a rose-tinted mist on the wide waters of the harbor. Beyond it, the city was blurred and insubstantial, like a city in a dream. The white steeple of St. Michael's Church was palest pink. Scarlett imagined that she could hear its familiar chimes faintly in the distance between the slow strokes of the ship's engine. They must be unloading the fishing boats at the market now. No, it's a little early yet. They must be still coming in. She strained her eyes, but the mist hid the boats if they were there ahead. She concentrated on remembering the different kinds of fish, the vegetables, the names of the coffee vendors, the sausage man, anything to keep her mind occupied, to fend off memories she didn't dare confront. But as the sun cleared the horizon behind her, the tinted mist lifted, and she saw the pocked walls of Fort Sumter to one side. The Fleece was entering the waters where she'd sailed with Rhett and laughed at the dolphins with him and been struck by the storm with him. Damn him. I hate him and his damned Charleston. Scarlett told herself she should go to her stateroom, lock herself in with Kat, but she stood as if rooted to the deck. Slowly the city grew larger, more distinct, glowing white and pink and green, pastel in the shimmering morning air. She could hear St. Michael's chimes, smell the heavy tropical sweetness of blooming flowers, see the palm trees in White Point Gardens, the opalescent glitter of crushed oyster shell paths. Then the ship was passing the promenade along East Battery. Scarlett could see above it from the ship's deck. There were the tree-top-tall columns of the Butler House, the shadowed piazzas, the front door, the windows to the drawing room, her bedroom. The windows, and the telescope in the card room. She picked up her skirts and ran. She ordered breakfast served in her suite, insisted that Bridie stay with her and Kat. The only safety was there, locked in, out of sight, where Rhett couldn't find out about Kat and take her away. The steward spread a glistening white cloth on the round table in Scarlett's sitting room, then rolled in a cart with 2 tiers of silver-domed plates. Bridie giggled, while he meticulously set places and floral centerpiece. He talked about Charleston. It was all Scarlett could do not to correct him. He had so many things wrong. But he was Scottish, on a Scottish ship. Why should anyone expect him to know anything? "We'll be sailing again at 5 o'clock, said the steward, "after cargo's loaded and the new passengers board. You ladies might want to take an excursion to see the town." He began placing platters and lifting off their covers. "There's a nice buggy with a driver who knows all the places to see. Only 50 pence or $2.50 American. Waiting at the foot of the gangplank. Or if you'd like some cooler air off the water, there's a boat over at the next wharf south that goes up the river. There was a big civil war in America some 10 years back. You can see the ruins of big mansion houses burnt by the armies fighting over them. You'd have to hurry, though. She leaves in 40 minutes. Scarlett tried to eat a piece of toast, but it stuck in her throat. The gilded clock on the deck ticked the minutes away. It sounded very loud to her. At the end of a half hour, she jumped up. "I'm going out, Bridie, but don't you dare stir a step. Open the portholes. Use that palmetto fan over there, but you and Kat stay in here with the door locked no matter how hot it gets. Order anything you want to eat and drink." "Where are you going, Scarlett?" "Never mind about that. I'll be back before the ship sails." The excursion boat was a small rear-wheel paddle boat painted in bright red, white, and blue. Its name, in gold letters, was Abraham Lincoln. Scarlett remembered it well. She'd seen it passing Dunmore Landing. July was not a month when many people toured the South. She was one of only a dozen passengers. She sat under an awning on the upper deck, fanning herself and cursing morning dress for its long-sleeved, high-necked, sweltering effect in the southern summer heat. A man in a tall top hat, striped red and white, bellowed commentary through a megaphone. It made her angrier by the minute. "Look at all those fat-faced Yankees," she thought with hatred. "They're just lapping this up. Cruel slave owners indeed. Sold down the river my foot. We loved our darkies just like family, and some of them owned us more than we owned them. Uncle Tom's cabin, fiddle-de-dee. No decent person would read that kind of trash." She wished she hadn't given in to the impulse to come. It was only going to upset her. It was already upsetting her. And they weren't even out of the harbor and into the Ashley River yet. Mercifully, the commentator ran out of things to say, and for a long while the only sound was the thunk-thunk of the pistons and the splash of the water as it fell from the wheel. Marsh grass was green and gold on both sides, with wide moss-hung oaks on the riverbank behind it. Dragonflies darted through the midge-dancing air above the grass. Occasionally a fish leapt from the water, then flopped back in. Scarlett sat quietly, removed from the other passengers, nursing her rancor. Rhett's plantation was ruined, and he was doing nothing to save it. Camellias! At Ballyhara, she had hundreds of acres of healthy crops where she had found rank weeds, and she had rebuilt an entire town, while he just sat and stared at his burnt chimneys. That's why she'd come on the paddle boat, she told herself. It would make her feel good to see how far she was outstripping him. Scarlett tensed before each bend, relaxed when it was past and Rhett's house had not appeared. She'd forgotten Ashley Barony. Julia Ashley's big square brick house looked magnificently forbidding in the center of its unadorned lawn. "This is the only plantation the heroic Union forces did not destroy," bawled the man in the absurd hat. "It was not in the tender heart of their commander to injure the frail spinster woman who lay ill inside." Scarlett laughed aloud. Frail spinster, indeed. Miss Julia must have scared the pants off him. The other passengers looked at her curiously, but Scarlett was unaware of their scrutiny. The landing would be next. Yes, there was the phosphate mine. So much bigger. There were 5 barges being loaded. She searched under the wide-brimmed hat of the man on the dock. It was that white trash soldier. She couldn't remember his name, something like Hawkins. No matter, around that bend, past that big live oak, the angle of the sunlight sculpted the great grass terraces of Dunmore Landing into green velvet giant steps and scattered sequins on the butterfly lakes beside the river. Scarlett's involuntary cry was lost in the exclamations of the Yankees crowded around her along the rail. At the top of the terraces, the scorched chimneys were tall sentinels against the painfully bright blue sky. An alligator was sunning itself on the grass between the lakes. Dunmore Landing was like its owner, cultivated, damaged, dangerous, and unreachable. The shutters were closed on the wing that remained, the place that Rhett used for his office and his home. Her eyes darted avidly from spot to spot, comparing her memory to what she saw. Much more of the garden was cleared, and everything looked as if it was thriving. Some building was going up behind the house. She could smell raw lumber, see the top of a roof. The shutters of the house were fixed, or maybe new. They didn't sag at all, and they glistened with green paint. He's done a lot of work over the fall and winter. Or they had. Scarlett tried to look away. She didn't want to see the newly cleared gardens. Anne loves those flowers as much as Rhett does, and the fixed-up shutters must mean a fixed-up house where the two of them live together. Does Rhett fix breakfast for Anne? "Are you all right, miss?" Scarlett pushed past the concerned stranger. "The heat," she said. "I'll go over there, deeper in the shade." For the remainder of the excursion, she looked only at the unevenly painted deck. The day seemed to last forever. Chapter 70. 5 o'clock was striking when Scarlett ran pell-mell down the ramp of the Abraham Lincoln. Damn fool boat. She stopped to catch her breath on the dock. She could see the gangplank of the Golden Fleece was still in place. No harm done. But still, the master of the excursion boat should be horsewhipped. She'd been half out of her mind ever since 4 o'clock. "Thank you for waiting for me," she said to the ship's officer at the head of the gangplank. "Oh, there are more to come," he said, and Scarlett transferred her anger to the captain of the Fleece. If he said 5 o'clock, he should sail at 5 o'clock. The sooner she got away from Charleston, the happier she would be. This must be the hottest place on the face of the earth. She shaded her eyes with her hand to look at the sky. Not a cloud in sight. No rain, no wind, just heat. She started along the deck towards her rooms. Poor baby cat must be practically cooked. As soon as they got out of the harbor, she'd bring her up on deck for whatever breeze the ship's movement might cause. Clattering hoofbeats and feminine laughter caught her attention. Maybe this was who they were waiting for. She glanced down at an open Victoria, with 3 fabulous hats on the women in it. They weren't like any hats she'd ever seen, and even from a distance she could tell they were very expensive. Wide-brimmed, decorated with clusters of feathers or plumes held by sparkling jewels, and swirled with airy tulle netting. From Scarlett's perspective, the hats were like wonderful parasols or fantastic confections of pastry on big trays. "I'd look simply wonderful in a hat like that." She leaned slightly over the rail to look at the women. They were elegant, even in the heat, wearing pale organdy or voile trimmed with, it looked like wide silk ribbon, or was it ruching, on cuirass fronts, and, Scarlett blinked, no bustle at all, not even a hint of one, and no train either. She hadn't seen anything like that in Savannah or Atlanta. Who were these people? Her eyes devoured the pale kid gloves and folded parasols, lace, she thought, but she couldn't be sure. Whoever they were, they certainly were having a good time laughing their heads off and not hurrying to get on the ship they were holding up, either. The Panama-hatted man with them stepped down into the street. With his left hand, he took off his hat. His right hand reached upward to hand the first woman down. Scarlett's hands clutched the railing. Dear God, it's Rhett. I've got to run inside. No. If he's on this ship, I've got to get Cat off, find a place to hide, find another ship. But I can't do that. I've got 2 trunks in the hold with frilly dresses and Column's rifles in them. What in the name of God am I going to do? Her mind raced from one impossible idea to another while she stared blindly at the group below her. Slowly, her brain registered what she was seeing. Rhett was bowing, kissing one gracefully extended hand after another. Her ears open to the repeated goodbye and thank you of the women. Cat was safe, but Scarlett was not. Her protective rage had disappeared, and her heart was exposed. He doesn't see me. I can look at him all I want. Please don't put your hat back on, Rhett. How well he looked. His skin was brown, his smile as white as his linen suit. He was the only man in the world who didn't wrinkle linen. Ah, that lock of hair that annoyed him so was falling down on his forehead again. Rhett flicked it back with 2 fingers in a gesture that Scarlett knew so well. She felt weak-kneed with possessive memory. What was he saying? Something outrageously charming, she was sure. But he was using that low, intimate voice he saved for women. Curse him. And curse those women. She wanted that voice murmuring to her, only her. The ship's captain walked down the gangplank, adjusting the set of his gold epauletted jacket. Don't make them hurry, Scarlett wanted to shout. Stay just a little longer. It's my last chance. I'll never see him again. Let me store up the sight of him. He must have just had his hair cut. There's the tiniest pale line above his ears. Is that more gray at the temples? It looks so elegant. The silver streaking his crow-black hair. I remember how it felt under my fingers, crisp and shockingly soft at the same time, and the muscles in his shoulders and his arms sliding so smoothly under the skin, stretching the skin when they hardened. The ship's whistle shrieked loudly. Scarlett jumped. She could hear rapid footsteps, the rumble of the gangplank. But she kept her eyes fixed on Rhett. He was smiling, looking over there to her right, looking up. She could see his dark eyes and slashing brows and impeccably groomed mustache, his entire strong, masculine, unforgettable pirate's face. My beloved, she whispered. My love. Rhett bowed once again. The ship was moving away from the dock. He put his hat on and turned away. His thumb tilted the hat to the back of his head. Don't go, cried Scarlett's heart. Rhett glanced over his shoulder as if there had been a sound. His eyes met hers, and surprise stiffened his lithe body. For a long, immeasurable moment, the 2 of them looked at each other while the space between them widened. Then blandness smoothed Rhett's face as he touched 2 fingers to his hat brim in salute. Scarlett lifted her hand. He was still standing there on the dock when the ship turned into the channel to the sea. When Scarlett could see him no longer, she sank numbly into a deck chair. Don't be silly, Bridie. The steward will sit right outside the door. He'll come get us if Cat so much as turns over. There's no reason for you not to come to the dining saloon. You can't have your dinner in here every night. There's reason enough for me, Scarlett. I don't feel easy among fancy gentlemen and ladies pretending to be one of them. You're just as good as they are. I told you that. And I heard you say it, Scarlett, but you don't hear me. I prefer to have me meal in here with all the silver hats on the dishes and my manners my own business. 'Tis soon enough I'll have to go where the lady I'm maiding tells me to go and do what I'm told to do. It's certain that having a grand meal in private comfort won't be one of my instructions. I'll take it now while I can." Scarlett had to agree with Bridie, but she couldn't possibly have dinner in the suite herself, not tonight. She had to find out who those women were and why they were with Rhett, or she'd go mad. They were English. She learned as soon as she entered the dining saloon. The distinctive accent was dominating the captain's table. Scarlett told the steward that she would like to change her seating to the small table near the wall. The table near the wall was also near the captain's table. There were 14 at his table, a dozen English passengers, the captain, and his first officer. Scarlett had a keen ear and could tell almost at once that the passengers' accents were different from the ship's officers, although to her they were all English, and therefore to be despised by anyone with a drop of Irish blood. They were talking about Charleston. Scarlett gathered that they didn't think much of it. "My dears," one of the women trumpeted, "I've never seen anything as dreary in my life. How my darling mamma could have told me that it was the only civilized place in America. It simply makes me worry that she's gone dotty without our noticing." "Now, Sarah," said the man to her left, "you do have to take that war of theirs into consideration. I found the men to be very decent. Down to their last shilling, I'm sure, but never a mention. And the liquor was first rate. Single malt at the club bar." "Geoffrey, my love, you'd think the Sahara was civilized if there was a club with drinkable whiskey. Heaven only knows it couldn't be any hotter. Beastly climate." There was a chorus of agreement. "On the other hand," said a youthful female voice, "that terribly attractive butler man said the winters are quite delightful. He invited us back." "I'm sure he invited you back, Felicity," said an older woman. "You behaved disgracefully." "Francis, I did no such thing," protested Felicity. "I was only having some fun for the first time on this dreary trip. I cannot credit why Papa sent me to America. It's a wretched place." A man laughed. "He sent you, sister dear, to get you out of the clutches of that fortune hunter." "But he was so attractive. I don't see any point in having a fortune if you can't fend off every attractive man in England simply because he's not rich." "At least you're supposed to fend them off, Felicity," said a girl. "That's easy enough to do. Think of our poor brother. Roger's supposed to draw American heiresses like flies and marry a fortune to refill the family coffers." Roger groaned and everyone laughed. "Talk about Rhett," Scarlett implored silently. "There's simply no market for honorables," Roger said. "I can't get it through Papa's head. Heiresses want tiaras." The older woman they called Frances said that she thought they were all disgraceful and that she couldn't understand young people today. "When I was a girl," she began. Felicity giggled. "Frances, dear, when you were a girl, there were no young people. Your generation were born 40 years old and disapproving of everything." "Your impertinence is intolerable, Felicity. I shall speak to your father." A brief silence fell. "Why on earth doesn't that Felicity person say something more about Rhett?" Scarlett thought. It was Roger who brought up the name. "Butler," he said, "offered some good shooting if he came back in the autumn. Seems he had rice fields gone to grass and the ducks practically landed on the barrel of your gun." Scarlett tore a roll into fragments. Who gave 2 cents about ducks? The other Englishmen did, it seemed. They talked about shooting throughout the main course of dinner. She was thinking she'd have done better to stay with Bridie when her ears picked up a low-toned private conversation between Felicity and her sister, whose name turned out to be Marjorie. Both of them thought Rhett was one of the most intriguing men they'd ever met. Scarlett listened with mixed feelings of curiosity and pride. "A shame he's so devoted to his wife," Marjorie said, and Scarlett's heart sank. Such a colourless little thing, too, Felicity said. Scarlett felt a little better. Out-and-out rebound, I heard. Didn't anyone tell you? He was married before to an absolute tearing beauty. She ran off with another man and left Red Butler flat. He's never gotten over it. Gracious Marjorie, can you imagine what the other man must be like if she'd leave the butler man for him? Scarlett smiled to herself. She was enormously gratified to know that gossip had her leaving Red, and not the other way around. She felt much better than when she'd sat down. She might even have some dessert. The following day, the English discovered Scarlett. The three young people agreed that she was a superbly romantic figure, a mysterious young widow. Damned nice-looking, too, Roger added. His sisters told him he must be going blind. With her pale skin and dark hair and those green eyes, she was fantastically beautiful. The only thing she needed was some decent clothes, and she'd turn heads wherever she went. They decided they'd take her up. Marjorie made the approach by admiring Kat when Scarlett had her on deck for an airing. Scarlett was more than willing to be taken up. She wanted to hear every detail of every hour they'd spent in Charleston. It wasn't difficult for her to invent a tragic story of her marriage and bereavement that satisfied all their cravings for melodrama. Roger fell in love with her within the first hour. Scarlett had been taught by her mother that genteel discretion about family matters was one of the hallmarks of a lady. Felicity and Marjorie Cowperthwaite shocked her with their casual unveiling of family skeletons. Their mother, they said, was a pretty and clever woman who had trapped their father into marriage. She managed to be run down by his horse when he was out riding. "Poor Papa is so dim," Marjorie laughed, "that he thought he'd probably ruined her because her frock was torn and he saw her bare breasts. We're certain that she tore it herself before she ever left the vicarage. She married him like a shot before he could puzzle out what she was up to." To add to Scarlett's confusion, Felicity and Marjorie were ladies. Not simply ladies as opposed to women. They were Lady Felicity and Lady Marjorie, and their dim papa was an earl. Frances Sturbridge, their disapproving chaperone, was also a lady, they explained, but she was Lady Sturbridge, not Lady Frances, because she wasn't born a lady, and she'd married a man who was only a baronet. "Whereas I could marry one of the footmen and Marjorie could run off with a boot boy, and we'd still be Lady Felicity and Lady Marjorie in the foul sinks of Bristol where our husbands robbed poor boxes to support us." Scarlett could only laugh. "It's too complicated for me," she admitted. "Oh, but my dear, it can be ever so much more complicated than our boring little family. When you get into widows and horrid little viscounts and third sons' wives and so on, it's like a labyrinth. Mama has to hire advice every time she gives a dinner, or she'd be guaranteed to insult someone fearfully important. You simply must not seat the daughter of an earl's younger son, like Roger, below somebody like poor Francis. It's all too foolish for words." The Cowperthwaite ladies were more than a little giddy and rattle-brained, and Roger seemed to have inherited some of Papa's dimness, but they were a cheerful and warm-hearted trio who genuinely liked Scarlett. They made the trip fun for her, and she was sorry when they left the ship at Liverpool. Now she had almost 2 full days before she got to Galway, and she wouldn't be able to delay any longer thinking about the meeting with Rhett in Charleston that was really no meeting at all. Had he felt the same shock of recognition she had when their eyes met? It was for her as if the rest of the world disappeared and they were alone in some place and time separate from everything and everyone that existed. It wasn't possible that she could feel so bound to him by a look and that he would not feel the same way. Was it? She worried and relived the moment until she began to think she'd dreamed it or even imagined it. When the Fleece entered Galway Bay, she was able to store the memory with her other prized memories of Rhett. Ballyhara was waiting, and harvest time was near. But first she had to smile and whisk her trunks past the customs inspectors. Colum was expecting the weapons. It was hard to remember that the English were all such bad people when the Cowperthwaites were so charming. Chapter 71. Colum was waiting at the end of the gangplank when Scarlett left the Golden Fleece. She hadn't expected him. She'd known only that someone would meet her and take care of her trunks. At the sight of his stocky figure in worn black clericals and smiling Irish face, Scarlett felt that she'd come home. Her luggage went past customs without any questions other than, "And how are things in America?" To which she answered, "Awful hot," and "How old is that grand, beautiful baby, then?" To which Scarlett replied proudly, 3 months shy of a year, and already trying to walk. It took nearly an hour to drive the short distance from the port to the train station. Scarlett had never seen such traffic snarls, not even at 5 Points. It was because of the Galway races, said Colum. Before Scarlett could remember what had happened to her previous year in Galway, he quickly added details. Steeplechase and flat racing, 5 days' worth every July. It meant that the militia and the constabulary were too busy in the city to be wasting time idling around the docks. It also meant that there was not a hotel room to be had at any price. They'd be taking the afternoon train to Ballinasloe and spending the night there. Scarlett wished there was a train all the way to Mullingar. She wanted to get home. "How are the fields, Colum? Is the wheat nearly ripe? Is the hay cut yet? Has there been plenty of sun? And what about the peat that was cut? Was there enough? Did it dry out like it was supposed to? Is it good? Does it burn hot? Wait and see, Scarlett darlin'. You'll be pleased with your Ballyhara, I'm certain of it." Scarlett was much more than pleased. She was overcome. The townspeople had erected arches covered with fresh greenery and gold ribbon over her route through Ballyhara town. They stood outside the arches waving handkerchiefs and hats, cheering her return. "Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you," she cried over and over, with tears brimming from her eyes. At the big house, Mrs. Fitzpatrick and the 3 ill-assorted maids and the 4 dairymaids and the stableman were lined up to greet her. Scarlett could barely keep herself from hugging Mrs. Fitz, but she obeyed the housekeeper's rules and maintained her dignity. Cat was bound by no rules. She laughed and held out her arms to Mrs. Fitzpatrick and was immediately caught up in an emotion-ridden embrace. Less than an hour later, Scarlett was dressed in her Galway peasant clothes, striding quickly over her fields, Cat in her arms. It felt so good to be moving, stretching her legs. There had been too many hours, days, weeks of sitting on trains and ships, in offices and armchairs. Now she wanted to walk, ride, bend, reach, run, dance. She was the O'Hara, home again, and the sun was warm between gentle, cooling, swiftly passing Irish rains. Fragrant mounds of golden hay stood in field cocks 7 feet tall on the meadows. Scarlett made a cave in one and crawled inside it with Cat to play house. Cat shrieked with delight when she pulled part of the roof down on them, and then when the dust made her sneeze. She picked off dried blossoms and put them in her mouth. Her expression of disgust when she spat them out made Scarlett laugh. Scarlett's laughter made Cat frown, which made Scarlett laugh all the more. "Better get used to being laughed at, Miss Cat O'Hara," she said, "because you're a wonderfully silly little girl, and you make your mamma very, very happy, and when people are happy, they laugh a lot." Scarlett took Cat back to the house when she started yawning. Pick the hay out of her hair while she naps, she told Peggy Quinn. I'll be back in time to give her supper and a bath. She interrupted the slow, chewing contemplation of one of the plow horses in the stable to ride him, bareback and astride, over Ballyhera in the lingering, slowly dimming twilight. The wheat fields were richly yellow, even in the blue-hued light. There would be a bounteous harvest. Scarlett rode home, content. Ballyhera would probably never deliver the kind of profit she'd earned from building and selling cheap houses, but there were satisfactions beyond earning money. The land of the O'Haras was fruitful again. She had brought it back, at least in part. And next year, there'd be more acres tilled. The year after, still more. It's so good to be back, Scarlett said to Kathleen next morning. I have about 1 million messages from everybody in Savannah. She settled herself happily beside the hearth and put Kat down to explore the floor. Before long, the heads began to appear above the half-door, everyone eager to hear about America and Bridie and all the rest. At the Angelus, the women hurried back down the Boreen to the village, and the O'Hara men came in from the fields for their dinner. Everyone except Seamus, and of course Sean, who'd always taken his meals in the small cottage with old Katie Scarlett O'Hara. Scarlett didn't notice at the time. She was too busy greeting Thomas and Patrick and Timothy and persuading Kat to give up the big spoon she was trying to eat. It was only after the men had gone back to their work that Kathleen told her how much things had changed while she was away. It's sorry I am to say it, Scarlett, but Seamus took it hard that you didn't stay for his wedding. I wish I could have, but I couldn't. He must have known that. I had business in America. I've a feeling it's more Pegeen who bears the bad will. Did you not remark that she wasn't in the visitors this morning? The truth was, Scarlett admitted, that she hadn't noticed at all. She'd only met Pegeen once. She didn't really know her. What was she like? Kathleen chose her words carefully. Pegeen was a dutiful woman, she said, who kept a clean house and set a good table and saw to every comfort for Seamus and Sean in the small cottage. It would be a kindness to the whole family if Scarlett would go to call on her and admire the home she was making. She was that tender of her dignity that she was waiting to be visited before she'd do any visiting herself. My grief, Scarlett said. How silly. I'll have to wake Kat up from her nap. Leave her. I'll keep watch while I do the mending. It's better I don't go with you. So Kathleen didn't much like her cousin's new wife, thought Scarlett. That was interesting. And Pegeen was keeping house separately instead of going in with Kathleen in the larger cottage, at least for dinner. Tender of her dignity, indeed. What a waste of energy to fix 2 meals instead of 1. She had an idea she wasn't likely to take to Pegeen, but she made up her mind to be nice. It couldn't be easy coming into a family that had so many shared years, and she knew all too well what it felt like to be the outsider. Pegeen made it hard for Scarlett to stay sympathetic. Seamus's wife had a prickly disposition, and she looks like she's been drinking vinegar, Scarlett thought. Pegeen poured out tea that had been stewed so long it was almost undrinkable. Wants me to know I kept her waiting, I reckon. I wish I'd been here for the wedding, said Scarlett bravely. Might as well take the bull by the horns. I've brought best wishes from all the O'Haras in America to add to mine. I hope you and Seamus will be very happy. She was pleased with herself. Gracefully said, she thought. Pegeen nodded stiffly. I'll tell Seamus about your kindness, she said. He's wanting to have a word with you. I told him to stay nearby. I'll call him now. Well, Scarlett said to herself, I've felt more welcome in my life. She wasn't sure at all that she wanted Seamus to have a word with her. She'd hardly exchanged 10 words with Daniel's oldest son in all the time she'd been in Ireland. After she heard Seamus's word, Scarlett was quite sure she wished she hadn't. He expected her to pay the rent that was coming due on the farm, and he believed it was only just that he and Pegeen have the bigger cottage because he was now in Daniel's place as owner. Mary Margaret's proper willing to do the cooking and washing for my brothers as well as me. Kathleen can do for Sean over here, seeing she's his sister. I'll be glad to pay the rent, said Scarlett, but she'd have liked to be asked, not told. But I don't see why you're talking to me about who lives where. You and Pegeen, Mary Margaret, should discuss that with your brothers and Kathleen. You're the O'Hara, Pegeen nearly shouted. You've got the say. She's got the truth of it, Scarlett, said Kathleen when Scarlett complained to her. You are the O'Hara. Before Scarlett could say anything, Kathleen smiled and told her it made no difference anyhow. She was going to be leaving Daniel's cottage soon. She was going to marry a boy from Dunsany. He'd asked her only the Saturday before, market day in Trim. I haven't told the others yet. I wanted to wait for you. Scarlett hugged Kathleen. How exciting! You let me give the wedding, won't you? We'll have a wonderful party. So I got off the hook, she told Mrs. Fitz that night, but only by the skin of my teeth. I'm not so sure being the O'Hara is exactly what I thought it would be. And what was that exactly, Mrs. O? I don't know. More fun, I guess. In August, the potatoes were harvested. It was the best crop they'd ever had, the farmers said. Then they began to reap the wheat. Scarlett loved to watch them. The shiny sickles flashed in the sun, and the golden stalks fell like rippling silk. Sometimes she took the place of the man who followed the reaper. She'd borrow the staff with a curved end that the farmers called the lochter hook and draw up the fallen wheat into small sheaves. She couldn't master the quick twisting movement the man made to tie each sheaf with a stalk of wheat, but she became very handy with a lochter hook. It sure beats picking cotton, she told Colum. Yet there were still moments when sharp pangs of homesickness caught her off guard. He understood her feelings, he said, and Scarlett was sure he did. He truly was the brother she'd always wanted. Colum seemed preoccupied, but he said it was nothing more than his impatience that the week took precedence over finishing the work on the inn that Brendan Kennedy was making in the building next to his bar. Scarlett remembered the desperate man in the church, the man Colum had said was on the run. She wondered if there were more of them, what Colum did for them. But she'd really rather not know, and she didn't ask. She preferred to think about happy things, like Kathleen's wedding. Kevin O'Connor wasn't the man Scarlett would have picked for her, but he was clearly head over heels in love, and he had a good farm with 20 cows at grass, so he was considered a very good catch. Kathleen had a substantial dowry, in cash saved up from selling butter and eggs, and in her owning all the kitchen implements of Daniel's house. She sensibly accepted a gift of £100 from Scarlett. It wasn't necessary to add it to her dowry, she said, with a conspiratorial wink. The great disappointment for Scarlett was that she couldn't hold the wedding party at the big house. Tradition demanded that the wedding take place in the house the couple would live in. The best Scarlett could do was contribute several geese and a half-dozen barrels of porter to the wedding feast. Even that was going over the edge a bit, Colum warned her. The groom's family were the hosts. Well, if I'm going over the edge, I might as well go way over, Scarlett told him. She warned Kathleen, too, in case she wanted to object. I'm coming out of mourning. I'm sick to death of wearing black. She danced every reel at the wedding party, wearing bright blue and red petticoats under a dark green skirt and stockings striped in yellow and green. Then she cried all the way home to Ballyhara. "I'm going to miss her so much, Colum. I'll miss the cottage, too. And all the visitors. I'll never go there again, not with nasty Pegeen handing out her nasty old tea. 12 miles isn't the end of the earth, Scarlett, darling. Get yourself a good riding horse instead of driving your buggy, and you'll be in Dunsany in no time at all." Scarlett could see the sense to that, although 12 miles was still a long way. What she refused to consider at all was Colum's quiet suggestion that she start thinking about marrying again. She woke up in the night sometimes, and the darkness in her room was like the dark mystery of Rhett's eyes meeting hers when her ship was leaving Charleston. What had he been feeling? Alone in the silence of the night, alone in the vastness of the ornate bed, alone in the black blankness of the unlit room, Scarlett wondered and dreamed of impossible things, and sometimes wept from the ache of wanting him. "Cat," said Cat clearly when she saw her reflection in the mirror. "Oh, thank God," Scarlett cried aloud. She'd been afraid her baby was never going to talk. Cat had rarely gurgled and cooed like other babies, and she looked at people who talked baby talk to her with an expression of profound astonishment. She walked at 10 months, which was early, Scarlett knew, but a month later she was still practically mute, except for her laughter. "Say, Mama," Scarlett begged, to no avail. "Say, Mama." She tried again after Cat spoke, but the little girl wriggled out of her grasp and plunged recklessly across the floor. Her walking was more enthusiastic than skillful. "Conceited little monster," Scarlett called after her. "All babies say Mama for their first word, not their own name." Cat staggered to a halt. She looked back at Scarlett with a smile that Scarlett said later was positively diabolical. "Mama," she said casually. Then she lurched off again. She probably could have said it all along if she'd wanted to, Scarlett bragged to Father Flynn. "She tossed it to me like a bone to a dog." The old priest smiled tolerantly. He had listened to many proud mothers in his long years. "It's a grand day," he offered pleasantly. "A grand day in every way, Father," exclaimed Tommy Doyle, the youngest of Ballyhara's farmers. "It's sure that we've made the harvest of harvests." He refilled his glass and Father Flynn's. A man was entitled to relax and enjoy himself at the Harvest Home celebration. Scarlett allowed him to give her a glass of porter, too. The toasts would be starting soon, and it would be bad luck if she didn't share them with at least a sip. After the good luck that had blessed Ballyhara all year, she wasn't about to risk inviting any bad. She looked at the long laden tables set up the length of Ballyhara's wide street. Each was decorated with a ribbon-tied sheaf of wheat. Each was surrounded by smiling people enjoying themselves. This was the best part of being the O'Hara. They had all worked, each in his or her own way, and now they were all together, the whole population of the town, to celebrate the results of that work. There was food and drink, sweets, and a small carousel for the children, a wooden platform for dancing later in front of the unfinished inn. The air was golden with afternoon light. The wheat was golden on the table. A golden feeling of happiness bathed everyone in shared repletion. It was exactly what Harvest Home was meant to be. The sound of horses coming made mothers look for their younger children. Scarlett's heart stopped for a moment when she couldn't find Cat. Then she saw her sitting on Colum's knee at the end of the table. He was talking to the man beside him. Kat was nodding as if she understood every word. Scarlett grinned. What a funny little girl her daughter was. A group of militia rode into the end of the street. 3 men, 3 officers, their polished brass buttons more golden than the wheat. They slowed their horses to a walk, and the noise around the tables died away. Some of the men rose to their feet. At least the soldiers have the decency not to gallop past, stirring up dust, said Scarlett to Father Flynn. But when the men reined in before the deserted church, she fell silent, too. "Which way to the big house?" said one of the officers. "I'm here to talk to the owner." Scarlett stood up. "I am the owner," she said. She was amazed that her suddenly dry mouth could make any sound at all. The officer looked at her tumbled hair and bright peasant clothes. His lips curled in a sneer. "Very amusing, girl, but we're not here to play games." Scarlett felt an emotion that had become almost a stranger to her, a wild, elated anger. She stepped up onto the bench she'd been sitting on and put her hands on her hips. She looked insolent, and she knew it. "No one invited you here, soldier, to play games or anything else. Now what do you want? I am Mrs. O'Hara." A second officer walked his horse forward a few steps. He dismounted and came on foot to stand in front of and below Scarlett's position on the bench. "We're to deliver this, Mrs. O'Hara." He removed his hat and one of his white gauntlets and handed a scrolled paper up to Scarlett. "The garrison is going to second a detachment to Ballyhara for its protection." Scarlett could feel tension, like a storm, in the warm end-of-summer atmosphere. She unrolled the paper and read it slowly, twice. She could feel the knots in her shoulders relax when the full meaning of the document was clear to her. She lifted her head and smiled so everyone could see her. Then she turned the full force of her smile on the officer looking up at her. "That's mighty sweet of the colonel," she said. "But I'm really not interested, and he can't send any soldiers to my town without my agreement. Will you tell him for me? I don't have any unrest here in Ballyhara at all. We get along real fine." She held the vellum sheet down to the officer. "You all look a mite parched. Would you like a glass of ale?" The admiring expression on her face had enchanted men just like this officer from the day she turned 15. He blushed and stammered, exactly like dozens of young men she'd beguiled in Clayton County, Georgia. "Thank you, Mrs. O'Hara, but, regulations. That is, personally, I'd like nothing better, but the colonel wouldn't, he'd think—" "I understand," said Scarlett kindly. "Maybe some other time?" The first toast of Harvest Home was to the O'Hara. It would have been the first toast anyway, but now the salute was a loud roar. Chapter 72. Winter made Scarlett restless. Except for riding, there was nothing active to do, and she needed to be busy. The new fields were cleared and manured by the middle of November, and then what did she have to think about? There weren't even many complaints or disputes brought to her office on first Sundays. True, Kat could walk across the room herself to light the Christmas candle, and there were the New Year's Day ceremonies of barmbrack against the wall, and being the dark-haired visitor in town. But even so, the short days seemed too long to her. She was warmly welcomed in Kennedy's bar, now that she was known to be supporting the Fenians, but she quickly tired of the songs about the blessed martyrs to Irish freedom and the loud-voiced threats to run the English out. She went down to the bar only when she was starved for company. She was overjoyed when St. Bridget's Day arrived on February 1st, and the growing year had begun again. She turned the first sod with such enthusiasm that soil flew out in a wide circle around her. "This year will be even better than last," she predicted rashly. But the new fields put an impossible burden on the farmers. There was never enough time to do everything that needed doing. Scarlett nagged at Colum to move some more laborers into the town. There were still plenty of vacant cottages. He wouldn't agree to let strangers in. Scarlett backed down. She understood the need for secrecy about the Fenians. Finally, Colum found a compromise. She could hire men just for the summer. He'd take her to the hiring fair at Drogheda. The horse fair would be on, too, and she could buy the horses she thought she needed. "Thought, my foot, Colum O'Hara. I must have been blind and half-witted, too, when I paid good money for the plow horses we've got. They don't go any faster than a box turtle on a rocky road. I'm not going to be cheated again that way." Colum smiled to himself. Scarlett was an astonishing woman, amazingly competent at many things. But she was never going to best an Irish horse trader. He was sure of that. "Scarlett, darling, you look like a village lass, not landed gentry. No one will believe you can pay for a merry-go-round ride, let alone a horse." Her frown was meant to intimidate. She didn't understand that she really did look like a girl dressed up for a fair. Her green shirt made her eyes even greener, and her blue skirt was the color of the spring sky. "Will you please do me the kindness, Father Colum O'Hara, to get this buggy moving? I know what I'm doing. If I look rich, the dealer will think he can stick me with any old broken-down thing he has. I'll do much better in village clothes. Now come on. I've been waiting for weeks and weeks. I don't see any reason why the hiring fair can't be on St. Bridget's Day when the work starts." Colum smiled at her. "Some of the lads go to school, Scarlett, darling." He flicked the reins, and they were on their way. A fat lot of good that'll do 'em, ruining their eyes on books when they could be out in the air earning a good wage besides. She was cranky with impatience. The miles rolled by, and the hedgerows were sweet with blackthorn blossoms. Once they were really on their way, Scarlett began to enjoy herself. "I've never been to Drogheda, Colum. Will I like it?" "I believe you will. It's a very big fair, this, much bigger than any you've seen." He knew that Scarlett didn't mean the city when she asked about Drogheda. She liked the excitement of fairs. The intriguing possibilities in a crooked old city street were incomprehensible to her. Scarlett liked things to be obvious and easily understood. It was a trait that often made him uneasy. He knew she had no real understanding of what danger she courted with her involvement in the Fenian Brotherhood, and ignorance could lead to disaster. But today he was on her business, not his. He intended to enjoy the fair as much as Scarlett. "Look, Colum, it's enormous." "Too big, I fear. Will you choose the lads first or the horses? They're at different ends." "Oh, bother. The best ones will get snapped up in the beginning. They always do. I'll tell you what. You pick out the boys and I'll go straight for the horses. You come to me when you finish. You're sure the boys will go to Ballyhara on their own?" "They're here for hiring, and they're used to walking. Some of them likely walked 100 miles to be here." Scarlett smiled. "Better look at their feet, then, before you sign anything. I'll be looking at teeth. Which way do I go?" "Back in that corner where the banners are. You'll see some of the best horses in Ireland at Drogheda Fair. I've heard of 100 guineas and more paid." "Fiddly-dee, what a tale-teller you are, Colum. I'll get 3 pair for under that. You'll see." There were big canvas tents that served as temporary stables for the horses. "Ha!" thought Scarlett. "Nobody's going to sell me an animal in bad light." She pushed into the noisy crowd that was milling around inside the tent. "My grief! I've never seen so many horses in one place in my life. How smart of Colum to bring me here. I'll have all the choice I need." She elbowed her way from one place to another, looked over one horse after another. "Not yet," she said to the traders. She didn't like the system in Ireland at all. You couldn't just walk up to the owner and ask him what he wanted for his animal. No, that was too easy. The minute there was any interest, one of the traders jumped in to name a price that was way out of line, one end or another, and then badger buyer and seller into an agreement in the end. She'd learned the hard way about some of their tricks. They'd grab your hand and slap down on it so sharp it hurt, and that meant you might have bought yourself a horse if you weren't careful. She liked the looks of a pair of roans that the dealers shouted were perfectly matched 3-year-olds, and only 70 pounds the pair. Scarlett put her hands behind her back. "Walk them out in the light, where I can see them," she said. Owner and dealer and people nearby all protested furiously. "Takes all the sport out," said a small man in riding breeches and a sweater. Scarlett insisted, but very sweetly. "Catch more flies with honey," she reminded herself. She looked at the horses' gleaming coats, rubbed her hand over them, and looked at the pomade on her palm. Then she caught expert hold of one horse's head and examined his teeth. She burst out laughing. 3-year-old, my maiden aunt. "Take 'em in," she said, with a wink at the dealer. "I've got a grandfather younger than them." She was enjoying herself very much. After an hour, though, she'd only found 3 horses that she liked both as animal and as a good buy. Every single time she had to coax and charm the owner into letting her examine the horse in the light. She looked enviously at the people buying hunters. There were jumps set up in the open, and they could get a good look at what they were buying, doing what they were buying it to do. They were such beautiful horses, too. For a plow horse, looks weren't important. She turned away from the view of the jumping. She needed 3 more plow horses. While her eyes accustomed themselves to the shaded interior of the tent, Scarlett leaned against one of the thick tent supports. She was starting to get tired, and she was only half done. "Where is this Pegasus of yours, Bart? I don't see anything flying over the jumps." Scarlett's hands reached for the thick support. "I'm losing my mind. That sounded like Rhett's voice." "If you brought me on a wild goose chase—" "It is! It is! I can't be mistaken. No one else in the world sounds like Rhett." She turned quickly, looking into the sunlit square, blinking. "That's his back, isn't it?" "It is. I'm sure it is. If only he'd say something else, turn his head. It can't be Rhett. He's got no reason to be in Ireland. But I couldn't be wrong about that voice." He turned to speak to the slightly built, fair-haired man beside him. It was Rhett. Her knuckles were white against her hands, so tightly was she holding on to the post. She was trembling. The other man said something, pointed with his crop, and Rhett nodded. Then the fair-haired man walked away, out of her sight, and Rhett was there alone. Scarlett stood in the shadow, looking out to the light. "Don't move," she ordered herself, when he started to walk away. But she couldn't obey. She burst from the shadows and ran after him. "Rhett!" He stopped awkwardly. Rhett, who was never clumsy, and he spun around. An expression she couldn't recognize flickered on his face, and his dark eyes seemed very bright beneath the shading bill of his cap. Then he smiled, the mocking smile she knew so well. "You do turn up in the most unexpected places, Scarlett," he said. "He's laughing at me, and I don't care. I don't care about anything as long as he'll say my name and stand near me." She could hear her own heart beating. "Hello, Rhett," she said. "How are you?" She knew it was a foolish, inadequate thing to say, but she had to say something. Rhett's mouth twitched. "I'm remarkably well for a dead man," he drawled. "Or was I mistaken? I thought I glimpsed a widow at the dock in Charleston. Well, yes, I had to say something. I wasn't married. I didn't have a husband. Don't try to explain, Scarlett. It's not your forte. 40? What are you talking about? Was he being mean? Please don't be mean, Rhett. It's not important. What brings you to Ireland? I thought you were in England. What made you think that? Why are we standing here making conversation about nothing at all? Why can't I think? Why am I saying these stupid things? You didn't get off the ship in Boston. Scarlett's heart leapt to the meaning of what he'd said. He'd taken the trouble to find out where she was going. He cared about her. He wanted to keep her from disappearing. Happiness flooded her heart. May I assume from your cheerful attire that you're no longer mourning my death? Said Rhett. Shame on you, Scarlett. I'm not yet cold in my grave. She looked down in horror at her peasant clothes, then up at his impeccably tailored hacking jacket and perfectly tied white stock. Why did he always have to make her feel like a fool? Why couldn't she at least feel angry? Because she loved him. Whether he believed it or didn't, it was the truth. Without planning or thought of consequences, Scarlett looked at the man who had been her husband for so many years of lies. I love you, Rhett, she said with simple dignity. How unfortunate for you, Scarlett. You always seem to be in love with another woman's husband. He lifted his cap politely. I have another commitment. Please excuse me if I leave you now. Goodbye. He turned his back on her and walked away. Scarlett looked after him. She felt as if he had slapped her face. For no reason. She'd made no demands on him. She'd made a gift of the greatest thing she'd learned to give, and he'd trampled it into the muck. He'd made a fool of her. No. She'd made a fool of herself. Scarlett stood there, a brightly colored, small, isolated figure amid the noise and movement of the horse fair, for a measureless time. Then the world came back into focus, and she saw Rhett and his friend near another tent, in a circle of intent spectators. A different tweed-clad man was holding a restless bay by the bridle, and a red-faced man wearing a plaid vest was swooping his right arm down in the familiar motions of the horse trade. Scarlett imagined she could hear the slapping palms as he exhorted Rhett's friend and the horse's owner to come to a deal. Her feet moved by themselves, marching across the space separating her from them. There must have been people in her way, but she was unconscious of them, and somehow they melted away. The dealer's voice was like some ritual chant, cadenced and hypnotic. 120, sir. You know that's a handsome price, even for a beast as grand as this one. And you, sir, you can go 25. Isn't that the fact of it? To add a noble animal like this to your stables? 140? Sure, you must add a little reasonableness to your thinking. The gentleman's come up to 125. It's only the way of the world for you to take a small step to meet him. Say 140's your price, down from 42, and we'll be making a deal before the day's out. 140 it is. Now see the generous nature of the man. You'll prove you can match him, won't you now? Say 130 instead of 125, and there's only a breath between you. No more than can be managed for the cost of a pint or two. Scarlett stepped into the triangle of seller, buyer, and dealer. Her face was shockingly white above her green shirt, her eyes greener than emeralds. 140, she said clearly. The dealer stared confused, his rhythm broken. Scarlett spit into her right hand and slapped it loudly against his. Then she spit again, looking at the seller. He lifted his hand and spat into the palm, then slapped once, twice, against hers in the age-old seal of deal made. The dealer could only spit and seal in acquiescence. Scarlett looked at Rhett's friend. I hope you're not too disappointed, she said in a honeyed tone. Why, of course not. That is to say, Rhett broke in, but I'd like you to meet. He paused. Scarlett did not look at him. Mrs. O'Hara, she said to Rhett's bewildered companion. She held out her spit-wet right hand. I'm a widow. John Morland, he said, and took her grimy hand. He bowed, kissed it, then smiled ruefully into her blazing eyes. You must be something to see taking offense, Mrs. O'Hara. Talk about leaving the field behind. Do you hunt around here? Dear heaven, what had she done? What could she say? What was she going to do with a thoroughbred hunter in Ballyhara's stable? I confess, Mr. Morland, I just gave in to a woman's impulse. I had to have this horse. I felt the same way, but not quickly enough, it seems, said the cultivated English voice. I'd be honored if you'd join me sometime, join the hunt from my place, that is. It's near Dunsany, if you're familiar with that part of the county. Scarlett smiled. She'd been in that part of the county not so long ago, at Kathleen's wedding. No wonder the name John Morland was familiar. She'd heard all about Sir John Morland from Kathleen's husband. He's a grand man for all that he's a landlord, said Kevin O'Connor a dozen times. Didn't he tell me himself to drop £5 from the rent as a gift for my wedding? £5, she thought. How very generous. From a man who'll pay 30 times that for a horse. I'm familiar with Dunsany, Scarlett said. It's not far from the friends I'm visiting. I'd dearly love to hunt with you sometime. I can hack over any day you name. Saturday next? Scarlett smiled wickedly. She spit in her palm and lifted her hand. Done. John Morland laughed. He spit in his, slapped hers once, twice. Done. Stirrup cup at 7 and breakfast after. For the first time since she'd pushed in on them, Scarlett looked at Rhett. He was looking at her as if he'd been looking for a long time. There was amusement in his eyes, and something else that she couldn't define. Great balls of fire! You'd think he'd never met me before or something. Mr. Butler, a pleasure to see you, she said graciously. She dangled her dirty hand elegantly in front of him. Rhett removed his glove to take it. Mrs. O'Hara, he said with a bow. Scarlett nodded to the staring dealer and the grinning former owner of her horse. My groom will be here shortly to make the necessary arrangements, she said airily, and she hiked up her skirts to take a bundle of banknotes from the garter above her red and green-striped knee. Guineas, is that right? She counted the money into the seller's hand. Her skirt swirled when she turned and walked away. What a remarkable woman, said John Morland. Rhett smiled with his lips. Astonishing, he said in agreement. Colum, I was afraid you got lost, said Scarlett when her cousin emerged from the crowds near the tents. Not a bit of it, Scarlett. I got hungry. Have you eaten? No, I forgot. Are you pleased with your horses? Scarlett looked down at him from her perch on the rail of the jumping ring. She began to laugh. I think I bought an elephant. You've never seen such a big horse in your life. I had to, but I don't know why. Colum put a steadying hand on her arm. Her laughter was ragged, and her eyes were bright with pain. Chapter 73. Cat will go out, said the little voice. No, sweetheart, not today. Soon, but not today. Scarlett felt a terrifying vulnerability. How could she have been so reckless? How could she have ignored the danger to Cat? Dunsany was not that far away, not nearly far enough to be sure that people wouldn't know about the O'Hara and her dark-skinned child. She kept Cat with her day and night, upstairs in their 2 rooms while she looked worriedly out the window above the drive. Mrs. Fitz was her go-between for the things that had to be done, and done faster than fast. The dressmaker raced back and forth for fittings of Scarlett's riding habit. The cobbler worked like a leprechaun far into the night on her boots. The stableman labored with rags and oil over the cracked and dry side saddle that had been left in the tack room 30 years before Scarlett arrived. And one of the boys from the hiring fair, who had quiet hands and an easy seat, exercised the powerful big bay hunter. When Saturday dawned, Scarlett was as ready as she'd ever be. Her horse was a bay gelding named Half Moon. He was, as she'd told Colum, very big, nearly 17 hands, with a deep chest and a long back and powerfully muscled thighs. He was a horse for a big man. Scarlett looked tiny and fragile and very feminine on him. She was afraid she looked ridiculous. And she was quite certain that she'd make a fool of herself. She didn't know Half Moon's temperament or peculiarities, and there was no chance to get to know them because she was riding side saddle, as all ladies did. When she was a girl, Scarlett had loved riding side saddle. It produced a graceful fall of skirts that emphasized her tiny waist. Also, in those days, she seldom went faster than a walk, the better to flirt with men riding alongside. But now, the side saddle was a serious handicap. She couldn't communicate with the horse through pressure of her knees because one knee was hooked around the side saddle's pommel, the other one rigid because only by pressing on the one stirrup could a lady counterbalance her unbalanced position. "I'll probably fall off before I even get to Dunsany," she thought with despair, "and I'll certainly break my neck if I get as far as the first fence." She knew from her father that jumping fences and ditches and hedges and stiles and walls was the thrilling part of hunting. Colum had made things no better when he told her that ladies frequently avoided active hunting altogether. The breakfast was the social part, and riding clothes were very becoming. Serious accidents were much more likely when riding side saddle, and no one blamed the ladies for being sensible. Rhett would be glad to see her cowardly and weak, she was convinced, and she'd much prefer to break her neck than to give him that satisfaction. Scarlett touched her crop to Half Moon's neck. "Let's try a trot and see if I can balance on this stupid saddle." She sighed aloud. Colum had described a fox hunt to Scarlett, but she wasn't prepared for the first impact of it. Moorland Hall was an amalgamation of building over more than 2 centuries, with wings and chimneys and windows and walls attached higgledy-piggledy to one another around the stone-walled courtyard that had been the keep of the fortified castle erected by the first Moorland baronet in 1615. The square courtyard was filled with mounted riders and excited hounds. Scarlett forgot her apprehensions at the sight. Colum had omitted to mention that the men wore pinks, misnamed bright red jackets. She had never seen anything so glamorous in her life. "Mrs. O'Hara." Sir John Moorland rode over to her, his gleaming top hat in his hand. "Welcome. I didn't believe you'd come." Scarlett's eyes narrowed. "Did Rhett say that?" "On the contrary, he said wild horses wouldn't keep you away." There was no guile in Moorland. "How do you like Half Moon?" The baronet stroked the big hunter's sleek neck. "What a beauty he is." Yes, isn't he?" said Scarlett. Her eyes were moving quickly, searching for Rhett. "What a lot of people. Damn this veil anyhow. Everything looks blurred." She was wearing the most conservative riding clothes fashion allowed, unrelieved black wool with a high neck, and low black-top hat with a face veil pulled tight and tied over the netted thick knot of hair at the nape of her neck. It was worse than mourning, she thought, but respectable as all get-out, a real antidote to bright-colored skirts and striped stockings. Scarlett was rebellious in only one matter. She would not wear a corset under her habit. The side saddle was torture enough. Rhett was looking at her. She looked away quickly when she finally saw him. He's counting on me to make a spectacle of myself. I'll show Mr. Rhett Butler. I might break every bone in my body, but nobody is going to laugh at me, especially not him. Ride along easy, well back, and watch what the others do, Cullum had said. Scarlett began as he advised. She felt her palms sweating inside her gloves. Up ahead the pace was picking up. Then beside her a woman laughed and whipped her horse, breaking into a gallop. Scarlett looked briefly at the panorama of red and black backs streaming down the slope in front of her, at the horses jumping effortlessly over the low stone wall at the base of the hill. This is it, she thought. It's too late now to worry about it. She shifted her weight without knowing she should, and felt Half Moon moving faster, sure-footed veteran of 100 hunts. The wall was behind her, and she had hardly noticed the jump. No wonder John Morland wanted Half Moon so much. Scarlett laughed aloud. It made no difference that she'd never hunted in her life, that she hadn't sat side-saddle for more than 15 years. She was all right. Better than all right. She was having fun. No wonder Pa never opened a gate. Why bother when you could go over the fence? The specters of her father and Bonnie that had plagued her were gone. Her fear was gone. There was only the excitement of the misty air streaking past her skin and the power of the animal that she controlled. That, and the new determination to overtake and pass and leave Rhett Butler far behind. Scarlett stood with a muddy train of her habit looped over her left arm and a glass of champagne in her right hand. The paw of the fox that she'd been awarded would be mounted on a silver base, if she'd allow it, said John Morland. I'd love it, Sir John. Please call me Bart. All my friends do. Please call me Scarlett. Everybody does, whether they're friends or not. She was giddy and pink-cheeked from the exhilaration of the hunt and her success. I've never had a better day, she told Bart. It was almost true. Other riders had congratulated her. She saw the unmistakable admiration in the men's eyes, jealousy in the women's. Everywhere she looked, there were handsome men and beautiful women, silver trays of champagne, servants, wealth, people having a good time, a good life. It was like life before the war, only now she was grown up. She could do and say what she liked. And she was Scarlett O'Hara, country girl from North Georgia, in a baronet's castle, partying with Lady This and Lord That, and even a countess. It was like a story in a book, and Scarlett's head was turned. She could almost forget that Rhett was there, almost erase the memory of being insulted and despised, but only almost. And her treacherous mind kept remembering things she had seen and heard as she rode back to the house after the hunt. Rhett acting like it didn't matter that she'd beaten him to the kill, teasing the Countess as if she were just anybody at all, looking so damned at ease and comfortable and not impressed, being so Rhett. Damn him anyhow. Congratulations, Scarlett. Rhett was at her side, and she hadn't seen him approaching. Scarlett's arm jerked, and champagne spilled on her skirts. Damn it, Rhett. Do you have to sneak up on people like that? I'm sorry. Rhett offered her a handkerchief, and I'm sorry for my boorish behavior at the horse fair. My only excuse is that I was shocked to see you there. Scarlett took the handkerchief and bent over to wipe at the dampness on her skirts. There was no point to it. Her habit was already spattered with mud from the wild cross-country chase, but it gave her a chance to collect her thoughts and to hide her face for a moment. "I will not show how much I care," she vowed silently. "I will not show how much he hurt me." She looked up, and her eyes were sparkling, her lips curved in a smile. "You were shocked," she said. "Imagine what I was. What on earth are you doing in Ireland?" "Buying horses. I'm determined to win at the races next year. John Moreland's stables have a reputation for producing likely yearlings. I go to Paris Tuesday to look at some more. What brought you to Drogheda in local costume?" Scarlett laughed. "Oh, Rhett, you know how I love to dress up. I borrowed those clothes from one of the maids at the house I'm visiting." She looked from side to side, searching for John Moreland. "I've got to make my manners and get going," she said over her shoulder. "My friends will be furious if I'm not back pretty soon." She looked at Rhett for an instant, then hurried off. She didn't dare stay. Not close to him like that. Not even in the same room, the same house. The rain began when she was a little more than 5 miles from Ballyhera. Scarlett blamed it for the wetness on her cheeks. On Wednesday, she took Cat to Tara. The ancient mounds were just high enough for Cat to feel triumphant when she climbed them. Scarlett watched Cat's recklessness on the run down the mound and forced herself not to warn her that she might fall. She told Cat about Tara and her family and the banquets of the High Kings. Before they left, she held the little girl as high as she could to look out over the country of her birth. "You're a little Irish, Cat. Your roots go deep here. Do you understand anything I'm saying?" "No," said Cat. Scarlett put her down so she could run. The strong little legs never walked now, always ran. Cat fell often. There were ancient hidden irregularities under the grass, but she never cried. She got to her feet and ran some more. Watching her was healing for Scarlett. It made her whole again. "Colum, who's this man Parnell? People were talking about him at the Hunt breakfast, but I couldn't make any sense out of what they were saying." "A Protestant," said Colum, "and an Anglo. Nobody to concern them." Scarlett wanted to argue, but she'd learned it was a waste of time. Colum never discussed the English, especially not the English landowners in Ireland, who were known as the Anglo-Irish. He would manage to change the subject before she knew he was doing it. It bothered her that he wouldn't even admit that some of the English might be nice people. She'd liked the sisters on the ship from America, and everyone had been nice to her at the Hunt. Colum's intransigence made her feel a distance between them, if he'd only talk about it instead of snapping her head off. She asked Mrs. Fitz the other question that had been on her mind. Who were the Irish butlers that everyone hated so much? The housekeeper brought her a map of Ireland. "Do you see this?" She swept her hand over an entire county, as big as County Meath. "That's Kilkenny, Butler country. The Dukes of Ormond they are. They're probably the strongest Anglo family in Ireland." Scarlett looked closely at the map. Not far from the city of Kilkenny, she saw the name Dunmore Cave, and Rhett's plantation was called Dunmore Landing. There had to be a connection. Scarlett started to laugh. She'd been feeling so superior because the O'Haras were rulers of 1,200 acres, and here were the butlers with her own county. Without lifting a finger, Rhett had won again. He always won. How could any woman be blamed for loving a man like that? "And what's so amusing, Mrs. O?" "I am Mrs. Fitz. Thank God," I can laugh about it." Mary Moran poked her head around the door without knocking. Scarlett didn't bother to say anything. The gangly, nervous girl would be even worse for weeks if anyone criticized her. Servants. A problem even when you hardly had any. "What is it, Mary?" "A gentleman to see ye." The maid held out a card. Her eyes were even rounder than usual. "Sir John Morland, Bart." Scarlett ran down the stairs. "Bart! What a surprise! Come in, we can sit on the steps. I don't have any furniture." She was genuinely pleased to see him, but she couldn't take him up to her sitting room. Kat was having her nap next door. Bart Morland sat down on the stone steps as if it were the most natural thing in the world to have no furniture. He had the devil of a time finding her, he said, until he ran into the postman in the bar. That was his only excuse for being so late delivering her trophy from the hunt. Scarlett looked at the silver plaque with her name and the date of the hunt. The fox pad was no longer bloody, that was something, but it was not a thing of beauty. "Disgusting, isn't it?" said Bart cheerfully. Scarlett laughed. No matter what column said, she liked John Morland. "Would you like to say hello to Half Moon? Thought you'd never suggest it. I was wondering how to drop a really weighty hint." "How is he?" Scarlett made a face. "Under-exercised, I'm afraid. I feel guilty about it, but I've been very busy. It's haying time. How's your crop?" "So far, so good. If we don't get a real rain." They walked through the colonnade and out to the stable. Scarlett was going to pass it on the way to the pasture and Half Moon, but Bart stopped her. Could he go inside? Her stables were famous, and he'd never seen them. Scarlett was puzzled, but she agreed readily. The horses were at work or pasture, so there was nothing to see except empty stalls. But if he wanted to see them... The stalls were separated by granite columns with Doric capitals. Tall vaulting sprang up from the columns to meet and cross and create a ceiling of stone that looked as light and weightless as air and sky. John Morland cracked his knuckles, then apologized. When he was really excited, he said, he did it without thinking. "You don't find it extraordinary to have a stable that looks like a cathedral? I'd put an organ in it and play Bach to the horses all day. Probably give them strangles." Morland's whooping laugh made Scarlett laugh too. He sounded so comic. She filled a small bag with oats for him to feed Half Moon. Walking beside Morland, Scarlett searched her mind for some way to interrupt his admiring chatter about her stables, something casual she could say to start him talking about Rhett. There was no need. "I say, what luck for me that you're friends with Rhett Butler," Bart exclaimed. "If he hadn't introduced us, I'd never have gotten a look at those stables of yours." "I was so surprised to run into him like that," Scarlett said quickly. "How do you happen to know him?" "He didn't really know Rhett at all," Bart replied. Some old friends had written to him a month ago, saying that they were sending Rhett to look at his horses. Then Rhett had arrived, bearing a letter of introduction from them. "He's a remarkable fellow, really serious about horses, knows a lot too. I wish he could have stayed longer. Are you old friends? He never quite got around to telling me." "Thank goodness," thought Scarlett. "I have some family in Charleston," she said. "I met him when I was visiting there." "Then you must have met my friends, the Brutons. When I was at Cambridge, I'd go down to London for the season, just in hopes that Sally Bruton might have come over. I was mad for her, just like everybody else." "Sally Bruton, that monkey face?" Scarlett blurted before she thought. Bart grinned. "The very same. Isn't she marvelous? She's such an original." Scarlett nodded enthusiastically and smiled. But in truth, she'd never understand how men could be mad for anyone that ugly. John Morland assumed that everyone who knew Sally must certainly adore her, and he talked about her for the next half hour while he leaned on the pasture fence and tried to entice Half Moon to come get the oats he held in his palm. Scarlett half listened while she thought her own thoughts. Then Rhett's name captured her full attention. Bart chuckled as he recounted the gossip Sally had included in her letter. Rhett had fallen into the oldest snare in history, it seemed. Some orphanage was having an outing at his country place, and one of the orphans turned up missing when it was time to leave. So what did he do but go off with a school teacher to search for it? All ended well. The child was found, but not until after dark, which meant, of course, that the spinster teacher was compromised, and Rhett had to marry her. The best part was that he'd been run out of town years before when he refused to make an honest woman out of another girl he'd been indiscreet with. You'd think he would have learned to be careful after the first time, Bart chortled. He must be a lot more absent-minded than he appears. Don't you find that hilarious, Scarlett? Scarlett? She gathered her wits. Speaking as a female, I'd say it serves Mr. Butler right. He has the look of a man who's caused a lot of girls a lot of trouble when he wasn't being absent-minded. John Morland whooped with laughter. The sound attracted Half Moon, who approached the fence warily. Bart shook the bag of oats. Scarlett was elated, and yet she felt like crying. So that was why Rhett had been so quick to divorce and remarry. What a sly boots Anne Hampton is. She had me fooled good and proper. Or maybe not. Maybe it was just wretched luck for me that it took so long to find the stray orphan. And that Anne is Miss Eleanor's special favorite. And that she looks so much like Millie. Half Moon backed away from the oats. John Morland reached into a pocket of his jacket and found an apple. The horse nickered in anticipation. "Look here, Scarlett," Bart said as he broke the apple. "I've got something a bit ticklish to talk to you about." He extended his open palm with 1/4 of the apple on it for Half Moon. A bit ticklish? If he only knew how ticklish his conversation had already been. Scarlett laughed. "I don't mind you spoiling that animal rotten, if that's what you mean," she said. Heavens, no! Bart's grey eyes widened. What could have put such a thought in her head? It was something truly delicate, he explained. Alice Harrington, she was the stoutish one at the hunt who'd ended up in the ditch, was having a house party at midsummer night, and she wanted to invite Scarlett but didn't have the nerve. He'd been appointed diplomat to sound her out about it. Scarlett had 100 questions. Essentially, they boiled down to when, where, and what to wear. Colum would be furious, she was sure. But she didn't care. She wanted to get dressed up and drink champagne and ride like the wind again over streams and fences, following the hounds and the fox.